Snaily, Carla, Ashton, Pearson, Michael, Heidi, Robin. For everyone tuning in here, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. Make sure that we're sharing this live out with a handful of friends. We are going to go ahead and hop right into our debates for the day as soon as we get our first guest in the queue. So everybody just do be patient and do give us a minute here. While we are waiting on our first guest, if you haven't already, Purdy, it's so good to see you. Thank you for the happy party. That's insane. W's for Purdy in the chat with a happy party in the here we go. Thank you so much for the love. You're always great. I love you, Purdy. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and get our first guest of the night up in here. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We're going to go and see what Pavel has to say. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got him loading up. Everyone do be patient. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump? All right, they're not here. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Everyone do just give us a minute. Someone in the chat says the people in my Discord are a little sus. Uh-oh, what are they doing? For the 1.1 thousand people in here, welcome into the live. It's so good to see you all. Hey, what's going on, Ethan? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Ethan is dropped. Guys, make sure if you're in the queue that you are voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates here today. But once again, it's so good to see you all. I really want to guest up here so I could go on mute and blow my nose real quick. Hi, Solomon, thank you for the stage. What's up, buddy? Are you driving?
No.
No? Okay. Are
What's
you voting
up, killer?
Are you voting for Trump?
Man, yeah.
Okay, why so?
Man, he's a great leader, great tax policy, great on foreign relations. He's almost perfect.
Oh, he's almost perfect. So Donald Trump's a grapist. A grapist is almost perfect?
What's your evidence?
Oh, yeah, a civil court ruling. A jury, like a court of law. You know, you're the party of law and order, right? So I think a court is sufficient evidence. What do you think?
I don't think civil is.
Thank you. Okay, so what's the difference between a civil and a criminal court?
Well, you tell me what's the difference. Okay, let's start here. Criminal, the word kind of speaks for itself. That means you committed a crime. So he was not found guilty in a criminal court, so therefore he did not commit a crime.
Purdy, I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. It means the world to me. W's for Purdy in the chat. Okay, I just want to clarify. So if you're not found guilty in a criminal court, you didn't commit a crime. So let's just go over this. So if you steal from a store and you're never caught, therefore you're not found guilty in a criminal court, did you commit a crime?
I don't do if conversations.
No, that's a very realistic scenario that happens every day, buddy.
But you said if.
Yeah, so if someone steals from...
I don't do if conversations.
Oh, okay, so do you just have like a threshold on like your intellectual capabilities? You just can't really... So you can't go into the realm of abstract thought? You can, like, that's just a little bit too much for you?
No, I'm a realist.
Okay, yeah.
So
what is realism?
We don't do if conversations.
Okay, so is that just like a funny little word that you use to describe the fact that you actually cannot comprehend a hypothetical scenario?
Why are you talking to me in questions?
So why am I? Because I'm asking you questions. This is essentially...
You're just about asking another question.
So can you go ahead and respond?
You just ask another question. Can you talk to me
respond to the question.
Can you talk to me in statements?
Sorry, my mom called me. Well, if you don't have questions, I'm going to go to move on to my next guest. So I will give you the last opportunity to answer.
I'll tell you what, I got another call. Your mom's calling me now.
Okay, yeah, she's probably going to call you, and I don't know, tell you to stop hitting on her kid, right? Yeah, at the end of the day, you only want to come up here because, you know, you have some very lucrative thoughts. Hi, Solomon. Oh, we've already talked. I appreciate you for coming up. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go to get Steve-O up in the box, y'all. Everybody just give us a minute here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute, guys. Make sure that you're double tapping away that phone screen. Someone in the queue and someone in the chat says, oh my God, it's a Jubilee guy. I've seen you all over Twitter. Dude, I've been going crazy on Twitter. I don't know what is going on. I am actually going fucking insane on Twitter. I'm going to hit 100K in the next handful of days. I'm hyped.
Hey, Dean, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am, sir. And before we start, I just want to say we had a good conversation here in our local town a few weeks ago on the side of the road. I was standing there across from the Palestinian flag. I was standing next to the Israeli flag.
Oh, no way.
Had a conversation with us.
No way.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 days ago, I was actually pleasantly surprised to open up Twitter, and I kind of saw your face, and I was like, oh, shit. Guys
Yes.
wearing the same shirt,
Wow.
pants, the whole thing.
So, for those that are curious, there was Palestinian protesters in my hometown. Then on the other side of the road, they started to gather, pro-Israel protesters, and I pulled over and I started debating the pro-Israel protesters. So, yeah. Anyways, why are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, and it's pretty good there. To be honest with you, the reason I'm voting for Trump is because of the bigoted rhetoric that is pushed by a lot of people who kind of have a lot of channels similar to yours. People like to say you're voting for Trump. That must mean that you hate women, or make all these generalized statements towards them, kind of categorizing them all into this like hate group, which is essentially a definition of bigotry.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. So you're voting for Trump because of because you don't like bigoted rhetoric. So when Donald Trump called all black people lazy, or said that the best thing that can happen to a woman is pregnancy, or boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls to see them undress, would you consider that bigoted rhetoric?
We could use an analogy, the same statements that were made on House floors and Senate floors of Joe Biden back in the 70s, and you still promoted him as a candidate. So
you'd be talking about the crime bill here?
If you were to use the same
favorite sunglasses are marvelous
theology for me and hold me to that, I'm just curious why it was okay for you to overlook that in the previous election that you weren't able to vote in, but you were promoting him a couple of months ago before, Kamala Harris kind of joined this banana republic takeover of the Democratic Party without legislative votes from the actual people.
Okay, so she was voted in by the delegates at the
that same idea.
So she was voted in by the delegates at the DNC? All right, she was voted in by the delegates at the DNC, not to mention that our private political parties don't have anything to do with our government. It's not a function of a government. It's not an attribute of a government. It's a private political party. You could go tomorrow and start your own private political party. All common rules and procedures were followed, with Kamala Harris stepping up once Joe Biden had dropped out of the race. What we'll see in any primary election, if there's multiple candidates, with one candidate winning a majority of states and then one candidate winning a minority of states, the winner of the minority will drop out, then tell their delegates that they want to endorse another candidate. That we would never call that anti-democratic. We never call that a coup nor a takeover. So I don't see why we'd say anything differently here. If you want to talk about an actual coup, let's talk about how Trump tried to rig the election in 2020. But more so, if we want to talk about Joe Biden with the point that you brought up, what I would say here is that, yeah, Joe Biden does have a racist past. However, he has held himself accountable. He's apologized and he's become a better person. That's something that Trump has never done. And Joe Biden at this point has dropped out of the race. And come November, I'm voting for the non-racist over the racist. Why aren't you?
Do you have a actual soundbite clip or any actual documentation of Joe Biden making a formal apology for the statements that he made? I've yet to hear one, yet to see one, or any documentation of it. They kind of follow the typical Democratic Party line, which is to whenever you're confronted with something, you just ignore it until something major happens that is more pressing. The next big thing people talk about, Democratic voters are very short-lived in their memory banks of what's going on.
I don't have one on hand. I have a lot of sources on hand, but I don't think anyone's ever asked me for a source for that specifically. But actually, no, never mind, I do. Yeah, sure. So we could reference a Reuters article from July 6, 2019. Just look up Reuters. Biden apologized for touting past work with segregationists as a senator. You could also look up Joe Biden apologizes for comments on racial diversity. All right, that was 4 years ago on CBS. And then you could also find an apology strictly from Biden on the New York Times for apologizing for saying that black voters ain't black if they don't vote for him. Yeah.
So again, even with that statement, when has Donald Trump has not shown in any asset for me that he is a bigot in the way of his thinking. Now, granted,
really,
I think
could I run a couple things by you?
His conversations that he has, his public conversations and his public viewpoints are very much, things that you see on Twitter, Facebook, etc. There are a lot of these, events that go through. I don't always agree with the things that come out of Donald Trump's mouth. Debates, he's horrible at debates. I hate seeing him on the debate stage because, he's always trying to, crowd work and whatnot. So, I'm not saying he's the best political speaker, but his deals that he made in with Saudi Arabia, where he cut off the oil money, he was pushing
do you mind if I respond to
American
your first
energy.
point?
Those are a lot of the reasons why I'm supporting Donald Trump.
Okay, so about the last point you just made about pushing American energy. So we're actually producing more oil here at home in America today than we ever have, including under Trump's admin. And that's directly because Biden and Harris have approved 50% more drilling permits on federal land compared to Trump. But to respond to your first point that you've never heard anything bigoted come out of Trump's mouth, so I'll just go off and list a lot of claims, actually. So in the 1970s, Donald Trump refused to rent to black people because they were black. The DOJ of the state of New York took him to a civil court for doing so. In 1991, he said all black people are lazy. He also said that he doesn't like it when black men count as money. He'd rather have the quote-unquote short men and the yarmulkes. He called for the death penalty for the Central Park Five after they had been exonerated for their crimes. He said that Kamala Harris turned black, implying that she wasn't black prior. Alongside, he proponed the birther movement of Barack Obama, which is a very obvious and intuitive example of bigotry, stating that because of the color of his skin, he was not born in the U.S., but was rather born in Kenya, even though he has a birth certificate in Hawaii and shouldn't be able to run for president. Also, it should be noted, Brandon, I cannot hear you right now. For me to be able to hear you, you have to be able to see me, as in you have to be on the TikTok app. So I feel like all of those are like very clear-cut examples of bigotry.
Okay, can you hear me now? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so no, I see what you're saying, but it's very funny. A lot of these claims, the 70s, the 80s, these were claims made by Democrat Donald Trump, who is promoted by the same people who are attempting to tear him down. And a lot of these conversations too, it's wildly frustrating because you make these claims about bigotry, and I'm curious. Do you actually know the full definition of bigotry?
Yeah, the way that I define bigotry.
And do you think, and in your belief, not how you define bigotry, but have you read the dictionary definition of bigotry?
No, I've never looked up the term bigotry.
So I was attempting to pull this up
dictionary.
and read it. You can't hear me when I move out of the app. So if you could actually look it up for me and just read that. I'm curious because I've heard you use the term bigot quite openly. And I think some of the, I think you're, like I told you on the side of the road, you're a very intelligent man. I appreciate that you do your research, and that's why I was, like I said, I was happy to see you on there. I disagree with a lot of fundamental things that you have to say, kind of the terms that you get to, but I appreciate your ability to learn through debates and challenging your own beliefs in these conversations. And I think it's made you more intellectually strong. But I challenged you then, as I challenged you now, to continue to hold your same party or your same candidates to the same standards as you do the opposite side. It's a challenge to not promote bigotry and promote going against. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So first of all, I think that we should hold all people in public offices accountable. That's not like a party exclusive thing. I think a lot of people on the right act and project on Democrats that they don't hold like their Democratic politicians accountable because you don't hold Trump accountable. Like I'd say that a commonsensical red line would be to never vote for a rapist. You are doing that in November. A common sense red line is to never vote for someone that's attempted to stage a coup and overthrow our government and steal an election. Yet you are doing that in November. A common sense red line is to never vote for someone that called for extreme and total religious persecution against all Muslims. Yet you are doing that in November. I feel like that's just a projection from the right on the left, not a true read of the left. And then my second point would be, you asked me how I define bigotry. So, I mean, I'd define bigotry as just holding to like rudimentally false beliefs that regress society in a negative direction. The dictionary defines bigotry as unreasonable attachments to belief, opinion, or faction, and particular prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular group, which essentially reduces down to how I defined it. So, I mean, I think that we could obviously associate, a couple examples of that being true of Trump. But, I mean, we could also talk about the fact that we shouldn't vote for rapists, yet you're doing that, or any of the other points that I brought up.
Wow. So your belief is that, and I'm gonna paraphrase, but your belief is that anyone voting for Donald Trump is voting for a rapist because they approve rape, or they're
Right.
voting for
They're apologetic to it.
apologetic. And how is their vote for Trump apologetic to rape?
Yeah, because in society, like, we should hold consequences for rapists, okay, right? Because without legal and like social consequences for rape, we know that more men would harm more women. And the thing is when you vote for Donald Trump to be the president of our country, you're essentially taking those social consequences and you're throwing them out of the window. We're supposed to socially scrutinize and stigmatize against rapists. We're supposed to limit their societal opportunity. However, it is the case that we see a multitude of Trump supporters say either no, he's not a rapist, or I don't care that he's a rapist, he has good policy, alongside all of these other claims, and then you end up platforming him into the highest position of power known to mankind when we're supposed to be limiting that opportunity, and then you actually kind of relinquish stigmatization against him as a person for being a rapist, but rather stigmatize E. Jean Carroll, calling her a liar, saying that she did it for the money, saying that she was politically persecuting him, etc.
Now, these accusations, or these trials that were held against him previously, and these things that have happened, I would argue that our media, or just the weaponization of the DOJ, which you can argue if you'd like, because it's in your benefit, but they have pushed the bar in so many of these countries to attack Trump in outlandish ways, absolutely outlandish ways, to try to get back at him for his decisions that he made in his first term or for January 6th. Because they weren't able to stick it to him there, so they were going to find something that would. And due to them pushing this rhetoric and moving forward and weaponizing the DOJ, these serious accusations that actually come towards him, his viewership and his people who follow him in the party lines are less likely. It's hard to determine. How do you determine which of these are factual and which of these are actual witch hunts?
Yeah, I'd like to ask you. I'd like to ask you a question.
No, that was a buzzword, but genuine question.
Yeah. So, do you think it's okay to believe in things without reason or evidence? No. Okay. It's not okay to believe in things without evidence. Would you agree with me there?
I would say it's okay to be optimistic or to question it without evidence, but to make a firm statement.
Did you just concede to questioning his trials without evidence?
Well, they conceded to give him felonies without a crime. He got charged a felony of covering of crime, and then when they asked them to define the crime that he committed, the jury was told not to ignore the crime that he was not convicted of, and only that of covering up a crime, the crime of covering up a crime, and that's what he got charged for.
So what was the name of the felony conviction?
The same question that you're asking.
So that's false. We'd like to clarify there. So he was charged with 34 counts of a felony. What was the felony?
It was the attempt to cover. It was a spending. It was with the spending of his lawyer that he put money through towards Stormy Daniels, if I'm mistaken.
So the title of the felony is falsification of business records. Okay, and this is a Class E felony in the state of New York. However, it is a two-step crime. In accordance with New York State legislator, you do not have to define what that second crime would be. However, you just have to give reasonable examples, and then they'd find more beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that at least like one of a particular set of second step crimes was committed. This is what the jury had convicted Trump on, and this was in accordance with New York state law. However, the crime in which he was convicted of was falsification of business records. And then also, when you say that maybe E. Jean Carroll, the victim of rape, was politically persecuting him, that makes no sense. One of the major pieces of evidence in her trial
never made that claim.
Okay, well, I mean, if she's not politically persecuting Trump, would you say that Trump is a rapist?
I would say that he was held civilly liable for something that happened back in, the 70s and 80s.
Okay, so you do think that it happened. You do think that Donald Trump had raped her.
And again, the point is yes, women have not felt comfortable being able to go after these people who are in positions of power. I have great sympathy for women who are put in these positions. However, we have examples time and time again, and we've made a lot of progress with women in this country for them to speak out. and to speak out in a timely manner. I firmly agree that anyone who commits rape and does these things should be prosecuted. However, I do believe that women need to step up and make these accusations publicly or go through the court of law and actually go after these guys before, they're up for some election or up for anything else. It's
Okay.
absurd.
So you're essentially saying that, yeah, like a victim is held to a particular standard of reporting in a quote unquote timely manner, and if they do not report in a quote unquote timely manner, now the occurrence is no longer relevant to you and your political decisions. The issue with this is that is victim blaming. 62% of women who get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime, and the reason that is because of victim blaming. Thank you so much for the 1 month sub. I'd say that grape culture, right, has stigmatized women reporting their grape, and this is a prime example. I mean, tens of millions of Republicans today have demonized E. Jean Carroll, have turned her into a monolith of the left, have dehumanized her, alongside she got fired from her job because of these repercussions, and this is what the social pressures are that prevent women from speaking out about these things earlier. If you want women that get raped to speak out about it earlier, you have to reduce the impact of the social pressures provided by grape culture, and by voting for Trump, you are only making them more impactful. And Amber, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. W's for Amber in the chat. I really do appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Amber down below. Thank you so much. But seemingly you did say there that, yeah, Donald Trump had grape during the 90s. However, it is the case. Yo, what? Wait, what is it? What? 1 second. Yo, Purdy with the TikTok universe. Holy shit, Purdy. I want to see at least 1,000 W's in that chat right now for Purdy. That is insanity. Thank you so much for the love. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Brandon. A viewer of the stream just sent a massive, massive, massive gift. Holy shit, that is actually the biggest gift available on this damn platform. I want to see at least 1,000 W's for Purdy in that chat right now. And Kevin, thank you so much for the subscription. Purdy, you have been popping off so much lately. I really appreciate you for the love. They gave a new animation to that gift, so I didn't know what it was straight away, but seriously, thank you so much. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Purdy. Show Purdy love, y'all. Please show Purdy love. That is insane. Thank you so much. But Brandon, back to what I was saying to you, is you seemingly did recognize that Donald Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll in the 90s. However, it's just not sufficient reason for you not to vote for him. The question I have for you here is, if Donald Trump was held civilly liable for raping a little girl instead of raping E. Jean Carroll, would you still be voting for him come November?
You're correlating. See, that's the obvious answer is no. If he raped a little girl, obviously the answer is no. And it's kind of a bigoted analogy to make that reference point.
Well, the point of the analogy is just to prove the point that why is raping an adult woman not bad enough,
It's
but
to
raping a
exaggerate
little
your
girl
point.
is? Aaron, thank you for the dinosaur. Like, what's the difference here? You'd vote for him in one scenario, but not the other. Why?
You do not believe. Well, do you not believe that people have the ability to lie when it benefits them?
Oh, yeah, I do think that people have the ability to lie when it benefits them, but I also think that only 2 to 8% of rape accusations in general are false, and then that percentage slims even further when you consider how many false allegations make it through a court of law, and that idea is essentially ruled out when we consider the evidence that she actually submitted to the said court of law. You can't just assume because some people lie, all people lie. That's like saying because some people are in prison for murder falsely,
Agreed.
therefore we should release
Agreed.
all murderers from prison. I am not. Thank you for the subscription. Not to mention that adults can lie and children can lie.
Do you believe that Jean Carroll's accusation against, or okay, let's not even use Jean Carroll as an example.
Linda, thank you for the subscription.
Because I, that was before I was even born. Those accusations happened. The whole court case that went underway, I genuinely, no impact to me. I really did not follow that case very, very well. But in general, though, how many allegations, in terms of like rape allegations
J-Mo, thank you
that
for the
are
subscription.
paid out in terms of civil court opposed to criminal court? I'd be curious to know what the percentages are and the incomes of those of being accused.
Yeah, can I ask you a
and
question?
again, 'cause you have to ask intention, right? Is it their intention to, actually actually like hold these people liable for this, or is there an intention that they can benefit from it financially?
Nefertiti, I appreciate
Again,
you for the $5 on Venmo. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
let's hear it.
Okay, so you said that you didn't really follow the court case too closely. Do you know one piece of evidence that Eugene Carroll submitted to the court to prove to the jury that Trump had raped her?
You stated only from secondhand from watching your stream the last couple days of you said that there was records from her therapist, where she made those statements, and the documentation from that was submitted to the court.
So here's the issue. Brandon. I don't think that you held to the belief that Donald Trump isn't a rapist starting in the last couple days. I bet you've seemingly held to this belief as long as you've known about the court that held him liable, if you've known about the court that held him liable.
To be honest with you, I know for a fact that he was held civilly liable for it. That is a fact, as you point out too.
Can I give you my issue? Could I give you my issue real quick?
Define hearsay. Define hearsay. You can't just say I could say that Kamala Harris, or you know what?
Talking.
Fuck it. Let's go this way. JD Vance raped me when I was 13.
Okay, so that's a claim.
Does that have a stance,
So
right?
do you see the difference?
I'll go talk to my therapist about
So
it.
do you see the difference?
Talk to my therapist about it.
So do you mind if I
have that, but in law, and this is again a struggle that it has with the court, the justice system. This is why it's important that they follow that of the law, because it's important that we actually stick to the evidence that is in place. And hearsay, anything that cannot be tied to, you can make any claim you want.
Gloria, I appreciate you for the travel. Thank you so much for the love. And Purdy with another 25 gifted subs. Let's get some W's for Purdy in the chat right now. I really appreciate you for the 25 gifted subs. You are absolutely phenomenal. I want to see at least, dude, I want to see nonstop W's for Purdy. You've been going off today. Thank you so much for the love. Nonstop W's for Purdy in the chat. Yeah, so here's my point. If Trump's an innocent man, then why did he fail to provide his DNA to the court when Eugene Carroll said that she had his DNA on a dress that he had graped her in? Like for instance, if you were driving and you were sober, but a cop pulled you over suspecting you of drunk driving, would you take the breathalyzer to prove that you were sober?
Again, no, you don't have to though. It's your legal right not to take
you have a legal right
breathalyzer
not
if you're
to. But
sober.
I'm just asking you if any rational person.
You're
would take
asking
the breathalyzer.
if a reasonable person would. I would say they would, but again,
Okay. Do you mind if I want to finish cooking?
I wouldn't always
You've
trust
answered my
that.
question. You've answered my question. I want to finish cooking now. You said that any reasonable person would take a breathalyzer if they were pulled over for drunk driving and they were sober. And the analogy here would be, well, any reasonable innocent man accused of rape in court would provide his DNA to the court to prove his innocence when the accuser provides a dress claiming that it has his DNA on it from the day that he raped her. Okay? Right? So what you'd have to say here either is that Donald Trump is not innocent or Donald Trump is irrational.
In the Department of Justice, who has the burden of truth? The accuser or the defense?
The burden of proof would be placed on the accuser, and that is the evidence that was submitted to the jury and proved Donald Trump guilty. However, my claim here is, although the burden of proof would lie on the prosecutor, the burden of proof would also lie on the cop that pulled you over for drunk driving, right? We're not talking about like who has the burden of proof in a legal sense, what you're obligated to do given like the criminal justice system. We're talking about what the reasonable actions, right, of a rational individual would be, right? And we'd reasonably expect that an innocent person that's falsely accused of rape would submit his DNA to the court when the accuser submits a dress claiming to have their DNA on it, the same way any reasonable person would take the breathalyzer. Although you don't need to take the breathalyzer, you would take the breathalyzer insofar as negating, right, the hours spent getting dragged down to the hospital to take a blood test. The same way if Donald Trump was an innocent man and had been falsely accused, he would have submitted his DNA insofar as escaping paying her $87 million. He would have escaped the negative PR associated with have been labeled a rapist. He would have probably had a bump in the polls, and he wouldn't have had to spend 2 to 3 years of his life sitting in a courtroom all day.
Do judges have the ability to give a warrant to collect DNA if the evidence is found probable evidence?
Amber, thank you for
Does
the
the judge
subscription.
have that ability?
In a criminal court, yes. In a civil court, no.
Okay. Again, these accusations, these things need to come to light. They need to go in through the criminal case to be able to do that. If he can't do it civilly, then he has every right to deny that. We can't just supersede these laws. Like you can make
Yeah,
a claim
but you're not listening to me. Just because you have the right to do something doesn't mean you should. You have the right to slur. Okay, that doesn't mean that you should slur. And also, this is what the Republicans like to say: you have the right to burn the American flag, but that doesn't mean you should. Okay, right? So just because you have the right to do something doesn't mean you should. All right, like I have the right to start bullying you right now. But should I? No. Okay. So just because Donald Trump had the right to not submit his DNA doesn't mean that he should have not submitted his DNA. We could also say that he had the right to submit his DNA. So we could use your same logic to say, well, he should have because he had the right to. Okay. Right. But at the end of the day, if you're making the claim that it's not reliable because this was determined in a civil court, Rye, thank you for the galaxy, and Ashley with the $10 on Venmos. W for Ashley in the chat. Thank you for the $10.
All right, Dane. Hey, I just checked the time, man. I got to go back to work. Keep doing what you're doing, man. But please, I beg you, open up to having real conversations, holding people to the same level of critique that you do everyone else. Again, I appreciate it. I'm learning a lot from listening to you guys. Everyone here, if you are voting for Trump and you don't like this guy, still watch him. Okay, you will learn a lot, and you start questioning everything in general, kind of really getting an idea. I think it's helpful. I like what Dean's doing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming on, man.
I still encourage that. I still encourage you guys, make your own decisions and don't demonize people. They're not voting for Trump because he's a rapist. They're not voting for Trump for these reasons. As much as you say it, but
All right. Have a good one, Brandon.
Take care, guys.
We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. But Brady, holy shit, Brady, with the $100 on Venmo. And Sammy, thank you for the galaxy. Let's get some massive W's for Brady in the chat, literally right now, with the $100 on Venmo. That is absolutely insane. Holy shit, dude. W's for Brady in the fucking chat literally right now. And Joe with the $50. What the fuck is going on? Holy shit. W's for Brady in the chat for the 100 and W's for Joe with the $50. Oh my god, dude. Y'all are going off today. Holy shit. W's for Brady and Joe. And Lindsay with the $22 and the 22 cents. Yo. W's for Brady, W's for Joe, and W's for Lindsay. Thank you guys so much. That is insanity. Betsy, hello. Are you voting for Trump? Betsy's not here. We're going to move on to our next guest. Spam MAGA down below in the chat. Thank you for the duck. If you want to come up and debate, we got our next guest loading in right now. And everybody do double tap away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 1 million likes here today. So everyone just do give us a minute, y'all. Everybody do be patient. And Adam, thank you so much for the sage. We got our next guest coming up. Spam me down below if you want to come up and debate. This guy's name is I Debate Noobs. Okay. KTP, I appreciate you so much for the subscription. All right. Spam me down below if you want to come up. Spam MAGA down below if you want to come up. We're just looking for a next guest. It really makes it easier for me to pull up from the queue compared to, from the chat compared to the queue. So please just drop it down below in the chat if you want to come up. Goop, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the sage. And Kyan, thank you for the $3. Hey, Truth, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 18 years old.
Okay, I don't believe you. We're going to move on to our next guest. Someone just requested $150 from me, and I thought that they had sent it to me, but I'm getting better at recognizing that. All right, everyone, just give us a minute. Kelly, please hop in the queue. Kelly, a 70 to 80-year-old woman, just said, I'm voting for the Fallon in the chat. I would love you to come up. We're going to get our next guest up in the live right now, guys. Please do put a MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up. It makes my life so much easier. Literally so much easier. What's up, Captain? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, you kind of sound like Talking Ben there. So why are you voting for the rapist felon wannabe dictator on day one? That's all it took? Dude, that's really all it took? I just had to ask you a question? Okay. Sometimes it's too easy. Sometimes we solo. Chat. Sometimes we solo with the one-liners. I'm not gonna lie. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why is that?
Because I believe that Trump does have the ability to improve the economy more than, not Biden, than Kamala can.
Yeah, that's laughable, man. I'm not gonna lie. His tax plan, it mostly benefits rich people, and it detriments the low and the middle class with tariffs. Harris's tax plan benefits 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class.
Okay, I mean, you can say that, but also, Trump, what is he doing? He's planning on removing taxes on tips. I don't really think that helps the higher class. I could say that, as someone who would be working minimum wage at a local restaurant.
Ryan with the $50 on PayPal. Yo, I want to see 500 W's for Ryan in the chat with a $50 on PayPal. Dude, thank you so much, Ryan. I'm going to use that money to buy my nephew a birthday present. I'm going to his birthday party today after my stream. He's turning 8 today. I'm going to use that $50 to get him a present. Let's get some W's for Ryan in the chat. Thank you for the love, man. Massive W's for Ryan down below for the present. For my nephew. Thank you so much for the $50, Ryan. Go ahead, man.
Quick question, how old are you? Sorry.
I just turned 20.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
No,
so
anyways.
you said that no tax on tips benefits the low and the middle class? Kamala Harris is also campaigning on no tax on tips.
Yes,
Megan,
sir.
thank you for the subscription.
Okay, and then another thing we can say is, Biden, what did they do? They supported electric vehicles, apparently to help with, climate and stuff like that. Yeah, that did provide jobs, but there are other opportunities for jobs that don't require, electric vehicles, which are very expensive that the middle class cannot afford. So promoting something that's going to be expensive doesn't make sense. As well as Kamala stating that she wants to give 25.
Wait, the goal is to make them less expensive. The goal is to make EVs less expensive and more affordable given time via investment in research and development. But not to mention that the entry price of a Model 3 of a Model E3, whatever it is, of a Tesla is $30,000, which is the same price of any a new vehicle, the average price of a new vehicle on the market today, if not a little bit lower. But the claim is to reduce the price over time. And you could also find other EVs apart from Teslas that cost less. But you were talking about your $25,000 subsidy. Go ahead. And Owen with the $20 on Venmo to get him some ice cream too. And Justin with the $20 as well. Oh my God, you guys are great. Let's get some W's in the chat for Owen and Justine, guys. Thank you both for the $20. Justine says you're making a wonderful difference in the world. Thank you, Justine. W's for Owen and Justine. I will get him some ice cream too. And Michael with the $30 on Venmo, saying, keep being you, my guy. I love what you do. What is going on right now? Thank you for the $30, Michael. W's for Owen, Michael, and Justine. Thank you guys so much for the love. Thank you guys. Seriously. Oh my God.
Okay, so yeah, we can state that the EVs is a good thing, but also we do need to remember that how do we power these vehicles through energy? So my question would be, how is they going to be getting more energy to be powering up all these new electric vehicles?
We've been producing more domestic energy under Biden and Harris than we ever did under Trump.
Okay, but how are we going to be producing this energy? What is her claim under her?
Once again, the U.S. is more energy independent now than it was under Trump. About production of energy is higher here in America now than it was under Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question. Would you still vote for Trump if he wanted to ban all new Muslims from coming into our country?
See, this is something I don't like debating, whether or not what the person's saying about people, because we can go.
That's religious persecution.
No, let me.
Oh my God.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
The thing is, you can make these claims Trump says bad things, but we have to remember everyone says bad things. Yeah, of course, Biden apologizes.
Yeah, Hitler said and did a bunch of bad things, but remember, nobody's perfect.
Trump can say these things, but he's not doing it. Do you really think he's not going to let a Muslim into the country?
Yeah, so he called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country, and then he figured out that that was unconstitutional, so then he implemented a travel ban on 6 countries. But I just want to clarify, if Donald Trump said that he wanted to bring slavery back but never did, would you still vote for him because everyone says bad things?
If Donald Trump said he wanted to bring back slavery but never did. Wait, repeat the question one more time, my bad.
Mycon, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Ryan with the $25 too. Ryan says, I appreciate you, Ryan, and I appreciate you, Mycon. Let's get some W's for Mycon and Ryan in the chat. Thank you both for the $25 on Venmo and PayPal. You guys are great. I really appreciate you guys. Y'all are great. Dude, W's in the chat. I really appreciate everyone for your love today. You guys are popping the fuck off. So if Donald Trump said that he wanted to bring slavery back but never did, would you still vote for him because everybody says mean things?
See, the thing is, though, I know he wouldn't do anything like that. That's the issue. Is now we're saying, no one would actually bring back slavery. That's just such.
Yeah, but if he said that he wanted to, would you still vote for him, even if you knew that he wouldn't?
If I knew he wouldn't, but he still said it, yeah. Why would I not vote for him just for saying that? What's the problem? Like, yeah, I mean, I can take a joke, right? Like,
oh my god.
No, genuinely. What's the issue?
Did you just say you could take a joke?
What's the issue with what's the issue with saying, yeah, let me bring back slavery, but then not do it?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Dude, you are cooked. You are cooked. Did you just quadruple down on that shit?
Yes.
Did you just quadruple fucking down? Did you just, dude, holy shit. I lose faith in humanity. Amanda, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for being far more educated than the guest. Amanda, thank you for the $25. W's for Amanda in the chat. Thank you, Amanda. And Adrienne with the $2 on Venmo for the Nephews B-Day Fund. Thank you, Adrienne. I will use that. Thank you, Amanda and Adrienne. Did you just say what's the issue with wanting to bring slavery back?
You said he just said it. It doesn't mean he's going to do it, right? Is that what you said? You said,
dude.
If Trump said something completely radical like that, which you and I both know he wouldn't, as long as there's no actual thing being done, what's the problem?
Are you a real person? Are you joking?
Bro, wait, okay, you tell me what the issue with that is.
What's the issue with wanting to bring slavery back? What the fuck?
No, he's not bringing it back, though. You just said he's just saying
By the way, I want to clarify, everyone in the chat, I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because of how shocked I am, and that's a nervous reaction to the most insane shit I have ever heard. I want to clarify that. I would really like to clarify that. Whoa, I'm so sorry. You were like, this is literally crazy. So you think that only actions matter and intention doesn't. So if Donald Trump intended to rape your 10-year-old daughter but failed, you'd still vote for him?
Sorry, 1 second. No, see, this is an issue, is all we're doing is we're just bringing up hypotheticals, and I'd rather we argue or debate about something that's not just a...
Okay, answer the hypothetical, little bro.
Okay, can you say it one more time? I got a phone call, so I didn't hear it.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm actually going to change my hypothetical. So if Donald Trump wanted to teach kids in elementary and middle school about the LGBTQ plus community and what it means to be trans, what it means to be GAY, etc., would you still vote for him, but failed?
If he wanted to teach kids about it?
Yeah, but he failed, yeah.
No, I would I still vote for him was the question?
No! You'd vote for him if he wanted to bring slavery back, but not if he wanted to teach kids at school about gay people? Oh my god! What the fuck? What the fuck has humanity devolved to? This shit makes me lose hope. This shit right here, go the fuck to school.
No. My bad.
Go, dude, I can't.
No, I keep getting a phone call.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't. I don't
keep
believe
getting a phone
you.
call, so then my mic interrupted. I was
Yeah, that's a fucking FBI buddy. You better open up.
It's if somebody said, because the hypothetical is different. The question is, you're saying Trump tried to actually do it, right? But with the slavery question, Trump didn't try to do it.
Yeah, he tried but failed. So it didn't actually end up
No,
happening.
the hypothetical with the slavery said he just said he was gonna do it, but not actually try on it.
Yeah, so like I asked you
Okay,
about like
but-
if he said it like in the sense that he tried but failed because it's constitutionally protected against.
No, I didn't. You didn't say that though. You didn't say.
Shandaya, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Shandaya. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Okay, man. Hey, can you name one policy that Donald Trump passed during his first presidential term that benefited the low and middle class more than rich people?
Yeah, so we can talk about the PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program, and what that did was.
So what was the name of the policy? I've heard of PPP. What's the name of the policy?
I just said the Paycheck Protection Program from. I'm trying to remember the.
It's not a name of a policy passed under his admin.
No. I'm trying to remember what it was called.
Okay, well, how about you just go Google it and come back? I'm sorry, bro. We're going to move on to our next guest. Oh, what, dude? Listen, dude, these Trump supporters are making me lose my damn mind. Fortnite Boss, thank you for that mustache. Hello, are you voting for Trump? All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. He was probably voting for Trump. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute. We got Daniel loading up into the queue, guys. Everyone just do be patient. Daniel, have we talked before?
No, we haven't. Why?
Joe with the $50 on PayPal. Yo, let's get at least 1,000 W's in the comment section for Joe right now. I really appreciate you for the $50 on PayPal. W's for Joe in the chat literally right now. Thank you for the $50. I really appreciate you. Massive W's for Joe down below. Thank you so much, man. I think I have talked to Daniel before and that guy's driving. But seriously, thank you so much, Joe. You've been showing so much love recently. W's for Joe in the chat. It is literally every day. Thank you so much, Joe. W's for Joe right now. We have our next guest loading up in here. Hi, I know that you're voting for Trump. Why do you want the Grapus in the Oval Office?
You know why? Do you want to know why? Like, seriously, why?
Yeah, just don't slur.
No, I'm not going to slur. Don't worry. Look, so I come from a Mexican family, right? Just listen up. And most of my relatives, they've crossed the border illegally. Well, not illegally anymore because it's open borders now, right? But they've actually participated on like drug smuggling. So like, what do you think about that? Like all the drugs that come through from the southern border.
So 95% of the drugs that are processed across the southern.
Listen.
Okay.
So listen, dumbass. All right. Look, I know not every
Excuse me?
Listen, I know not every illegal is a criminal.
Joe, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Satan. It's always a pleasure, my friend.
For the $20. Oh my God, suck my dick. All right, listen.
Yo, you need to calm the fuck down. Know your place, little bro.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey,
Yo,
get some W's in the chat for Joe. Thank you for the $20.
T.S. Brooke owned you, boy, and Charlie Kirk too. So, I mean, I could tell you're voting for Kamala. Just look at the size of your arms.
Okay.
Little incel.
How much do you bench press?
Bro, I could bench press you and your whole fucking family. That's for sure.
What's your max?
I can't believe you're
Rachel, thank you for the $20 on PayPal for being smarter than the guest, and Jenna with the $10 on Venmo for cooking the grape apologist.
God, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
W's for Rachel and Jenna. Are you jealous?
Bro, I can't believe you're only gonna use $50 for your nephew, bro.
Okay, I mean,
you guys need to donate more to Theist.
Okay.
And less to this guy, Dean. Anyways, look. It's so funny how
okay, why are you jealous of people donating?
Listen.
Okay, I'll listen.
Look.
He's jealous, guys. Go for it, man. I'm listening.
I would not be jealous of someone like as small as you, bro. But look at that.
I'm like surprisingly.
Little culito,
what the
bro.
hell? All right, dude. It's always like the red pilled Republicans. It's always the red pill Republicans that like to talk about my ass.
Yo, little neck boy, listen up. Just shut up for a bit, all right? Do some research.
What the fuck is going on? How many? Oh, Amanda with the $50 on PayPal. Shut the fuck up. Amanda, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo saying F the guest with a small mind. I appreciate you for the love, Amanda. You can unmute now, little buddy boy. But seriously, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo for cooking the guest. Hey, buddy, come back. Thank you so much for the $50, Amanda. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Amanda and Jordan with a $5 on Venmo, too. Thank you, Amanda and Jordan. I hope that this guy ends up coming back. Unfortunate. I do really appreciate you for the love, Amanda. I think he's afraid of me, guys. We're going to move on to our next guest. And Stephanie with a $5 on Venmo to interrupt him again. Hi, Marky. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And how long do you expect me to believe that?
As long as this conversation.
Okay. All right. Moving on to our next guest. Hey, are you voting for Trump?
Hold on, Dean. Last time I smoked you, buddy, you better get your handler back up here. So you,
Oh, okay.
or
Okay.
how about you do this? Spin around so you can't fucking read your scripts when we get into the conversations.
How about this? I'll just cook you with my eyes closed.
Oh, okay, yeah, fine. So you won't do that. Well, what do you got for me? Why would I do a rapist? Why would I vote for him? Because he's not one.
Okay. So why are you voting for Trump? We'll talk about the civil court that held him liable for grape in a bit.
No, okay, yeah. So why am I voting for him? Foreign policy, border security.
Haley, thank you for the $5 on
manufacturing.
PayPal.
Let me finish, bro. You asked me a question.
I was thanking Haley for the donation. Calm down.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So manufacturing and tax cuts.
Okay. So about
What?
the border, Trump supports open borders. About manufacturing, we had a boom in investment in manufacturing under Biden and Harris because of policies such as the Chips and Science Act.
No, we
and
didn't.
And then about the tax cuts.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
That's a fallacy. It wasn't because of the Chips and Science Act. You're using COVID stats to try to support your economic claim.
So I'd like to clarify that the Chips and Science Act invested about $30 billion into U.S. chip producers.
Yeah, it spent money. It spent money.
Yeah, it made an investment.
So can you
into
show
US
me a
chip
causal
producers.
effect? Demonstrate that. How the $30 billion demonstrate how it actually improved
So,
us.
so the aim of the bill is so the U.S. will be.
I know what the
producing-
aim is. Show me the causal effect.
I'm not aware
Demonstrate
if
it.
we've had any causal effect in the year that
Exactly.
it's been signed into effect. However,
Exactly. It's been signed.
However, I think that like this is just a gross like misleading claim that you're making. Like
No,
the goal.
I didn't make it.
Do
You
mind
made
if do you mind if I finish here?
You made the claim.
Do you mind if I finish without you interrupting me?
Sure, make the claim.
Yeah, so it's like we could sign a policy into effect with like a long-term goal, and then if you make the claim that has it immediately reaped like a broad income or like a broad like ROI in the first 360 days,
Okay, can I
therefore
ask
it's
a question
ineffective.
on
No,
that?
not yet. Or like for instance, like if I start a business and I don't turn my profit in my first year, but I do in my fifth, am I a failure?
Let's have a conversation, not me.
Answer my question.
A second. Okay.
Gabriella, thank you for the $10 and the 50 cents on PayPal. Guess
We're-
he's a big man, baby. He is.
not
Gabriella, thank you for the
talking about you,
$10.
though,
And Samantha with the $20 on
Yeah, just
PayPal. I
get your
appreciate you
script
for the
up.
love, Samantha. W's for Samantha with the $20 and Gabriella with the $10. Answer my question.
Have your handler send the script up while you're doing the the distraction. Okay.
Once again, I'm still going to cook you with my eyes closed. I'm going to go and repeat my question because you're not responding to it.
No, so you're
Trish with the $100 on Venmo to boot Scooter. Holy shit. Thank you for the $100,
smarter than you.
Trish. I want to get at least 1,000 W's in the comment section for
I'm
Trish.
smarter
Thank you
than
for the
you.
100. Shut the fuck up. Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you
500
so much,
points.
Trish.
I'm
Thank
smarter
you
than
so
you,
much for the
bro. You're gonna kick
$100.
me,
I really
so you
appreciate
don't
you for the
want
love.
real
Thank you for the
competition.
$5. No, what I was actually just going to say to Trish is that I like wouldn't kick you for $100. I'd probably kick you for like 300. And
Okay.
Trish, if you'd like a refund, feel free to just text on that strain. But I do really appreciate you for
I'll
the
send
love.
Trish the
What
money
we
if
could
she sends
say
300.
is that like we could put that $100 towards the goal if y'all really want them gone.
Conversation.
Dude, Dustin, stop interrupting me. But I do really appreciate you for the $100. Make sure to show Trish some love in the chat. And Morgan, thank you for the $10. So yeah, I just like to clarify. So you said that Donald Trump's not a rapist. So what? So do you know what the victim's name? is?
No. You said if you had a business.
Yeah, and
you
I didn't make a
implemented
profit in the first
policy-
year, but I did in my second. Would that be expected?
Okay, your business is not a government. If my government is going to say they're going to collect extra taxes from me, I want to know what the output is going to be. What are those funds going to be used for? They have not displayed that and they haven't spent it.
Okay, sure. So you don't like reckless government spending. So then why do you support Trump? Another 10 years of his tax cuts is estimated to cost $4 trillion, and he has no plan how he's going to pay
Bro, we've
for it.
already been through this.
Lisa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
He inherited $3.9 billion in spending from Obama. Now I will leverage that for Biden. Biden inherited 1.9 from Trump. However, this is where we're at. Biden will end up spending the same amount as Trump by the end of his term. Now we're in a bad
And I
spot.
appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Yeah, that's false. That is demonstrably
No,
false.
it's not.
So
Look at
according
the time
to
clock.
Yeah, according for the
Pull up.
congressional for a fight for a
Bro,
responsible
pull up the
federal.
time clock.
One moment, dude, please. According
Pull up your
to
facts, get your handler.
according to the committee for a responsible federal
I don't
budget.
care about the committee. Look at the debt clock.
Okay. According to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, right, Donald Trump signed $8.7 trillion into debt-related spending. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris signed $4.6 trillion into debt-related spending. If we want to count proportionally speaking, insofar as the first 3.5 years, we'd just be looking at non-COVID-related spending because the last 6 months of Trump's term was COVID-related expenditure. Trump spent $4.8 trillion in COVID-related expenditure. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only spent 2.2. So your claim that they're going to end up spending just as much is false, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
Debt clock, not the partisan group.
That's not. So the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget is nonpartisan.
No, it's a partisan group.
Okay. Could you please give me a source that indicate that? Because they state on the website.
You show me a source that it is not
Patrick,
partisan.
thank you for the. You're making the claim. So
No,
wait,
you made the claim.
Wait, if you're saying that I have to prove the negation of your claim true, well, then it is the case that I just say I'm not voting for Trump because last night he raped a child, and you shouldn't either. Prove me wrong, okay? But no, you did make the claim that it was a partisan committee. Go ahead and give me evidence to indicate that.
You use the source, show that it's not partisan.
Okay, you made the claim that it was partisan. Indicate to me
you're
a source.
wrong. I don't have to. It is a partisan.
Oh, you don't have to justify your claims?
No, you made the.
You don't have to justify your claim, Scooter.
Hey, how about this? If I
Wait, Scooter, do you think it's okay to believe in this with evidence? Helene, thank you for the subscription.
News story. If I use a made-up Fox News story, do I have to demonstrate where they got that information from?
Oh yeah, sure, and I could demonstrate to you where they got this information from as well. Right, it's going to be
just
looking
go look at the debt clock, bro.
Okay, what is the debt clock?
It's wow. That's embarrassing, Dean. You got to be better than this. Honestly,
wait, I have to be better than this. You're the one that called the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget partisan. If you want a source that they're bipartisan, feel free to look up Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget about us. Right, you'll be able to read in the first line that they're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization committed to educating the public on issues with significant fiscal policy. For you to hold to your claim that they are partisan, you'd be operating on the basis of no fact because they're stated as a nonpartisan committee. And then at the same time, you'd also just be engaging in conspiratorial hearsay by assuming that they're lying on their website, even though they're a nonprofit operated by our government.
They're an NGO.
So I think your claim is embarrassing, buddy. Let's talk about it.
They're an NGO. They're an NGO that gets their funds from the Democrat Party, dude. Come on.
Kylie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
You're better than this, honestly. So, Dean.
Okay, so would you be able to? I'm gonna give you one last chance to indicate to me a source that they're partisan. Okay, can you please indicate to me a source that they're partisan?
The only nonpartisan
Chanel, thank you for the
debt-
$5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
The only nonpartisan debt realistic number is the debt clock.
Wait, actually, can you indicate to me a source that they're funded by only Democrats?
Yeah.
Okay, do it.
Yeah, Google them and look at their sourcing. It says at the bottom of their website.
No, actually, at the bottom of their website, it says, let's see here.
Yeah, they're an NGO.
Where does it say that they're an NGO? Where does it say that they're funded by the Democrats?
They are an NGO. You told me they were an NGO.
Where does it say that they're funded by Democrats?
Oh my God, bro.
Give me a source. You don't have evidence. Scooter has no source.
No, sorry. Again, the source you're using to say, I'm actually using the government of...
No. I'm holding you to it. Give me a source that the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget is partisan. It's stated on their website that they're a bipartisan nonprofit.
Listen to me for a second.
Sunflower, I appreciate you for the subscription.
Sir, you're looking at a non-profit group, an NGO, and I'm asking you to go to the government of the United States website and look at the debt clock. What's going to be less? What is going to be less?
Thank you for the Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. W's for calling in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really do appreciate you for the love.
Distraction, so you can get.
Wait. Aren't you the person that says that the government is currently politically persecuting Donald Trump? Yeah. You want to appeal in this conversation that the government is non-biased, but as soon as we talk about the DOJ, all of a sudden they're so biased against Trump. As soon as we talk about the Biden administration, they're politically persecuting him. As soon as we talk about the government, Trump, you want to elect Trump to drain the swamp. Are you saying that the government is nonpartisan and non-biased?
Are you pivoting?
No, I'm not. I'm responding directly to your claim that the government is not biased.
When did I do that?
Yeah, 5 seconds ago.
No, I didn't do that.
Okay, so now you're gaslighting me.
No, I didn't.
You sound like my ex-girlfriend from my freshman year of high school. Get a grip, buddy.
What did I say? What was the claim?
Yeah, and this, you said that the government is going to be a more nonpartisan source in comparison to a bipartisan NGO. It's insane.
Sure.
Chris, thank you for the subscription. And then you turn around and say all those things that I just brought up.
I claimed a non-governmental
Wait, didn't you say that I needed a handler in here to cook you? What happened, buddy? What happened to it? You ran out of smoke.
Can I speak?
Yeah, I'll allow you to talk. Go ahead.
What I claimed was you're using your facts based on an NGO, a not-for-profit organization, an NGO, and I'm using the actual government that is in power, their website, as my source.
Yeah. So the reason that you want to be able just to use the debt clock as a source for how much debt was signed into law given the presidencies is because that doesn't account for like debt that's carried over, and that's actually something
I gave you that.
One moment, and that's something that you actually talked about earlier, right? So the goal of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget is to look at what bills they
I
signed
gave
into.
you the debt carried over.
Hey, Scooter, if you interrupt me again, I'm going to kick you.
Come, let's have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a conversation.
No,
You're
but
interrupting me.
I'm giving you a
5,
fact check.
4,
Fact check.
3, 2. Thank you, buddy. So the reason that we can't just use the government's debt clock to like come to a justified conclusion of how much debt was signed into law given the presidencies is because we have to account for debt carried over. And as you just stated, that's something that you denoted and gave me earlier. Right. And the goal of a Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget is to look at the laws and the policies that were enacted and or put into place. Okay, I'm going to kick you, Scooter.
Sir, come on. Let's have a talk.
I told you that if you interrupted me, I was going to kick you. Like I tried to have a good conversation with you there, but you're literally insufferable. Get fucking destroyed. We're going to move on to our next guest here. I appreciate y'all for the 1 million likes. Like I literally had to do like the finger countdown and everything. We're going to move on to our next guest, y'all. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. We got Lion Jester loading up into the queue. Scoot was getting cooked? Oh, I know he was getting cooked. He didn't like that. That's why he was interrupting. Yeah, Scoot's on a timeout. Feel free to re-request in 5 minutes, and I'll let you back up. You need to learn your lesson, buddy. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you for the love. Slow down, Dean. I'll slow down, but like typically with like those really insufferable guests that interrupt like that, you kind of have to speak fast to get your point heard. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. Everyone just give us a second. What's up, Will? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why?
Because he is way better than that unholy bitch, Kamala.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think that we should be calling women bitches. How do you feel if I called your mom a bitch?
Oh, I dare you.
Oh, see? So it's a bad thing when it's your mom, but it's not a bad thing when it's not your mom. See, so that's the issue with misogyny. I only care when it's about you.
I can take a joke. Go for it.
Awesome. So yeah, you also said that she's unholy. So I don't know. What is this guy gonna do? Die, raise from the dead 3 days later, bang another porn star, sexualize another girl, grape another woman?
He didn't grape a woman.
Okay, so he's held civilly liable in a court of law for raping a woman. That is a fact. And Glory, thank you for the live pro. Appreciate you for the love, Glory. One statement in, and you're silent. Okay.
He's way better than Kamala because of
her name's Kamala.
Security. Kamala, whatever.
Okay. Well, hey. Well, so actually, Trump is not better for border security. He supports open borders. That's why he torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago.
And that makes you angry.
Yeah, because I want closed borders. It makes me so angry when these communists, right, come in here and they want open borders.
So you think that we should allow anybody into the country?
No, that's what Donald Trump thinks. That's why I'm not voting for him.
Then why is there more illegal migration here than under Kamala?
Okay, so if you don't pronounce her name right, I'm going to kick you.
Kamala,
do you want?
Kamala.
Okay, how many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
What is this, school?
Yep. Name them.
Asia, Africa, North America, South America, Europe.
That's what I thought. Yeah. See, that's like the archetype for being like that one conservative that's absolutely insufferable, just wants to like harm, mispronounce her name because you don't like her, like do the microaggressions against black women. Of course, he can't name the 7 continents. Hannah, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Hannah right now. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. And Megan with a $15 on Venmo as well. Thank you, Hannah and Megan. Let's go, guys. Thank you so much for the love, Hannah and Megan. Brandon, thank you so much for the $5. And Colin with the $20. Thank you for the love, Colin with the $20. Megan, and then Megan, Hannah, you guys are phenomenal. Thank you guys so much for the love. What's up, Luke? Are you voting for Trump?
I am now. I was originally an RFK Jr. supporter.
Okay, so yeah, why do you want the 34 count felon rapist in the Oval Office? Let's hear it, man.
Well, he wasn't convicted of any of those felonies, so.
He was.
Not really.
Yeah, you could read the conviction. He was convicted on 34 counts of falsification of business records. It is a 2-step felony, and it's a Class E felony in the state of New York.
Okay, well, the people that you want to vote for have done much worse things.
Okay, so what has Kamala Harris done that's worse than grape or like 34 felonies?
She's hid evidence that would have led to someone on a murder charge being released. That evidence that would have helped freed him until it was required for her to come forward with it.
Okay, so when it was required for her to come forward with it and the DNA testing was done, what was the result?
But it's the fact that she tried to bury evidence.
I actually don't think that she did anything wrong there. So she prosecuted a man for murder. He was put on death row. Then his lawyer argued that there should be more DNA testing. As she prosecuted him, she was confident with her prosecution, and she thought that that would be a waste of resources. Then a judge ordered it. The DNA testing was done. He was found guilty a second time, and he was kept on death row. His life was never on the line. The state of California stopped executions in 2006 before it occurred. And then the governor's office, right, specifically did an investigation for Kamala Harris for any wrongdoing on her behalf in 2018 and found no wrongdoing.
Life in prison is still your life on the line. That's almost worse than this, one could argue. But
so his life wasn't on the line. They stopped executions in 2006. Virginia, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for the birthday fund for my nephew. Thank you for the love, Virginia. W's for Virginia in the chat. Thank you for the $25. He's going to love that. I'm going to get him an awesome gift. Thank you, Virginia. W's for Virginia right now. Go ahead,
I'm not
Luke.
talking about an execution, but I'm saying that life in prison is arguably having your life on the line. But
it's arguably not.
Yeah, if your life is in prison, your life is on the line, essentially. Who would want to live their entire life in prison?
Okay, maybe we just mean different.
over.
Maybe we just mean different things by life on the line. But once again, he was guilty. She knew he was guilty. She didn't want to waste resources. DNA testing was inevitably done, and he was found guilty again. And then it was investigated by the governor's office and found no wrongdoing on her behalf.
Fair enough. But like I said before, I was an RFK Jr. supporter, and he's leaning towards Trump, which is the main reason why I'm going that way as well. But I don't really like how the debates have been ran, anything like that. It all seems a little bit fishy. I think that the media and everything like that.
Purdy! Holy shit, I'm so sorry, Luke. Purdy with the $100 on Venmo for the nephew's birthday. What is going on, bro? Holy shit, that's insane, Purdy. What is going on? Dude, I would have get at least 1,000 W's in the chat for Purdy with the $100 for the nephew's birthday. That is insane. Oh my God, Purdy, you are so kind. Please show some love to Purdy in the chat with a $100 on Venmo for the nephew's birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. W's for Purdy right now. Thank you so much. That is so kind. I cannot wait to go to his party later. W's for Purdy in the chat. Thank you so much, Purdy. Go ahead, Luke.
I honestly lost where I was at. But yeah, I don't really like how debates and media has been ran. I think that there's a lot of partisan in those organizations. I mean, Kamala kind of has a lot of flip-flop in her ideals.
Like what?
She said a lot about her views on the Second Amendment right. Like, during the debate, she's like, I'm all for it, but then 2 days later, she was saying that there'd be a mandatory buyback.
Okay, so actually, the mandatory buyback programs, it's going to come from 2019, not today. And I don't think that changing a belief over the course of 5 years is flip-flopping. Like, would you say that J.D. Vance is a flip-flopper because in that same year he called Trump's America's Hitler? Or that Trump is a flip-flopper because in the 90s he was a pro-choice Democrat?
What about her views on fracking? I mean, there's multiple interviews saying that first day in office she's going to ban fracking, and then during
once
the
again,
debate...
that's another clip from her presidential campaign in 2019.
She just doesn't seem like a super sound candidate. I mean, like, anytime that she's...
So she doesn't sound like a super sound candidate, but the grapist, racist, womanizer, sexist that with 34 felonies that also defrauded young adults at Trump University, called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country, tried to overthrow the election in 2020 and convince tens of millions of American citizens that he won even though he didn't, is a sound candidate?
I think he's more sound because I believe that the way that he's going to run this country will economically be better.
Okay, so why do you think his
I'm not
economic
looking
policy
at
is
him,
better than Harris's?
I'm not looking at him as a friend or as like a personal person, which is why I don't like his actions are horrible. They're atrocities. But with how he was president for the 4 years, I think that there was a lot more economic growth inflation rates were much lower, unemployment was down. And then I think that they just have this whole thing with like the Democratic Party saying that
Courtney, thank you for the $5. I'll bring that up in a bit.
unemployment is at like an all-time low. It's because COVID happened and then people went back to work. You can't call that creating new jobs.
I think that your statement there was actually really funny. So you went on to say that all of these things that happened under Trump's term were caused by them because they happened under his term. And then you go on to say all these things that happened under Biden and Harris's term weren't caused by them even though they happened under their term. So you gave me a correlation causation fallacy and then you disputed correlation causation logic in the same sentence. So that itself was contradictory. But I actually want to ask you a question. I want to see if you could answer this. And I think this will really prove like the ignorance from the right. Tell me what Kamala Harris's proposed economic tell me what Kamala Harris's proposed economic policy is, and tell me what Donald Trump's proposed economic policy is, and tell me what the difference between the policy is, and tell me why that difference means that Trump has better policy.
On the computer right now, I can't give you specifics, but anytime she was asked on how she's going to lower inflation, she's given no answer. Otherwise, I would have an answer
I want you to answer my question. So you're just saying that you don't have an answer?
Not at the moment, but I'm just...
Okay, then how do you know that his economic policy is better if you don't know what his economic policy is, nor do you know what Harris's is?
Because look at inflation for the past 4
Michelle,
years.
thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo for the nephew's birthday. Holy shit, Michelle. Dude, y'all are going off today. What the fuck is going on today? What the actual fuck is going on today? What the fuck is going on today? W's for Michelle in that chat literally right now? What the hell? Michelle says for the nephew's birthday fun? Holy shit, he's gonna have a good birthday. Thank you for the love, Michelle. You are literally phenomenal. W's for Michelle right now in the chat. This is all going for his birthday. I swear all of this money is going to go to his birthday later today. And Candace with a $75 on Venmo saying keep up the great work. Candace, though, thank you so much. Let's get 1,000 W's in the comment section for Michelle and Candace. Thank you so much, you guys. What is going on today? Holy shit. Thank you guys so much for the love. Go ahead, Luke.
What was the question? Sorry, I got distracted by the donations.
Yeah, no, you're a good man. I understand. So we were talking about how you don't know Trump's economic policy and you don't know Harris's, yet you think Trump is going to be better. Then you referenced inflation over the course of the last 4 years. So the inflation that we've had in our country wasn't caused by their admin. It was caused by COVID. It was a global, it was onset globally. However, we did have the quickest response to it out of any other country in the G7.
They're lying about inflation rates, but anyways.
They're lying about the inflation rates?
Personally, I just think it's ridiculous that neither candidate has proposed a bill that if inflation is at a certain rate, we should not be giving an insane amount of foreign aid to other countries. I think that it's kind of a failure of both candidates that...
Wait, one second. So you're talking about reckless government spending. So there's twice as much government spending under Trump's admin compared to Biden and Harris's, and I'd say it's more reckless in nature because it wasn't to benefit of the average American more so than the top 1%. What we'd also say here is that inflation is predominantly controlled by the feds, not by the presidency or Congress. And then something else that we'd say here is that you said that they're lying about the rate of inflation. That's why this is my issue with Trump supporters. Is I research like 6 hours every single fucking day to learn more about the world around me, to learn more about politics and what the people in power are doing and how it impacts the country. I do unbiased, objective, and critical research, right? And then when I give you an argument that defeats your position because I'm more well-read and more educated and more researched than you are, you just dispute it with conspiracy theory. Like, you contend my facts with a Facebook conspiracy theory that they're lying about it. Okay, do you understand how insane that is and how that actually makes you look terrible?
Facebook, but no, that was pretty funny. Yeah. Look, I was an RFK Jr. supporter. I was kind of disappointed that they didn't allow him on the debates, but so I'm not super familiar with all of Trump's policies and everything like that, but RFK supports him, and he's been a lifelong Democrat. All of his family's been that way, and I think that if he's going to choose to go towards the Republican Party rather than his own that he's been associated with, that kind of has to say something.
Okay, so Mike Pence is a more predominant member of the Republican Party than RFK has ever been of the Democrat Party. Not to mention his family actually does not support him or nor endorse him. All right, and then also what we should say here is that Mike Pence is not endorsing Trump. If you really care about endorsements from the other side of the aisle, why don't you care about the 44 of Trump's former 46 cabinet members that will not endorse Trump in this election, or the 200 prolific lifelong career politicians on the right side of the aisle that are actually endorsing Kamala Harris?
I mean, that's a fair point, but I'm sure that there's been other people that have also switched to the other side.
No, you literally only have RFK and Tulsi Gabbard. That's all that you have. Right, and that's just because they want personal gain. Like, it's not because they think that Trump's better for the country. They want personal gain. Like, RFK literally went to Kamala Harris's campaign before Trump's, but they just didn't respond to him. He just wants a cabinet position, man. Cal, thank you for the galaxy. Like, essentially what happened, he wanted to be president. He figured out that he couldn't win, so he dropped out and endorsed whatever candidate would give him a cabinet position. And then Tulsi Gabbard was never a Democrat, and she actually switched to independent about 4 years ago.
I mean, you're speaking to people's intentions when realistically you can never really know what their goals are. I mean,
Mulaney, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, saying if you're live, I'm watching. I admire what you do so much. Mulaney, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. W's for Mulaney in the chat. Because there's no redeeming qualities of a second Trump term. In 2020, he tried to overthrow, our country. He tried to rig the outcome of the election by stealing it, or by attempting to steal it from Biden. Right? I mean, he tried to implement religious persecution. He passed no policy that benefited the average American more so than rich people. He's there for self-service, not public service. He places himself above the American people continuously, and he lies to the American people and manipulate scenarios that happen in real life to get their vote. He doesn't care about you. You're just a victim of a con man, essentially. The same con man that conned young adults at Trump University, the same con man that boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls. Okay, like this is not a morally virtuous good leader who wants to bring prosperity back to America. This is just a rich, wealthy billionaire that got bored and wanted more attention.
I don't know. I just feel like America.
$5. And Michelle, thank you for the swan.
I feel as though America had more respect under his terms. I mean,
false. I could play you a clip right now of a UN council laughing at Trump. Can you give me one scenario of a UN council laughing at Biden or Harris? And Ashley, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. W's for Ashley in the chat. Thank you for the $10.
I mean, well, look at what they've done, though. It's kind of ridiculous because they've lied about Biden's state of mind and things like that, and then now he can't run anymore due to
So lying about Biden's state of mind is worse than lying about the outcomes of the 2020 election and convincing tens of millions of Americans today over the course of the last 4 years that the election was stolen from Trump, actively undermining our democracy?
Democracy is a figment of imagination. That's not actually how things get done in this country.
Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, yeah. Calling democracy a figment of your imagination just shows that I don't even need to have a conversation with you. Like, holy shit. Yeah, just saying that, democracy, who cares? Like at that point, bro, dude, holy shit. Just actual degeneracy, dude. We're gonna move on to our next guest. What's up, Curtis? Are you voting for Trump? All right, Curtis, it is it here, guys. Spam MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. And for the 9,000 people hanging out with us in here today, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are my bio. Speaking of, Brianna, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Joe with the $40 on PayPal for the nephew's birthday fund. Thank you for the love, Joe. Let's get at least 400 W's in the comment section for Joe right now. Dude, Joe's in here every single day, all day. I love you, man. And Melissa, thank you for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much, Melissa. W's for Joe in the chat. And Kylie with the $50 on Venmo for the nephew. Thank you, Joe and Kylie, for the $40 and the $50. And Jaden with the $10 on PayPal. W's for Joe, Kylie, and Jaden. Thank you guys so much for the love. You guys are absolutely great. All for the nephew today. Let's go, baby. Thank you for the hand arts as well. Thank you guys so much for the love. Hi, Carson. Are you voting for Trump? LaMonica, thank you.
I am. How y'all doing?
I'm doing all right. Why are you voting for Trump?
Personally like his policies, and I don't support what Kamala is planning on doing.
Okay, so name one policy of Trump's that you like, and name one proposed policy of Harris's that you don't like. Don't go on pause. I can't hear you when you're on pause. You're probably Googling policies.
Shit, my bad. No, I had the policies up because I don't know them off the top of my head. but I do like how he's trying to rebuild the greatest American economy.
Greatest American. I asked you for policy. That's just like a phrase.
Well, I do like how he also is trying to. I think of a good way to explain this shit. I do support how he is. I don't know how he's giving no tax on tips and to overtime workers. Goddamn, I cannot think of what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I don't actually think he's gonna do that because he has no plan.
How do you not think he's gonna do that?
Because he has no plan how he's gonna pay for it. Like the Treasury and the CBO estimated that his tax cuts for another 10 years would cost $4 trillion before he announced no tax on overtime, tips, or Social Security. With those three things, it may be closer to $5 trillion. We have no clue where that money's gonna come from. I think he's talking out of his ass, like he talked out of his ass about the wall and the infrastructure bill.
Damn, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know that much about politics. I just did multi-guess just to see it. Y'all have a good one. My bad, y'all.
Hey, Carson.
Hey, wait, hold on. Wait. Let me say this one thing. No matter if you support Kamala or Trump, no matter what, love everyone. Love everyone equally. Does not matter if they support Kamala or Trump. That's the one thing I have to say.
Okay, all right, I'll take it. Honestly, not a bad guy. Good shit, Carson. Good shit. You know what? I'll take it. Good shit. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for your mom to serve us all as older fat guys.
Mackenzie.
For having you.
Mackenzie, thank you for the $11 on PayPal.
For having a faggot like you. That's why.
Okay, and he starts slurring. I apologize for his use of slurs, and I apologize to my mother for catching a stray. My mother is a staunch Trump supporter. I apologize for his use of slurs. Yeah, so he didn't know that he was actually giving a very staunch Trump supporter that's been banned off of Facebook 32 times a stray. We're going to move on to our next guest. So is my brother, by the way. My brother's a staunch Trump supporter. But he's he doesn't he's more educated. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Hi, are you voting for Trump?
I'm still undecisive, but I don't know if I'm going to vote for Kamala.
Yeah, so two things I'd say here. I am just looking to debate people that are voting for Trump, but something for the undecided folks.
I want to vote. Actually, I want to vote for Trump. Actually, I want to vote for Trump. Here's why. Can I explain?
Yeah.
Dean, what state do you live, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in Colorado, man.
Okay, I'm in Massachusetts. Okay, so Dean, when Trump was in office, I work in the furniture industry. When I first worked for that furniture industry, everything I had was made in China. Okay, and with the China tariffs that he implemented, 90% of our projects now is made in U.S. What do you think about that?
I don't think that's true, but what I'd say here is that I agree with the sentiment of getting manufacturing to be done in the U.S. There's multiple reasons for this. I think that other countries have bad labor laws. They literally exploit children to make products. I don't agree with that. I think that we should be more focused on U.S. production, but I disagree with the way that we are going to achieve that. I disagree with achieving that through the use of tariffs or government regulation. I think that we should achieve that through investment in natural competition in the free market. The reason why I'd say this is because the tariffs actually destroy American-owned businesses. It's like a double-sided sword here. When we tariff other countries, they tariff us back and decrease our exports. When Trump announced the tariffs on China, we actually saw such a large plummet in U.S. exports of agricultural goods that it bankrupted American farmers.
Oh, and by doing that, you think that the fact that the cost of food and everything being so high, you think it's Trump's fault too?
We could associate some inflationary pressures with Trump, but that's a completely different conversation with how we are going to bring American manufacturing back, right? Kamala Harris supports what I said, right? Just investing in American manufacturing to drive natural competition through the free market. That's what they did with the Chips and Science Act, right? That's what they did with the infrastructure bill, right? This is her plan. So I guess the question I'd have for you is, why do you support a unfair regulation on the market that destroys American-owned businesses compared to just incentivizing U.S. producers to produce better goods through a free market trade? I think that I am holding a stance that is actually far right than the stance that you're holding. In this sense, you're holding a more traditional left stance. I'm holding a more traditional right stance, right? It looks like the tables have turned.
Yep. Dean, let me just tell you one thing, okay? So, I'm a son of an immigrant, so I usually visit countries like Venezuela, Haiti, all those countries that has been struggling, and the fact that the Democratic Party creates this bad image of those countries, thinking, they bad and the migrants are coming in. People now realizing the reason why migrants are coming in is because we have sanctions in Venezuela and Haiti, all those countries that we have sanctions, though, that country is not being developed because U.S. sanctions. I'll give you a perfect.
Come on,
Dean,
come on.
Dean, can I go forward? Because
No. Please continue to talk.
Okay, so let me give an example, Dean. My grandparents originally they're from Cape Verde Islands. I don't know if you know where that is. Okay, so I have family members that works in the government in that country, and tell you that we constantly talking about this and saying if we remove sanctions in Venezuela, they can export their oil to other country and develop their own country. Do that. Nicolas Maduro is so corrupt. That is true. He's so corrupt. Because we don't personally, anyways, he's a dictator, but not to make it that.
Can I happen here? Now you're kind of yapping.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So everything you just said was actually true. You just kind of cooked. You said that there's an issue in today's political schema, thank you for this one sage, where people are dehumanizing and demonizing migrants that are coming into our country when migrants have good reason to come to our country because of hardships in their own country, such as people from Venezuela or Haiti. 110% correct. We could get some W's in the chat for that shit. Dead ass. But the part where you were wrong is that it's the Democrat Party doing this.
Well, can I give an example? For example?
Give me an example, sure.
So your leader, like for example, Nancy Pelosi, who accept the sanctions to be in those countries, not to make it that she's insane, because let's think about everything she does is illegal in any other countries. For example, like the inside trading, lobbying. If she was in Europe, she'll be in jail for that. And this is the problem.
So you're referencing Nancy Pelosi. So Donald Trump and JD Vance created a lie saying that Haitian migrants were eating dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio. It has led to an attack of terror on Haitians. And one moment, it's led to an attack on Haitians in Springfield. One moment, dude, chill. It's led to an attack of terror and prejudice and literal hate crimes against Haitians. We had KKK newsletters going out in Springfield, Ohio, like calling for their deaths. We had like bomb threats to schools where Haitian children were learning. And then now we even have a lawsuit from a Haitian-directed nonprofit organization against JD Vance and Trump for their false misleading claims leading to more harm against Haitians. Right? Trump is also the person that said all Venezuelans coming into our country are gang members. Tens of millions of Republicans today believe that. Donald Trump is the same man that says they're all MS-13 gang member pedophiles, even though it is the case that natural-born U.S. citizens actually have higher rates of violent crime. I just want to clarify that like the biggest susceptibility for the human mind is fear, and that is what Donald Trump has instilled within his white voter base, is fear against anyone who isn't white or fear against anyone who doesn't speak English as their first language, and that's an absolute truth. Hannah, thank you for the boxing gloves. I have people coming up every day saying that these people shouldn't be in our country because their last name is different. I had literally someone make that argument. I had someone make the argument that, they can't speak English, they can't productively engage in our workspace.
That's true.
I made that argument saying that they should all be deported because they're raping our women. Like, this is shit I hear every day because of him and his rhetoric. The Republican Party and Trump's platform is absolutely responsible for this. You just gave a really good reason why you shouldn't vote for Trump, man.
Well, Dean, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So I have good friends that works in politics in Haiti. We create all this bad image about Trump being that he's saying that about Haiti. How about Clinton Foundation? Where did all of that money go when Hillary Clinton had that foundation for Haiti? Meanwhile, his daughter was getting paid $900,000 a year. Meanwhile, her daughter was making $900,000 a year off that foundation. How is that right? Does that make it right?
Wait, so like first of all, I think if you have a foundation like to donate money to like the Haitians, and then you're taking like a significant portion of that for yourself, that's not right. Clinton's not running.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's Democrat.
Wait, but you can't just say because they're a member of the Democrat Party that therefore this reflects negatively upon all Democrats. I'd say that you'd have to make the argument that they did this because they're a Democrat, but obviously that's not the case, right? Being a Democrat is a loose association there to doing bad things. Like maybe what I'd say here is that you shouldn't vote for Trump because the Republican platform is racist. The KKK endorsed Donald Trump, and they're Republicans.
Yeah. Dean, can I ask you one more question?
Okay, you could pivot.
Yeah, then you know why Haiti doesn't do okay? You want me to explain that to you? You mind if I? You mind if I explain that to you? It's actually
it doesn't really relate to the conversation about who we're voting
no,
for.
it does because the reason why what they're going through right now, you know, that's because of us in France. Okay, you know that when Haiti got independent,
because of us in France. Are you in France?
No, United States and France. Do you want me to tell you? You want me to keep on? Can I go on? Just explain why.
I think he's in France. He said us in France. We're going to move on to our next guest. I'm like pretty damn sure that he's in France because he said us in France. We're going to get our next guest, Blake, up in here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute, guys. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I appreciate everyone for the love. We're going to get our next guest up in the queue right now. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Everyone just do be patient. Do give us a minute. We got Max loading up in. Woo, we have nearly 10,000 people in here. What a good stream, guys. That's great. What's up, Max? Are you voting for Trump?
Yo, your hairline's receding.
My hairline's receding? Okay. So why are you voting for Trump? Come back, Max. Your hairline's receding. It is. So true. We need to go and move on to our next guest. And for those saying that it's not, no, my hairline is actually receding. Male pattern baldness runs very, very strongly in my family. I need to start medication in the next handful of years if I don't want to be bald by 35. We're going to move on to our next guest. Everyone just do give us a minute, guys. Let's go and see what our next guest has to see. We say we got Brody loading up in. It happens. Yeah, can't do anything to prevent it. Not like Trump. I will never wear a toupee. We got user loading in, guys. Spam mag down below in the chat if you want to come up. Just oil the scalp. So real. Quite frankly, so real. Guys, let me know in the chat. Someone in the chat said W guess. You're a nerd. Oh, dear God. Everyone just give us a minute. How do I get so patient? Honestly, experience. I have not always been as patient as I am. I've just learned that that's what needs to happen. Guys, let me know in the chat if you want to come up. Kenna, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying, okay, I'd absolutely pull off the bald look. I just need to get the six-pack more showing. Yeah, I'd rather have a receding hairline than a receding IQ. Okay. Joe, thank you for the $40 on PayPal. You were absolutely phenomenal, Joe. Thank you for the love. And Beth, thank you for the anarts. Let's get some massive W's for Joe in the chat literally right now for the $40 on PayPal. You are phenomenal, man. W's for Joe all day, every day. Thank you, Joe. Hi, Princess. I'm not actually going to call you Princess. I'm going to call you Gabby. Gabby, are you voting for Trump? Okay, Gabby left. All right. Please spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. I hate pulling people from the queue. It literally fucking sucks. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
No, because I cannot vote yet.
Phenomenal. Appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to our next guest here, guys. Everyone give us a minute. Miranda, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. You were absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much for the love, Miranda. Let's get some W's for Miranda in the chat. Thank you for the $25. Seriously, thank you so much, you guys. Y'all have been going off today. Next guest is loading in. Let's see what MK has to say. Got you an invite there. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump? Hi, are either of y'all voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
For the $5. All right, why are you voting for Trump, man?
His stance on being pro big oil, his stance on being pro corporation, and his stance on shutting down the border.
Okay, yeah, about being pro big oil. So we're actually producing more oil now than we were in Trump's term. Kamala Harris has literally been better for oil production and energy independence.
Okay, so what's the deficiency in oil production today?
What's the efficiency? Fracking.
Deficiency.
Oh, deficiency? I don't know.
Come on,
regulation?
Dean, you just said something that I've heard and is a narrative of the Democratic Party that we are producing more oil now than we ever have, which is absolutely true. The deficiency, according to Mr. Global, because he answered this question, is the difference between how much we're producing and how much we're refining. We are losing 500,000 barrels of oil a day. Look it up. You should know that if you're going to speak about that. And for you to say that
so has Kamala Harris and Joe Biden reduced the amount of refining?
Dude, we're losing 500,000 barrels of oil a day.
So just because something happens in the country doesn't mean that the president's to blame. So you're going to have to tell me how they caused it to occur.
You should know that. She's had three. She and Biden had 3.5 years to keep oil prices lower by doing something. They did nothing.
Yeah, they did. So they actually approved 50% more drilling permits than Trump's administration ever did, meaning that we're producing more oil now. And secondarily, oil is a global market, meaning that like their domestic input doesn't really have much of an impact on the price. If there's a lower global supply of oil, and the reason that we have a lower global supply of oil is because of rebounding effects from the pandemic, alongside the fact that Trump brokered a deal with OPEC to reduce their supply by 10%, and we're no longer getting Russian oil because of their invasion of Ukraine. Now, you said that we have had a reduction in refining. I would love for you to tell me how the Biden-Harris administration caused that to be the case, because just because it happened under their presidency doesn't mean they caused it. Just like you would say, just because we had the highest rate of unemployment in our country since the Great Depression under Trump doesn't mean Trump caused it.
No, you're absolutely right. Did they do anything to stop it?
Do they do anything to like stop like the reduction in refining of oil?
Stop the deficiency.
I mean, well, I think we first need to determine what caused the deficiency.
Is it your contention that Biden and Harris are pro big oil?
No, I actually like that we are producing more oil here at home in America, because I think that we're going to be producing it cleaner than other countries. And if we are more energy dominant than any other country around the earth, that means that we have more of a control over how it's produced, meaning if we want to make a greater shift towards green energy in the future, we will have a better ability to do so because of our control over the predominant production of oil here at home in America. But you've still yet to tell me how the Biden-Harris administration caused a reduction in oil refinery.
They didn't do anything about it. Look it up. You keep repeating yourself and saying, oh, we're producing more. You're right. But why don't you address the fact that in 4 years they didn't do anything about the deficiency?
Okay.
Can you concede anything?
So what particularly should they have done?
Whatever they needed to do.
Wait. How could you say that we're refining less oil now when we have more refineries in operation?
Absolutely. But look up what the deficiency is. 500,000 barrels a day we're losing.
Yeah, I've been looking for that on EIA's website since you first brought it up. I cannot find a source.
Okay. Well, so let's move on then. You can look it up later. But
refining and processing. Let's see here. Summary. Can you give me a source that indicates that this is true?
Mr. Global.
Mr. Global, that's not a source.
Oh, I thought he was the energy god to you guys.
Yeah, I've talked to him once. He's pretty smart, but that's still not a source.
So you can look that up later, but you should know that. Respectfully, you should know that if you talk about like producing more oil. Wait.
I just found a source that disputes you. Go on petroleum and other liquids on US EIA, search up number and capacity of petroleum refineries. What we'd see is that we had steady increasing numbers of refinery under Trump's admin, and then a massive dip in 2021 caused by COVID. And then since COVID hit, we've only had increasing numbers. They are doing something about it, given the fact that we've only had increasing numbers year by year after the rebounding effects of COVID putting people out of the workplace ended. Your claim is false. You just tried to mislead 10,000 people.
Dude, you can refine as much as you want. You haven't addressed the deficiency.
I have addressed the deficiency. I literally just did. You're saying that the deficiency is a reduction in refinery? I just addressed that.
No, dude, you're right. We're refining more, but we're still losing 500,000 barrels a day.
Wait, when you say losing 500,000 barrels of oil per day, what are you comparing that to say that it's lost?
Yesterday.
You're not making any sense, man. With all due respect, you're not making. We could continue to talk about this if you'd like. You're not making sense, though. We could pivot to another topic because you're not really making sense on this one. But we can continue to talk about it because I'm pretty sure I'm cooking.
Just do yourself a favor. Just look up the deficiency and see how many hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil.
You keep on referencing this as a deficiency. I don't think this is a deficiency. Myra, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. This is a result of the pandemic. Once again, we've only had increasing numbers of operating refineries alongside the amount of oil being refined under Biden and Harris's admin. And we had a massive dip, not only here, but everywhere else in the world caused by COVID. And you could find this via their operatable barrels of oil per calendar day being produced and refined and distilled under petroleum and other liquids, number and capacity of petroleum refineries on the US EIA's website.
Okay. So we agree that there's more oil being
They
produced
provide
right
most of it,
now.
though.
We agree that there's more oil produced. We
being less
agree
refined.
that, and we agree that there's more oil being refined, but
No,
it
we-
still doesn't address the deficiency. Okay, you should look that up.
Okay,
All right, let's move
you
on.
keep saying deficiency. You're just saying a word. I feel like that's a word with no
I
substance.
know, but you should know that word. If you're going to talk about the oil, you should know that word.
Yeah, I should know what the word deficiency means, and I think I know how you're correlating it. You're saying that we're running at a deficiency of 500,000 barrels of oil per day, right? And that's going to be a decrease in 500,000 today compared to at the end of Trump's term, right? Caused by COVID. But this isn't to blame on the Biden-Harris administration. That's my claim. And if
Okay,
you'd say
so-
it is, you'd have to demonstrate to me how they caused it.
Okay. I'm not saying they caused it. I'm saying they didn't do anything to reverse it.
They literally open up more refineries and approve more drilling permits on federal land. You're wrong.
I know. I agree with you. We already talked about that. but
So you
it
just
still
contradicted
doesn't-
yourself. So you're making the
No,
claim that they
it
didn't do
still
anything to
doesn't
address
solve
it.
the
And then
deficiency.
you agree with me. Okay, wait. So we are year by year solving the deficiency by increasing the amount of oil production per day.
Dean, if I make more money
Following this
in a
trend,
year-
following this trend, like the oil deficiency will be resolved in the next year and a half. You understand that, right?
You think so?
No, I know so. Look at the trend. Go on EI's website. Look at what I referenced to you. If you follow the trend of the increasing amount of barrels of oil per day being refined, you will literally see how, if it follows the same trend that it has been following, that the deficiency will be resolved in the next year and a half.
Okay. If that's your opinion, I hope that is correct.
That's a data-driven
Absolutely.
opinion.
No, I agree. Well, you can't forward see what's going to happen, but hopefully, if the trend continues, then that's going to be the case. And I agree with you. I hope that happens.
Phenomenal.
All right, let's move to these record profits.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Trump's pro.
Do you mind if I ask you a question now? Cool. Awesome. Melissa, thank you for the following for you. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for violently sexually abusing a woman?
That case was in civil court. Here's the thing about that one. I don't think for any essay there should be a statute of limitations. I don't like that they moved the statute of limitations for that case. I also don't like the fact that, who paid for her legal bills?
Like the founder of LinkedIn. But would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing or raping a woman?
Oh, yeah. In this case, definitely, because there's too many red flags on that. The statute of limitations, the fact that the founder of LinkedIn is one of the biggest Democratic donors, paid all of her legal fees. It happened
They're not
right
one of the biggest
before.
Democratic donors.
It happened right before the presidential run.
Look up the public donors.
when they had
LinkedIn isn't even top 100.
when they had years. Are you saying that the owner of LinkedIn is not a Democratic supporter?
You said he was one of the biggest Democratic donors, which is false.
Dude.
Okay. Oh, crazy. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I take issue with this.
So there are
would
no
you ever
red
vote for
flags
someone
on
held
that
civilly? No, I don't think there's any red flags on that.
Okay.
If I was in his shoes, I would have done the same thing too. You're taking like some like genuinely one. Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you're
Go
just
ahead.
taking a good guy who wanted to help E. Jean Carroll out with like pursuing civil litigation against a guy that raped her, and then you're saying that that's a red flag because he's a Democrat. It's just
No, dude. It is a red flag because of the timing, because the statute of limitations lifted, because it was settled in civil court, which is my word against yours. The burden of proof is lower. The fact that
What is a burden? Okay, so if you take evidence with a standard of evidence as civil court, would you still vote for Trump if you held civilly liable for raping a little girl because the standard of evidence wasn't sufficient?
Bro, he was not liable for grape. Did you even read?
Yeah, I gotta.
Did you read Did you read the juror?
The jury verdict form. I sure did. Would you agree with me
It was
that
not grape.
Would you agree with me that anything turned into a woman's vagina without consent is grape?
By definition of the law, it's not.
Okay, so how do you define grape?
By the definition of the law.
Okay, so yeah, and by the definition of law in the 70s, a husband couldn't grape his wife. So if a husband shackled down his wife and inserted himself into her without consent, he's not a rapist?
No, well, not in the 70s. He wasn't.
Okay, that's sick. And then 250 years ago, when it was
Bro.
and then
How old
one
are you?
moment, and then 250.
How old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 20. So 250 years ago, when a white plantation owner would force himself into a black enslaved person, that wasn't great because it was legal.
Back then, it was not.
Okay, how many Jewish people were raped during the Holocaust? According to you, it'd be 0 because it wasn't illegal, right?
Do you think?
Wait. Answer my question. Were there any Jewish people raped at the Holocaust?
Probably. Yeah.
Wait, no, but it was legal.
Dude, do you drink? Have you ever had a beer?
Okay. I'm not going to incriminate myself on live.
Oh, okay. Don't.
So I just want to clarify, how could you say that there are Jewish people raped during the Holocaust if it wasn't legally defined as grape? You're seemingly conceding to me that it can be grape without it being legally defined as such. But according to your position, can you concede that no Jewish person was raped during the Holocaust?
Let me tell you. Anyone has had a drink, right? It's legal now. Back during Prohibition days when it was illegal, were they violating any law back when Prohibition was there?
Yeah, dude, this is I don't even know how you're gonna make this analogous.
Because
I pointed out a big problem with your stance that you're seemingly not responded to. So
no, laws evolve.
Your position,
laws evolve.
Your position in a nutshell, right, is that it's not grape if the law doesn't say it's grape. So in accordance with your logic, right, no Jewish person was raped during the Holocaust because the law didn't define it as grape.
100% false. Don't put words in my mouth. Of course it was. Okay.
Well, that was great because, well, that's just what we'd colloquially refer to it. Like any unconsensual intercourse is grape, regardless if the law defines it as grape or not. That's what we'd say about E. Jean Carroll and Donald Trump. He unconsensually inserted his fingers into her vajayjay, right? And that's what we'd colloquially refer to as grape. But I also thought that we should point out here that after this civil court case concluded, we did see that New York state law updated their definition of grape to include what Trump did to E. Jean Carroll. And by the way, Donald Trump tried to countersue E. Jean Carroll for calling him a grapist on live TV. The court threw it out because her claims that he had raped her were substantially true. Lauren, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Did I just get an interview request from Vox? No way.
From Fox?
From Vox.
Oh, Vox. I don't know what that is.
You know? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and respond.
All right. Can we talk about the pro business that Trump is pro corporate and record profits and all that crap?
Dude, what a pivot! You just broke my fucking neck with that one. Can you pay for a neck brace, please?
You don't like the laws. You don't like laws to evolve and change for the better of the world.
If laws evolved and changed for the better of the world, you'd probably be facing civil repercussions.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, if I was dictator, right, everyone who just was apologetic to grape would definitely be fined at least $100. That's right.
Dude, laws evolve.
What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell are you saying?
There was a law against prohibition. Then they decided, nah, we don't like that law.
You got a terrible echo. Just go screaming on the corner, dude. I have no clue what he's trying to say. Michelle, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you for the love, Michelle. Let's get some massive W's for Michelle down below in that chat. And John with a $10 on Venmo. Dude, Cam Higby's ridiculous. Actually, I thought his critique was all right. I just still think it's incorrect. But thank you, Michelle and John. What's up, Christian? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, why so?
I like his stance on economic policy, his foreign policy the most.
Okay, yeah, here's my issue. So Donald Trump's economic policy, right, is built for the rich man to disproportionately benefit them on the backs of the low and the middle class. I'd like to clarify here, it's because of the tariffs. And then Kamala Harris's tax policy is built to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. Why do you like tax policy that makes the poor poor and the richer richer, in comparison making the poor richer?
So I think that his economic policy, like a lot focused on deregulation, lowering taxes, like you mentioned, and policies aimed at boosting economic growth.
Can you respond to my question? Either dispute that his tax policy is built for the rich man to the detriment of the poor man, or dispute the fact that it's better to vote for tax policy that benefits the average American more so than the top 1%. When you like bring up these like redundant claims, like it was deregulatory, it cut taxes. It doesn't matter, okay? Right? Because my claim, his tax policy is bad because it benefits rich people more so than the average American. It's estimated to cost $4 trillion and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it, compared to Kamala Harris, who wants to invest $2.4 trillion into 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class, alongside the fact that she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it.
So, okay, as to how Trump, so what you're asking is how Trump is benefiting like the everyday middle class American?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
I just want to make sure I'm characterizing what you're saying. You're asking me to say why Trump's economic policy is benefiting the everyday working class American better than Kamala?
No, I'm either asking you to dispute my claim or to say that Kamala Harris's tax policy is better because it's built for the average American more so than the top 1%, when it is built for the top 1% more so than the average American.
Okay, so when it comes to Harris's and Biden's approach right now under the incumbent, she supports a progressive tax system where wealthier individuals and corporations would see increased taxes, right? And social wealth would to fund public services such as infrastructure, social welfare programs, and stuff like that. Like they've proposed to increase corporate tax rate from 21
Let's go,
to 28%.
bro. You're literally like running an ad for Kamala Harris right now. Yes, support a progressive tax system where the more money you make, the more you disproportionately pay into the tax system, instead of a regressive tax system where the less money you make, the more you disproportionately pay into the tax system. Yeah, dude. They need to record this live and put it on TV as an ad for Kamala Harris.
Right. I'm just saying what her stance is. I'm not like
it's
saying
great
that it's good or anything.
Wait. Would you rather the richer get richer or the poorer get richer?
I would rather the poor get richer for sure.
Then vote for Harris.
No, I think that Trump is allowing it for the poor to get richer through his policies. So, like the tax cut act that Trump passed reduced tax rates for most income brackets. Like,
yeah, but people making over $500,000 a year benefited the most. Meanwhile, people making under $50,000 benefited the least. That's coming from Essay and Fact Check. I think it was actually in my Jubilee video. It's a great little fact. And go ahead and continue with your example. I do have another question for you though.
Okay, yeah. So again, I think that provided like immediate relief in the form of reduced federal income taxes for a whole bunch of workers. For sure, it benefited, the wealthier, the higher class. But I also think that it was able to help the working class, everyday American. And I think that's a simple fact that can't be ignored.
Yeah, we can't ignore that. Like, he did cut taxes for the middle class. My claim is that he cut taxes for rich people more disproportionately, and we should be investing more into the low and middle class than into the top 1%. That's what you are ignoring, and that is a fact that I'd say can't be ignored.
Okay. So, like, when it comes to 2018, I think that the average middle class taxpayer received a tax cut of about, I want to say it's like $930. I think that's according to the Tax Policy Center. If I'm remembering.
It's 300 from the Tax Policy Center. Just saying, your fact's wrong. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, just God damn it. Whenever we do these like conversations about their tax code, like what I've realized is that the Trump supporter never responds to the meat on the bone. Like, it's such a simple conversation. Like, we can have a nuanced, in-depth, a very analytical and comprehensive conversation about their composited tax policies, but we could also just boil it down to the fact that Kamala Harris is for the 100 million Americans in the low and the middle class. Meanwhile, Trump is disproportionately for like the rich man. When you bring up facts like, well, it did help the middle class, that doesn't dispute that he's disproportionately more for the rich man. When you bring up facts such as the idea that, this benefited the average American, still doesn't dispute the fact that he disproportionately benefited the rich man. And then none of those facts disprove my claim that hers is better for that average working class American. But more so, Trump's tax code for the other 10 years is estimated to cost $4 trillion. Where is that money going to come from?
Well, I mean, when you're talking about where the money comes from, I really don't think that that's as big of an issue as a whole bunch of people make it out to be. I mean, the Biden-Harris administration, has pulled money out of, America's ass for years.
Okay, so I want to clarify. What is the biggest expenditure of the federal government?
I'm not sure. Could you tell me?
Interest on debt. So you're saying that debt-related spending is not really that big of an issue, yet our government's biggest expenditure is interest on debt.
Okay, yeah, for sure. But I mean, is it hurting the everyday American? Is it, I don't.
Dude, am I really getting a conservative to argue that that's actually not that bad and we could kind of recklessly spend however we want to? Am I really getting a conservative to argue this position? Wow,
I mean,
I'm good
obviously,
at this.
yes.
I'm really fucking good at this shit. I love what I do.
I completely agree that debt's bad, but I don't think that it's as big of an issue that is what some people make it out to be. Is what I'm saying. Yeah, for sure, reduce debt at all costs.
Wait, can we do that with healthcare? Would you support like a $3 trillion bill to like give all like homeless people in America a universal basic income and free healthcare?
No, that's insane.
So now debt-related spending is bad.
Oh, well, of course, when it's some like absurd number like that, but I don't think that that's realistic when it comes to
an absurd number is $3 trillion. I told you that Trump's tax cuts are estimated to cost $4 trillion. More.
Estimated, exactly. That's the key word. I mean, how are we basing a debate based off an estimate? That's not accurate information,
God, because how else are we going to talk about the next 4 years? We don't have a crystal ball. We have to trust, data-driven estimates from the Treasury and CBO and other like world profound and acclaimed like economists. Because when we can't, like, what the fuck are we here to talk about? Like if we can't have a rational discussion about what is going to occur over the course of the next 4 years with the best means that we can, which are like data-driven estimates, we just can't have a conversation point blank period. Like you're literally saying that we should operate under a veil of ignorance about Donald Trump's tax policy if he's reelected because you recognize that the most data-driven estimates make it look like shit. Like that's your argument.
No, not at all. I mean, I think there's better ways of going about it for sure. But I think that as it stands, that his current policy is better than the incumbent.
No, you're wrong. See, you're just like making the claim again without disputing my argument. Also, someone in the chat just said Dean's falling off. There is 10,000 people in here. Get a grip, quite frankly. We could continue to talk about policy.
I don't think that what you're saying about how Trump benefited the rich man more than the everyday man, that's like not true. Tax rates for all income brackets were lowered. Not just the rich.
Okay, yeah. So
means,
if I give you $10 and I give your brother $100, who did I benefit more?
You benefited my brother for sure.
But I gave money to both of you.
Okay, but when it comes to that, I mean, I don't see how that's analogous. Like,
because treat your brother like the rich man, treat yourself like the average American.
Okay, but Trump still benefited the average everyday American. That's
just like I still benefited you. Like I still benefit. I gave you $10. I benefited you.
Okay, yeah, for sure. But the average everyday American still has the ability to gain, more profit, more based on these tax reductions because they have more money flowing to them. They don't have to, pay in taxes anymore. So, that's the whole idea of capitalism is that the everyday American has this ability to become rich, to work harder, to gain more money, and therefore.
But do you want to give them that ability to a higher extent? Do you think that economic mobility and scaling should be easier?
What do you mean by that?
Do you think it should be easier for like the average American to generate wealth?
I would say it's pretty easy right now under the status quo, but
should it be easier?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so the highest levels of economic mobility, or how easy it is to generate wealth, exist in Nordic countries with like a social democrat model. Who's closer to like Nordic countries with policy, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing he would
really
be
the authoritarian fascist or like the most liberal senator ever.
So I'm guessing you're going to say Trump. I'm not too familiar with like Nordic policy and policy abroad is why.
Okay. Would you ever vote for someone that wanted to ban all new Christians from entering into our country?
All new Christians from entering into our country?
Yeah, like would it, if like Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Christians entering into our country, would you still vote for him?
Depends. If they came in illegally and he was saying that they shouldn't come into our country, yeah, I would still support him.
You interplay a conversation about religious persecution with immigration. We're not talking about immigration. What I'm saying is if Donald Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all Christians, like through legal means of entry, as in they're immigrating here, or they're just coming here on vacation, like all new Christians through any mean of entry.
Then no, of course not. I would not support that. That is insane.
Okay, so if you wouldn't vote for Trump, even if he wanted to ban all new Christians from coming into our country with a total and complete shutdown, how come you're voting for Trump today, knowing that he attempted to ban all new Muslims from coming into our country with a total and complete shutdown?
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Okay, yeah, so I'm familiar with that clip that you just played. I think that it's definitely taken out of context. I don't think that, I mean, politicians can get up and say just about anything, but whether or not he's going to actually go through with it, I mean, come on. I don't see that happening ever under his administration, which is why, again, am still an avid supporter.
Wait, but you said that you wouldn't vote for Trump even if he wanted to ban all new Christians because that's insane. So why isn't it just as insane to say that he wanted to ban all new Muslims?
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's not insane, but the issue is whether or not he's going to actually go through with that. And do I think that? No, not for a second. Again, I think that clip for sure has been taken out of context.
Okay. I got my mic set up back. Sorry, my mic fell off its stand. Yeah, so I think that the intention of wanting to do this is sufficient to not want to vote for him. He couldn't do it because like the Constitution doesn't allow our president to religiously persecute Muslims. But I don't think that I'm actually doing it is required to give a sufficient reason for us not to support him. I think the intention alone is sufficient. Like, for instance, if you wanted to bring slavery back but couldn't because of the Constitution, would you still vote for him, or would the intention of wanting to do that alone be sufficient?
When it comes to slavery, I think that the intention would be sufficient. Like, nobody wants a president that's for slavery.
Yeah, like nobody wants a president that's for religious persecution. Okay,
exactly.
Exactly. So even though he couldn't do it, the fact that he wanted to is sufficient.
Right, but when it comes to that clip of Muslims, I'm sure I'm not too familiar with where that comes from, but I'm sure he was referring to foreign terrorists, and that's why I'm not too sure.
I can't. I just threw my cards all over the room. Haley, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. I fucking can't. I literally can't. My deck of cards is gone. I just threw it. It's gone. I have no more deck of cards. Dude, holy shit. So in the clip, Donald Trump says that he wants to ban all new Muslims from coming into our country. Then all of a sudden, you're like, that must have just been for foreign terrorists. Yes, Christian. The single mother of 3 immigrating from Canada to the U.S. that just so happens to practice under the religion of Islam is a foreign fucking threat.
No, and that's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm saying, I think that Trump is making the generalization that, when it comes to terrorism, some of them tend to be Muslim, and that's why he said that.
We have higher rates of domestic terrorism from white Christian nationalists. Let's talk about Black Wall Street. What happened there?
I have no idea. I'm going to be completely real.
Of course you don't.
But again, I don't think that when it comes to intent as something like that can be equated to something like slavery. don't see the
I'm
comparison at
not
all.
making an equivocation between like religious persecution through travel bans and slavery. I'm making an analogy insofar as them both being sufficiently wrong to not want to vote for a candidate. And like seemingly like you'd understand my position here when we talk about Christians but not Muslims. Like, what's a relevant distinction between Christians and Muslims that makes it sufficiently wrong to want to ban one group of people coming into our country but not the other?
Well, I mean, I think when it comes to Christians, I think that at their core, some of them, not, of course, there are exceptions and outliers, but at their core, that Christians have the nation's best interests at heart, whereas Muslims tend to practice other things, other practices that are contradictory to American safety for welfare of the average everyday American.
Like what?
Let me think. When it comes to, I guess, I mean, terrorism is like the thing that comes immediately to mind. I know that a lot of Muslims have been terrorists and end up murdering people.
No, actually, that's wrong. No, a lot of Muslims haven't been terrorists. It's crazy that like praising the God that you believe in makes you a terrorist. This is Islamophobia. It is a threat. It is a threat to our country. It is a threat to all Muslims in our country. It is a threat to all Muslims around the world, especially right now. If you want to talk about threats to our country, Islamophobia that's typically perpetuated at the hand of Christians, that is a threat to our country, okay, sir? Once again, if we want to talk about domestic rates of terrorism, right, if you're going to say that terrorism is like a core virtue of Muslims here at home in America, right, I don't see why you wouldn't say that about Christians. We have the attacks on Tulsa, burning down Black Wall Street. We have like lynching of black people. Literally, slavery was condoned by white Christian nationalists because they thought Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 of the Christian Bible allowed them to do so. I mean, we have like 1,000 years worth of history with white Christians committing terroristic attacks against members of the LGBTQ plus community. Leviticus 21 verse 13 says to stone them to death. Same thing with slavery. Same thing with genocide. Read 1 Samuel 15:3 when the Christian God apparently commanded Christians to genocide women, children, and babies. Like like your claim here is false. And for you to say that Christians have the country's best interests in mind when the white Christian nationalists that we have in our country here today are currently platforming a 34-count felon rapist is crazy.
Right, and you're talking about the extremists of every group. I'm talking about the average, everyday Christian and the average.
Oh no, you were talking about extremists under the Islamic religion, but as soon as I start talking about the extremists under the Christian religion, you take an issue with it.
Yes, for sure, because I think by and large, Christian, average, everyday American Christians, for sure, we have extremists that don't have the nation's best interests at heart. But the average, everyday Christian, I think, does have, core values.
What about the average, everyday Muslim?
I would say some of them do, yes, for sure, but there are extremists.
Does the average everyday Muslim have our country's best interests at heart?
I can't honestly answer that question because I'm not educated enough about their religion.
Oh my God. So their religion is literally tangential to Christianity. Prophet Muhammad, as described given the Quran, is a prophet of the Abrahamic notion of a God. They recognize Jesus, right, as another prophet of God, and they recognize the Torah alongside the Christian Bible as being the word of God. They just merely say it's corrupted. So, I mean, if Muslims are a threat to our country, so are Christians.
But I'm saying neither religion is a threat to the country. But when it comes to the extremists of each group, Muslims tend to be worse than the Christian extremists. They tend to, I think, carry out more terrorism than extremists.
I don't know how we'd be able to qualify that claim. I think that's incredibly false. I don't think that really anything compares to the 200 to 350 years of terrorism committed on black people by white Christian nationalists. What would compare to like slavery? I think that's one of the biggest terror attacks, right, on one human from another human in the history of the world. I think that we'd see like other scenarios, maybe like the Holocaust or, you know, shit like Mao Zedong in China. But I don't think we should compare, you know, genocides and attacks. But you know, just to bring up a couple others. But what have Muslims done that's comparable to 350 years of systemic enslavement and killing of black people?
Hold on. Are you insinuating that Christians perpetuated slavery? And is that what you're arguing right now?
That's not what I'm arguing. That's what I'm telling. Yeah, you could look up the Slave Bible, what white Christian nationalists did to make themselves feel better about enslaving black people as they justified it with the Bible. So Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 in the Christian Bible, God apparently says that if you are an Israelite, you could own a non-Israelite as human property for life. Exodus 21 then says that you are allowed to beat your slaves. They took these verses from the Bible, they reduced it down to similar verses as well, and they gave it to the slaves to make them feel like God wanted them to be slaves. It's a moral atrocity, and yes, this was perpetuated at the hand of white Christian nationalists.
I mean, I think that there were white Christian nationalists on the side that were for slavery. Do I think that by and large that Christians like perpetuated slavery and allowed for it? No, not at all.
Oh, actually, yeah, no, absolutely. Wait, you don't think that a predominant amount of like white Christians like 200 years ago perpetuated slavery?
No, I don't think that. The average everyday Christian was.
Viola, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Viola. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And then Evan with the $30 on PayPal. Let's get some W's for Evan in the chat. That is absolutely so kind of you, Evan. I do really appreciate you for the love. W's for Viola and Evan. You're just lying. Yeah. The average white person 300 years ago was totally okay with slavery. Like white people would look at slavery like we look at cars, just an enabler for them to make their life easier. Like they didn't recognize black people as like humans. They didn't recognize black people as morally valuable. They were completely indifferent, complicit, and perpetuated slavery. Neha, thank you so much for the unicorn. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love. I do really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love, Neha. Thank you so much for the unicorn. That is literally insane. Thank you so much. Hey, Christian, where's the Bible Belt?
It's in the South for sure, but I think that Christians...
yeah. Wait. The Bible Belt's in the South, and what was the civil? What was the civil?
Yes, I know. I'm completely aware, but I think that Christians allowed and were allowed for slaves to be free. That I think that Christians
they literally died to protect the right to own slaves.
Yes, some of them did, and I'm not disputing that fact. But by and large, majority of Christians allowed for the freedom of slavery. They didn't condone slavery, again, because of teachings in the Bible.
Fuck no. Literally not. Yeah, he was banned for hate speech. Unfortunately, he was banned for hate speech. I was just going to ask him for like any documentation of like a movement of Christians 300 years ago against slavery. He wouldn't have been able to find one. That claim was so wrong. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I do appreciate all of y'all that have donated for my nephew's birthday. For those that don't know, I'm actually going to be going to my nephew's birthday here in about 2 hours. And you all have been so kind, and I will be using the donations that are specified for that to buy him a nice gift. He's an awesome little man. It is his 8th birthday. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here right now, y'all. Everyone just give us a second. And for the 10,000 people that are hanging out with us in here, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen and hit that follow button as well. I do these live streams every single day. And Joe, thank you for the $30 on PayPal, man. Let's get some W's in the comment section for Joe. I really appreciate you for the $30. You are absolutely phenomenal, Joe. And Joanne with the $5 on PayPal as well. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, yeah, I am.
How old are you?
20.
Okay, Kimberly, thank you for the $10 saying that you're helping my anxiety attacks. Thank you. Thank you for your donation, Kelsey, and I'm glad I could help. W's for Kelsey. So why are you voting for Trump?
Wait, could I
Maria,
please
thank you for the $15 on Venmo to buy him Pokemon. Maria, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. W's for Maria in the chat. And Lindsay with the $55 and the 55 cents. Let's go. Let's get at least 500 W's for Lindsay in the chat with the $55 and the 55 cents. Yeah, sure, ask away. Thank you, Lindsay.
So if Donald Trump and Kamala Harris were to like keep their same characters, their same personalities, but they were to switch their policies for the upcoming election, what would your vote be then?
Yeah, so my automatic intuition is that I wouldn't vote. Eden, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Eden. W's for Eden in the chat. And Brandon, thank you for the $5. W's for Eden and Brandon in the chat right now. I probably wouldn't vote, and I'd probably move to Europe.
Oh.
Yeah, so why are you voting for Trump?
Oh, I was just trolling. I just wanted to ask you a question.
Okay, all right. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Yeah, like if we had a rapist with good policy, and then someone that's seemingly moral with like terrible policy, yeah, I'm out of here, bro. Kenya, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Kenya in the chat. Thank you so much for the $10. I really do appreciate you for that. Kelsey, I see you down there. Are you voting for Trump? We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Guys, do let me know in the chat if you want to come up. Chloe, I sent you an invite. I'd love for you to pop up. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. We're just looking for our next debate of the night. We got Larry Reed loading up. Thank you for the subscription. Sarko, I appreciate you. Brooke, I got you with an invite up. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
I sure am.
Okay, goddamn why?
Yeah, so we need to ban abortion and ban gender affirming care, and that's all I really care about. Get rid of the trannies and stop women from murdering our babies.
Okay, so Larry, do not slur on my fucking live. So that word is a slur against trans individuals. So I would usually automatically hop to kicking people that slur, but I'm going to go ahead and just destroy you instead of kicking you. Because quite frankly, you're kind of a fucking little douche. So we're going to go ahead and deal with that. So go ahead and unmute your mic. If you slur on my live again,
bro, the trannies need to go. It's a literal.
Okay. See, guys, they're not about reason, intellect, or anything. They don't stand on anything. I just thought that he wasn't going to be a little bitch and forcefully make me kick him because he slurred a second time. You know, I was hoping that he'd try to be a strong alpha male and stand his ground, but unfortunately not. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go and get Nick up in the box, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. Everyone, guys, spam ag down below in the chat if you do want to come up in here. We got Kyle Carson loading in right now, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. Hey, Kyle, you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump. I know my accent sounds different, but my...
I don't believe you. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Hello. So I would say I did vote for him, and I just have questions because I'm hoping.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, as of right now, I guess. I guess my stance was the same as what you just said, that I kind of wouldn't vote, and that's kind of my thoughts. But I'm more so leaning towards Trump just because that's how I grew up. And I just see that you are well informed. So I think where I'm looking to get information is wrong.
Yeah, Kelsey, I'm just gonna go ahead and cut to the chase real quick. You're seemingly like an undecided voter. I'm just looking to talk to people that are pretty convicted in their Trump beliefs because I think that's what I'd want to demonstrate to the people watching. But I do want to go ahead and talk to you real quick.
Can I ask one quick question then?
Yeah, ask a question. Take it away.
When you say you look each day, for websites, which ones do you specifically look at to get both sides?
Alyssa, I appreciate you for the $5. AP News is probably the best. If you're just looking for a news source, that's probably the best. I'd go to AP News. But I do just want to share one thing with you here before I move on to the next guest. Don't support someone that doesn't support you, Kelsey. Donald Trump doesn't support women. I would highly recommend to you to just go do your own free independent research on Donald Trump's misogynistic and sexist past. Okay? I feel like that alone, right, is enough to cause an uproar and a rebellion of all 170 million American women and girls to stand against Trump, not with Trump. And I feel like when you learn about his social and legal attacks on the rights, liberties, and freedoms of American women and girls, that you will absolutely change your mind.
Okay, and then just one other thing is I was looking at, some Kamala beliefs and policies and stuff, and I did come across a video that I don't know, it kind of worried me because of her interview she had on CNN about allowing the school pupils to vote.
Elisa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So she said 4 years ago that we should talk about people that commit violent crimes to vote. I don't think that she's ever going to pass any policy to do so. You could look at our website. It's not there. But, I mean, if you don't think that violent offenders should be able to vote, maybe you shouldn't vote for one,
Okay, no, I understand. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, thanks for being respectful, Kelsey. Have a good one. Have a good one. I'm pretty sure that Kelsey's been watching for a while. All right, go ahead and unmute that mic, Ghost. I'm so excited to talk to Ghost. Please unmute.
Can you hear me? I'm so excited to talk to Ghost.
Jesus Christ, Ghost, you have an echo. Okay, first of all, stop your screen recording. That's what causes the echo. Okay, come on, buddy, you're not Drake. And then go on pause, and then come back into the app so we can have a conversation. So swipe out of the app, then come back into the app. There you go. Awesome. Now you should have an echo. The screen recording causes the echo.
No?
Yeah, there we go. All right, perfect. Mr. Ghost, you said in the comment section that I was dodging you?
Yeah.
Buddy, there is 11.2 thousand people in here. Who do you think you are, the Pope?
All right, let me ask you a question.
Dear God. Take it away.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So, do you agree with all the policies and the rules of Kamala Harris's campaign and administration?
Yeah, I think all the policy that I've seen from her has been pretty good. Can you name one of her policies that's bad?
You agree with everything? That's my question.
I mean, everything that I've seen has been good.
So you're looking for the good?
Can you name one proposed policy that she has that's bad?
No, I'm asking you. You haven't answered.
I have. Every single policy that I've seen through like months of research has been good.
Okay, so I know you're doing this.
Apart from further funding for Israel, that's not good.
Okay, so I know you're doing this live. Your main agenda is pushing that Kamala Harris wins. So after she does win, does your stance of just defending everything she's saying still going to be the same after she wins, or are you gonna?
I actually just critiqued one of her stances. I hate the Democrat platform support for Israel. Like, the Democrat platform is so progressive and literally every other sense, but then they turn around and give warmongers and genociders like more funding and weapons. It's gross. Okay, so yeah,
I have another question.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Let me answer this. Let me ask this.
No, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2004.
Okay, what month?
October 1st. Bro, I'm not lying. I'm 19.
Okay. Yeah. So, can you name one of Trump's policies that you liked?
Let me ask one more question. Then
answer my goddamn question.
I wanted to ask you. I said I can ask 2 questions.
Jesus Christ, Ashley! Thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
When I first came up, I wanted to ask 2 questions. Let me ask one more question.
Oh my God.
Okay, so do you think a woman leader like Kamala, do you think she can do as much power? Do you think she has as much power? And do you think, as a president, don't you think dominance is a key in order to sustain such a...
Okay, yeah, misogyny. Jesus Christ, misogyny.
I never said anything misogynistic. I'm saying, okay, so hold on. So throughout history, right, over 90% of leaders are male dominant, right? So are those people misogynistic, or is it something that was, of course, it had to do with being a president, and that's why it's always been like that in history.
Okay, so you're saying men are better.
People's been doing it for
that
long for no reason.
Hey, you're saying that men are better at leading than women because we've had a disproportionate amount of men leaders. I have a question. Are white people better at leading than black people?
Over 90%.
Are white people better at leading than black people?
You can't ask me that because there was slavery back in the day. Black people couldn't even be leaders.
Are white people better at leading than black people?
You can't ask that. I'm asking based on history. You're not asking based on history. I'm using history to prove that.
So you're saying that I'm just going to go ahead and give your position for you. You're saying that white people are not better at leading than black people, even though we've had a disproportionate amount of white leaders. Okay? All right. However, what I'd relate this to is the reason that we have a disproportionate amount of white leaders is for the reason that you denoted, systemic oppression and a lack of societal opportunity to achieve these roles. But I'd also make the same argument for women. I mean, I think historically speaking, right, we've seen men perpetuate traditionalism, all right, which would tell the man that they have to go out, lead, make the money, earn an income to provide for their family. Meanwhile, the wife stays at home, cooks, cleans, and takes care of the kids. and we've seen systemic forms of oppression against women, stigmatizing them from being in positions of leadership. Then I'd also like to say that no, women in the 1920s didn't have the right to vote, were legally acclaimed as property of their husband, didn't have the right to own land, any property, or even open a bank account, and until the 80s couldn't legally report rape in the context of a marriage. Okay, right? And then today, now that we see a legal opportunity for women to lead, we still see social repercussions and consequences for women being in those positions due to the stigmatization that is a result of the legal inequities that we've had in the past. But if we want to look at a man compared to a woman and determine who on average is going to be better at leading, I would say women are actually better at leading than men, because women have a higher IQ on average, women have a higher EQ on average, women have more emotional regulation and control, or else men, when it commit 75% of self-unalivings, men, when it commit 85% of hard substance abuse of hard drugs to deal with
okay, you've been saying the same thing
emotions.
for 5 minutes.
Men, women are not committing 95% of all violent crimes. Women are not more predisposed towards irrational, reckless activities such as drunk driving, gambling, or reckless driving. Meanwhile, when we see women in high stress scenarios that call for leadership, they actually outperform men. Why? Females are biologically predispositioned to deal with stress better than their male counterpart, and this was evolutionarily derived from childbirth. They have thicker dendrites in the context of their neuroanatomy that predispositions them towards dealing with stress better. That's why we see studies from the AMA that would indicate if you're operated on by a female in comparison to a male, you are less likely to deal with negative postoperative outcomes or die as a result of your surgery.
First of all, why are you muting me? Isn't this a debate? Why should you be muting me?
Because you're talking over me. Suck it up.
No, you talk. I let you talk, and then you stopped talking, and I started talking. You muted me.
Oh, are you gonna start getting real emotional?
First of all,
are you gonna justify? Are you gonna justify the damn point that I just made even more?
No, I'm gonna answer you.
Are you gonna give me real time empirical evidence?
Are you gonna let me answer? Are you gonna let me ansser?
Yeah, go ahead and give me real time empirical evidence. You were talking for 5 minutes,
and I heard you say something about how men drive, or men are more reckless in driving than women. We are talking about the president here. Why are you mentioning how men drive more reckless than women? What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, because I indicated to you about 20 different societal conformities that would indicate that women have more control over their emotions and women are more predispositioned to engage in rational behaviors in comparison to irrational behaviors. And these are general attitudes which we could derive to form a better leader. So we'd say, in consideration, the lieu of all the facts in which I just shared, right, on average, women might be predispositioned to lead better than men.
Okay, so for
Gabby, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying go off King. I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. And April, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much for the love. And George with the $50 on PayPal saying kick this cry baby. I appreciate you for the love, George. Jasmine, thank you for the VR goggles. Let's get at least 500 W's in the comment section for George right now. Thank you for the love. Thank you.
For the past over 100,000 years, so over 90% of leaders in whether it's a country, whether it's a territory, whatever it is in war, it's always been men. Men have always been more successful than women. So you're going to ignore all this stat and just use this scientific research that has been done in the last 10 to 20 years to justify that women can be a better president?
Yeah, so I already disputed this. I've told you, so the reason that we've had more male leaders and female leaders is because
it's not about oppression. No, it's not about oppression.
Okay, so the reason that we've had more male leaders and female leaders is because men have had more opportunity. I've already explained this to you. Gian, I appreciate you for the $10.
Why is that? Why is that? Why do they have more opportunity?
Because of men like you systemically oppressing women from getting in positions of power because you hold on to pure blatant lies that they're not as good as it.
So if they were truly, like you said, explained, more powerful and think more critical and of what you said, then they would be able to overcome men leaders and
actually no, because men on average are physically stronger than women, giving them a biological advantage to suppress and oppress women to a higher level. We'd see that at a time where physical strength was a tool of domination, that it was used to oppress women. And when social conformities were set, that the men were the oppressor class and women were the oppressed class, the men then used their status as existing in the oppressor class to gain more control with means other than their physicalities. So the reason that we have seen
you're just admitting that
trend,
men are more controlling.
yeah, man, that's not the flex that you fucking think it is. Hitler's been one of the most controlling leaders that we've ever had. Was Hitler a good leader, Ghost? Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Joe, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Joe in the chat. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Joe. Massive W's in the comment section for Joe right now. Thank you for the $50. Did you just say yes?
My answer, yes. Hitler was a good war strategy leader. Yes, he wasn't just.
Oh my God.
He wasn't just. I never said he's just, but he was a very good, actually one of the best.
Holy shit.
So you disagree?
So even
So you disagree?
Yes, of course I disagree. Apart from
With
I don't know,
everything he has
like
done for
genociding
Germany,
12
for
million
how
people.
he was in how the. It doesn't matter. That's not what you asked. You said if he was a
Damn,
great
I appreciate
leader.
you for the subscription. Yeah, well, I'd say that in a great leader.
I'm not talking about if he was just or not.
Yeah, I'd say in a great leader, we'd want to see virtues reflected in them that we'd also want to see reflected in us. Being a good leader isn't just set on the precedent of your ability to control others. Being a good leader is set on your precedent of your ability to control others in a positive, progressive direction to bring them a better quality of life. The point of leadership is
He grew and improved Germany.
The point of leadership is to take a subsequent group of people and direct them in a positive direction, because it would be inefficient for all constituents of a group to self-direct. Like, that is the point of leadership. You take like a million people. If you don't have a leader, you just have a million minds wandering, attempting to self-direct in a positive direction. So for the purpose of efficiency, you choose one, or maybe a cohort, a group of representatives, to lead the million people in a positive, progressive direction. Okay, Icy Pain, I appreciate you for the hands up. But when you can't when you can't do that, and you instead just genocide like 12 million people, destroy your country, run it into the ground, destroy all neighboring countries. You're not a good leader. I can't believe I'm actually having a debate about how Hitler was a good leader. And of course it's a Trump supporter too. Jacob, thank you for the sage. If y'all want to see Trump's voter base, you're looking at it. This is a good reason why you should get out of it. For all my Trump supporters in this live that just support him because inflation was lower, or you think he's,
I never said he was a good leader. I never said he was a good leader.
Shut the fuck up. If you're voting for Trump because you think that his inflation was lower, thereby he has your vote, just consider who you're voting with. Do you really want to vote with this guy?
I never said he was.
Thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
You're just changing my words. I never said that. I said he was a strong leader. He improved Germany more than any president could have done. Yes,
how did he improve Germany?
Yes, there's casualties. And listen.
How did he improve Germany?
Let me finish. I would have muted you right now.
Oscar, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
There's more people that have looked up to for people that they're saying that Hitler was a bad leader. If you have to look at it in
Brad, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo to kick the Hitler apologist. I appreciate you for shut the fuck up, little boy. The real man's talking. I'm thanking Brad for the donation. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the $20 to kick him. Yeah, I think we're gonna kick him here shortly. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. So how did he lead Germany in a good direction?
Okay. Why are we talking about Hitler anyways? You mentioned him. I don't want to talk about Hitler. I want to talk about how men are better leaders than women.
Okay, yeah. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to ask you one last question. What is a biological disposition or difference between men and women that makes men better at leading?
Say it again?
What is the relevant distinction and or difference between men and women that make men better at leading?
There's a lot of characteristics in
Name
that.
one.
One is they're fearless. They're more dominant. They can make choices not based on fear sometimes.
Okay, so if men are more likely to engage in rational, logical decision making, and women are less likely to, Could you please give me one empirical data point in society today where, specifically speaking, men make better decisions than women? No.
What?
Well, I could give you a lot where they don't. Like the way I could empirically dispute this is by just referencing the fact that men commit like 95% of violent crimes. That is literally irrational and reckless behaviors driven by emotion.
Yeah, president don't. That's not a president.
Same thing with like suicide statistics. Same thing with like
That's
drug
not for,
abuse.
it's not saying for president.
Like same thing. I'm using data points in society to suggest that your point is wrong.
You're like showing research for people, for regular civilians that are not president. What does that have to do with anything?
Wait, we're taking generalized statistics to disprove your claim that men are more logical than women. Dude, I mean, obviously, like, you're not going to be, like, logical. Like, I mean, obviously, you're not going to be able to, like, follow my argument. Maybe I need to reduce it down. Bentley, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, and Nick with a 5. Let's get some W's for Bentley and Nico in the chat right now. Thank you for the $25 and the $5. Thank you so much for the love. Like, what evidence? Yeah, he's literally too emotional to, like, understand my argument. Like, can I explain to you, like, the irony in a man telling me that men are more logical than women while not being able to follow, like, the most simple, deductive, logical argument known to mankind? The irony in that is insane. Man, honestly, this guy's just pissed that the last time he touched a woman was when he was coming out of one. Like, Jesus Christ. What's your evidence that women are more emotional and less logical than men?
More emotional, you said?
Yeah. Oh, you don't have any evidence.
Hasn't it been proven over the years that women are more emotional?
No, now your voice is trembling.
Yes.
I like
Yes,
it when
it
your
has.
voice trembles. Give
Yes,
me the
it
evidence.
has. In many scenarios. Yes, it has. It's
Okay,
known.
give me the evidence.
So you want research?
I just want any reason to believe that women are more emotional and less logical than men.
You know they are. You know they are.
Okay, so this alone disputes your argument. You are literally giving me an emotionally driven argument to argue that men are less emotional, and you're a man.
It's not emotional. I don't have the research.
Wait, just saying that I know they are, that's not an emotional argument?
So do you have a research paper for every certain thing you agree on or you know as a fact? You have a
Chelsea, thank you so much for the 45. Shut up. Chelsea with a $45 on Venmo, 45 for the year that Hitler was defeated. Let's go. Thank you for the $45 on Venmo. And by the way, yes, I do. I have research to justify all my claims. Massive W's for Chelsea in the chat with a $45 and massive W's to another Chelsea for $5. Thank you for the 2 Chelseas for the $50. Y'all are absolutely great. Thank you guys so much for the love. Thank y'all so much. So yeah, so the man's argument to justify that he's rational is that, oh, it's obvious that women are less rational. All right. You know what we're going to go ahead and do? Baby crying noise. All right, you go ahead and make your argument that women are more emotional than men. Ghost, unmute. Make your argument that
Why are you muting?
Yeah,
like 10 times this time.
Yeah, can you make your argument that women are more emotional than men, please?
You're gonna play the noise. Ha 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 ha. Like you're Quilly, bro.
Hey, can you please make your argument that women are more emotional than men?
They are more emotional. I don't have a research paper. Do you have a research paper that? Do you have a research paper that proves that the headphones you're wearing is not alive? Hello? Ha ha ha, you're hilarious. You're hilarious. Wow, you're hilarious.
All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute here. Everyone just, oh, sorry. Wait, I thought I kicked him. Why is he still here? Wait, chat. Why can we still hear him? Wait, I thought I kicked him. Why can we still hear him? He's like stuck in the live. Can you guys still hear him?
Hello.
Wait, I thought okay, I'm sorry, that was a good joke. Hey, what's up? Yo, Joe, thank you for the $40 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Joe. Let's get at least 400 W's in the chat for Joe right now. Thank you for the $45. You are absolutely great. Massive W's down below for Joe, literally right now, y'all. Thank you so much. And Annabelle with the $10 as well. Thank you guys so much for the love. If anyone else does want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. What is going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey Dean, first of all, I'm not voting for Trump. I just wanted to say that I love your content and just...
God, I love you. God, I love you. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. We're just looking to debate Trump supporters. Tara, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for having to babysit Trump supporters. W's for Tara in the chat. And Caitlin, thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well. Let's get some W's for Tara and Caitlin. I appreciate y'all for supporting me because I'm cooking. Thank you guys so much for the love. While we move on to our next guest, let's go ahead and see what we have. Dude, I swear to God, it's like Russian roulette with the people in the queue. You know, it's like, God, you get the wrong one and they're going to come up here and say that Hitler was a good president and that women are too emotional lead. It's insane. I like, these people need to be fucking checked. The degeneracy is off the charts. All right, they both left. Okay, we're going to go back to spamming MAGA down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the cap, Bobby. Drop a MAGA down below literally right now if you want to come up and debate. We're going to pull from the chat. Let's see. We got our next guest coming up. Perfect. Hey, you're voting for Trump, right?
Hello.
Hi. Are you voting for Trump?
Hi, Dean. So I'm going to vote for Trump, and I know you think I have kind of an accent. I've lived abroad for like 7 to 8 years in Sweden, so that's why, if you're wondering.
What time is it?
Kick me. What? It's 23:08. I'm actually visiting my relatives in Sweden right now.
Okay, that's a good lie, but you are lying. Moving on to our next guest here, everyone. Just give us a minute. Kyle, what's going on, man? Hello, are you there? All right, continue to spam Trump down below in the chat. We got our next guest invited up. Drop a chump. User, thank you for the Gorgie. Drop a chump in the chat. Drop a chump if you want to come up and debate. Let's see here, everybody. Drop a chump. All right, let's see what our next guest here has to say. Everybody, Adam B, I'd love for you to come up. I don't know why you didn't accept my invite, you nerd. Let's see what our next guest has to say. Whoa. All right, let's see. We got Army Mom. Perfect. I need me a good Army Mom in the live to debate. Hello, Army Mom. Oh, geez. Tuning in live through the toaster. Thank you for the elephant trunk. Moving on to our next guest. Let's see who we got. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, there's some hesitancy in your voice there. Why are you voting for Trump?
Hesitating because, didn't know if I was getting on here or what, but no hesitancy in the polls. But the reason I'm voting for Trump is because I will come out the box and say that Trump is not the best option for the U.S. president whatsoever.
Okay, I care about why you're voting for him. And Valerie, are you voting for Trump?
I totally requested as a joke. I'm really
appreciate you for coming up. So why is Trump better than Harris?
So I will say that Kamala's history as a prosecutor and her other positions of power over the years are just reasons you shouldn't vote for her.
Okay, yeah. What about her history as a prosecutor gives us reason not to vote for Harris?
So the fact that she made a joke about her smoking marijuana.
You gotta stray. You gotta hate it when they catch strays. Yeah, you can't say the names of any drugs on the live. I do apologize. I honestly should have given you the heads up because it's one of the couple things that people reference when we're talking about our history. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Let's go and see what our next guest here has to say. Spam Trump down below in that chat if you want to come up and debate. Let's see what we got. All right. Honestly, just put a me down below in that chat if you're already in the queue. But Colleen, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you for educating and cooking at the same time. Colleen, I appreciate you for the love. Thank you for the $15 on Venmo. You are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much, man. We got our next guest loading up right now, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. Do give us a minute. Spam Trump down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. We got Lily loading up in. Let's see what we got. All right, here we go. Lily should be loading in as we speak. They're just spamming Trump down below in the comment section. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, how old are you?
21.
Awesome. Why are you voting for Trump?
Just because the prices of living has gone up tremendously, and I feel like it wasn't like that during his term.
Yeah.
If Kamala was gonna put this whole plan together, why didn't she just do it before, right?
Yeah. So why do you think the price of living now is higher than it was under Trump?
I'm sorry? Repeat that.
Why do you think the price of living now is higher than it was under Trump?
Then it was under Trump?
Yeah, why is it higher now? What caused it to be higher?
Don't know. Just know that he fucking was a thing, you know?
Okay, so COVID caused it to be higher. COVID caused global inflation in every country across the world. We had the quickest response from it out of any other country in the G7. Jasmine, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. You were absolutely phenomenal. I think I still hear the ghost crying, so real. And Jillian with the $10. Thank you, Jasmine and Jillian. Why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Trump is sexist. He does not care about women, and we cannot effectively expect him to legislate for the thoughts, wants, needs, feelings, desires, and opinions of the 170 million American women and girls sitting in the Oval Office because he's done nothing but disregard them in his past.
All right, you're a lost cause, bro.
You're a lost cause. I'm educated. You're not. I'm rational. You're not. I know what I'm talking about. You don't. You gave me a correlation causation fallacy. I gave you fact. So are you saying that rationale and logic is a lost cause? Because that seems to be the argument from the right.
Bro, drop me off.
Facts. Moving on to our next guest. Let's go to see what our next guest here has to say, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, do give us a minute. Let's go and get Jay Shellaman up in here, y'all. Be patient, everybody. Ate her up, of course. I had to eat, quite frankly. Hi, are you voting for Trump? Jesus Christ. All right, moving on to our next guest. She had concepts of an argument, guys. She had concepts of an argument. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. We got Kayla loaded up into the box. Hi, are you voting for Trump, Goat? Ashlyn, thank you for the Life Pro badge. You're phenomenal. And Nod, thank you for the subscription.
I just wanted to let everyone know that if you actually saw the economy under Trump versus...
All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. I don't think he was a Trump voter. I do appreciate you for coming up, though, and making a PSA. Moving on to Julia. Everyone give us a minute, guys. Be patient. Be patient. Do be patient. We got our next guest loading in right now. Guys, please, if you're in the guest request and you're not voting for Trump, politely leave. And everyone make sure to renew your status in the guest request if you want to hop towards the top. We got our next guest loading in literally right now. What's going on, Illist? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 24.
And how long do you expect me to believe that?
I go to college. I'm a senior at the ASU.
Okay, sure. What's your major?
Nutrition applied to health.
Nutrition applied to health?
Yes.
Name one of your prerequisites for your major.
Let's see. Bio applied to health. Bio 201.
All right,
bio
I believe you.
202.
No, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. Well, real quick, Toki, are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Not voting for Trump, but...
Appreciate you for coming up. Tristan, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. So I'm just going to give the mic to y'all. Either of y'all could give me an argument. Why is Trump a better candidate than Harris?
Because he hasn't funded or aided Israel to unalive 55,000 Palestinians.
Oh,
my bad. I just got off a run, bro.
Okay, so here's the thing. Trump says that he wants Israel to, quote-unquote, finish the job and to win the war. And he says if he's reelected, he will continue to fund them to do so. Kamala Harris wants a ceasefire agreement. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris decrease funding and weapons and ammunition going to Israel, Donald Trump...
They just sent a shit ton of weapons to Lebanon right now and killed 550 people.
I will be getting there. Can you allow me to finish?
Go ahead.
When Biden and Harris decreased their funding and weapons going to Israel, Trump responded by saying that if he was president, he would have never decreased that and that they are, quote unquote, not doing enough for Israel. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are self-proclaimed pro-Hamas terrorists by Trump. Donald Trump says that he's the most pro-Israel president that our country has ever had. If you genuinely care about the innocent Palestinians' lives, you would be voting for progress. You'd be voting for what is better for them. I understand that the position held by Kamala Harris is not optimal, but it is better than Donald Trump's. That's when a hard decision has to be made for the sake of the innocent Palestinians losing their lives, and that hard decision is coming to the conclusion that she is the lesser of two evils, and this gives you no reason not to vote for her, considering who she is running against and what he stands for.
But guess what? He hasn't funded them. Guess who has funded their Israel? Who's gave them $48 billion after 2 days after our taxes were finalized? So
Ashley, I appreciate
they
you
gave $48 billion of my taxes. My taxpayer dollars went to Israel to kill a shit ton of people at the Gaza Strip. My money. That's my taxpayers.
Yeah, but the position is if you...
So we couldn't even get into tuition. I'm in 10K debt, and I couldn't, get any student
So first of all,
relief,
he
but they
literally...
gave $48 billion to Israel?
Literally every president...
Make it make sense, bro.
Literally every president has funded Israel. Yes, Donald Trump did fund Israel. And the argument that you're making is bad because we're looking at what is best for the Palestinians over the course of the next 4 years. Kamala Harris is better
The
than
next
Trump.
4 years? Is there even going to be a Palestine in the next 4 years? I mean,
Okay.
because the way the
Hi. So stop virtue signaling. Like, you do not care about innocent Palestinians if you are not voting for Kamala Harris and are rather voting for Trump. Like stop virtue signaling on behalf of them. It's deplorable, it's gross, it's disgusting. Right? If you want to save more innocent Palestinians' lives, vote for Harris. Not because she's good for the Palestinians, but because she's better than Trump. That's the position. That is literally the position. I'm not going to sit here and defend her funding Israel. It's gross. You're right. 110%. Your foot's in the right door, but the other foot's not, okay? Because you need to recognize not just that she doesn't have a good position on her funding for Israel, but we still need to vote for her because she's better than Trump. It's like saying that we have a president who's like killed like a family, and this guy's running against her that intends to kill 10. And then saying that you're going to vote for the guy that intends to kill 10 because he didn't kill that one family that the other did. Vote to prevent more harm. Vote for Harris.
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it. I do want to hear his response to this first, though.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'll wait on him.
Okay, Ellis, you got to figure out how to mute your mic. I guess while he's figuring out how to unmute his mic, go ahead, Tristan.
Yeah, I was just wondering, you seem to have a strong stance against Trump, as if like you just don't like him as a person overall.
I hate him as a person.
Yeah, I understand that. Do you base a lot of your arguments off of that, or do you base a lot of them off of statistics? And if so, do you also understand that statistics can be skewed either for good or for bad, depending on what those statistics are?
Brother, listen. Yeah, I think that conspiracy theories from the right, that statistics are manipulated to make the Biden-Harris administration, are insane. But the fact that you're already trying to give me that conspiracy theory without giving me an argument or hearing mine is crazy.
No, I'm not. I'm asking because I am from.
Listen, here's what I'm going to say. I think that Donald Trump has a deplorable character and deplorable policy. His character is deplorable because he's boasted about grabbing women by the P word. He said that he likes to walk into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls. He was held civilly liable for rape and even sexualized a 10-year-old girl, saying that he dated her in 10 years. He also said that all black people are lazy in 1991. In 1970, he denied housing opportunity to black people because of the color of their skin. And he said that Obama shouldn't be able to run for president because of the color of his skin, meant that he's born in Kenya, therefore he's not a U.S. president. He also called for the death penalty for the Central Park Five after they'd been exonerated for their crimes. And he said that he dated his daughter if it wasn't his daughter, and agreed with Howard Stern when Howard Stern called her a piece of ass. So there's his character, not to mention his attempted religious persecution of all new Muslims coming into our country. Then when we talk about policy, his policy is built to increase the debt to benefit the rich man. Kamala Harris's policy is built to benefit the average American while not being debt increasing over the long term. So Kamala Harris has better character and better policy.
Okay, would you say that Trump, for economic purposes, did better or worse than the Obama administration for the country?
I'm not like as familiar as like with the economic policy of Obama's administration as I should be, so I don't think I can make a claim about that. But I would like to clarify: you seemingly like subverted literally every single thing I brought up. You did not respond to anything, and then you just like brought in Obama. It was weird.
No, I'm trying not to waste your time or my time. I'm just trying to get as many questions in as I can. I also was back to your women are more emotional or women are less emotional statement that you made earlier. I am married to a woman, and she has told me several times, obviously, that in a dire situation, she would want me to make those decisions. So is that a women as a general statistic that you throw out, or is that could that be changed by personal experience on that person individually? So, like, say my wife, for instance, is a woman.
Tristan, here's one thing. There's 10,000 people in here. I'm willing to bet that a lot of people in the chat would say if they were alone with me in a dire situation, that they'd want me to help just go through this dire situation. Because I bet I'm perceived by a lot of people as being intelligent or logical or something along that. But that fact alone doesn't mean that all men are more intelligent and logical than anyone else.
See, to me, I wouldn't perceive you as that at all. I perceive you as honestly a beta male and not an alpha male personally, but that's probably because of where I'm from.
We're gonna get there, Tristan. Don't interrupt me while the real man speaks.
So the real man. I got you.
Yeah, I'll cook.
You're begging people for donations for money right now instead of working a job like most men do in America. So it's kind of interesting that you say that. It's interesting that you sit in an office chair with a green screen behind you, waiting on people to give you money as a job. instead of working, and you're arguing against the president that's for the working man, which makes sense because you're not working. So
I have a question. What's a job?
What is a job? Is a source of income.
Is this a source of income?
I mean, it is because you're begging for it.
Okay,
No, you're getting money from people that are giving you their money that they earned.
Yo,
You're getting
Araceli,
money
thank
off
you
of
for the $3
donations. You're
on
not
PayPal for the
working.
alpha. Okay, so if you get money off of donations, you're not working. So Trump's campaign is totally and completely funded by public donations. It wasn't, or at least it didn't used to be, but now it is. So does Donald Trump currently have a job?
No, he's not the president. He doesn't currently have it. He is currently unemployed.
Yo, Corey, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the real man's job. I appreciate you so much for the love. Does Charlie Kirk have a job?
No, they're both unemployed. And get donations.
Charlie Kirk doesn't have a job. Ben Rothman, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, not job money. I appreciate you for the love. Kelly, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo. Can you let Tristan know he's a loser? You're a loser, and thank you for the $6 and the 66
I mean, you sit here and call people names and get defensive when anybody calls you out.
If this isn't a job, should I not pay taxes on my income because it's not a job?
You have to you have to pay taxes.
Shut up. Nico, thank you for the $5, not begging for a real job. And Ashlyn, thank you for the money. Gonna go ahead.
You're just incredibly rude. And I mean, I don't understand why you're that way. If you're actually having debates with people and want people to actually discuss with you, why would you be incredibly rude to those people?
Okay, so first of all, I'm not being rude to you. I was thinking a donor. I'd hope that you would be appreciative for people donating to you if you were in my shoes. Second of all, Emma, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Baby bottles for Tristan and for the real job. Tony, thank you for the confetti. And Tiffany for the $5 on Venmo for the nice job. Thank you for the love, Tiffany. Y'all are going off right now. Blake with a $1 on Venmo for the job. JR with the manifesting. Maureen with a $1 per the shut up. Thank you for the love. You guys are going off right now on the Venmo and PayPal. And Abby with a $10 on Venmo for Dean's unemployment fund. What is going on? Thank you guys so much for the love. And I'm also just willing to bet the only reason that you say I don't have a real job is because you're jealous that I'm able to sit here and have 10,000 people actively engage and listen to what I'm saying and then benefit.
No, I'm not jealous at all.
Jay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the real job. I'm going to go ahead and finish speaking. Know your place. Pinky in the mouth. This is a real job. I'd say that a job is basically like a transfer of labor for monetary reap of gains. Leanne with a $25 on Venmo for the job and Mira with a $5. Let's get some W's in the chat right now for Leanne and Mira. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. Thank you guys so much. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you guys so much for your donations for the real job. And you're just fucking jealous. That's all. Chelsea, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for baking. And Marlisa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for babysitting the loser. Can you thank Marisa for giving me $10 for babysitting you?
Yeah, thank you, man. I actually stream on Twitch myself, and that is donations, but that is not my
Justin,
job.
thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and William with a $5 on Venmo for the unemployment fund. So wait, what do you do for work?
What do I do for work? I work for an electrical company.
I mean, yeah, you just get a donation in the form of a bi-weekly paycheck for your provided service. You don't have a real job.
You're not providing service to anyone. You're providing
Ashley, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
People are donating for you.
Wait, so does Leonardo DiCaprio provide a service to people of entertainment, and do school teachers provide a service to people of education? Because I provide both. So either you're gonna have to say that all fucking you're either gonna have to say that all school teachers are unemployed and all movie actors are unemployed, because that's the only way to hold a consistent position here. The service that I provide is education and entertainment. Go ahead. Aaron, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the hourly wage. I really do appreciate you for the love. Also, saying that I don't have a real job, but meanwhile, I've had over 500 million people watch me debate in the last 5 days is crazy. Stacy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the real job. I appreciate you.
An active labor job. Trump is fighting for people that actually work labor-intensive jobs and work overtime and put in hours to support families.
Jess, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Money for my job. Thank you for the $15, Jess. Go ahead.
My question to you is, if you like to debate so much, why didn't you become a lawyer or something that actually serves
Mikey,
good in
thank you for the
debating?
$4.20 on Venmo. I'm actually in pre-law right now, Tristan. I'm only 20 years old.
Congratulations. That's good. I'm genuinely
So you're saying that it's only a job given a particular threshold of labor? Bro, talking people to you all day is work, buddy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Obviously for you.
Let's be fucking real. Maybe if Trump supporters weren't so insufferable and mentally taxing, I'd give more credence to your argument. Maybe I would just be sitting here yapping and running my fucking mouth, having no care in the world if y'all were just a smidgen more rational. But that's not the case.
Do you pay taxes on these Venmos that you're acquiring? Do you pay taxes on those?
Yeah, I do. I do
Because
pay taxes.
anything over $600 or under $600, technically, I guess you don't have to claim. So are you claiming them?
I absolutely pay taxes. Who doesn't? Trump?
Well,
is that why he doesn't
several
want to
people.
show his income? Is that why he doesn't want to show his tax returns?
Well, I don't believe that just because you make more money means you should have to pay more taxes. I also don't
Jasmine with a
believe that.
$5 on PayPal for the real job. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for that, Jasmine. I thank you guys so much for your donations for the real job. And Tristan says that I'm begging for money. Yeah, I beg you all to donate your money to me on Venmo and PayPal. Leah, thank you for the subscription. Yeah. Anyways.
Do I belong to the 1%?
Holland with the $100 on Venmo for the real job. Holy shit, Holland. Thank you for the $100. I want to get at least 1,000 W's in that chat right now for Holland with a $100 donation for the real job. And Rosanna with a $20 on Venmo. And Sandra with a $20 on Venmo. Holy shit. Please for Holland, Sandra. Oh my god, I really appreciate you guys for the love. That's actually insane. I really appreciate you guys for the love. And Stacy with the $20 on PayPal for the higher salary job than Christian. That's insane. I appreciate you for the $20, Stacy. Thank you for the love, Stacy. And Erica with a $5. He left. He ran away. Quite frankly, we're gonna go to move on to our next guest. You guys are absolutely going insane today. I appreciate y'all for the love. Hey, for the 9.5 thousand people in here, Sienna, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the real job. You were great. Thank you for the love. I'm thinking about doing a couple things for the last hour of my stream. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now. And I wanted to go ahead and give y'all the option. So for the last hour of the stream, I was thinking that we either hang out on here per usual, or we go over to Twitter and do a Twitter space. What do you guys want to do? Megan, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, money for my job to shut MAGA down. I appreciate you for the love. And spam MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate, y'all. We are just looking for Trump supporters. Hannon with the $20 on Venmo. I'm blind and I see through Trump's BS, so what's their excuse? You're a fucking icon. Let's get some W's for the icon Hannon in the chat right now. Thank you for the $20 donation. You're phenomenal. Hey, Andres, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why is that?
I think his positions from his last presidency were a lot better than the current ones that Kamala is going to have.
Okay, so what's one policy from his last admin that you liked?
Honestly, I would say the energy independence that we experienced from him. It was the first time in a long time where we did experience that as a country.
So we're actually more energy independent now than we were under Trump. We're less reliant on imports, and we're producing more domestic oil.
So on that, we are importing more than we were with Trump.
Importing less.
Okay, so...
And we're producing more.
So what is energy independence then?
Holland, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Holland. W's for Holland in the chat for the $25. You are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much for the $25, Holland. Thank you so much. W's for Holland in the chat. Yeah, being less reliant on energy from other countries and being more reliant on energy from our own country, right? And both of those criteria have been met to a greater degree under Biden and Harris.
Okay, and do you know Kamala's position on that?
Yeah, we've seen it over the course of the last 4 years, promoting more energy dominance and independence here at home in America so we could control a greater amount of the global supply, to impose safer regulations on it, and so we control more of the global oil supply when it comes time to shift to renewable sources more predominantly. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, and Steve with the $5. W's for like and Steve. Also, it's pronounced Kamala. Benjamin, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying that I'm killing it. W's for Ben down below. Y'all are going crazy right now. I appreciate you guys for the love. W's for like and Ben. You guys are awesome.
Okay, well, I'll give that to you. What's your position on border immigration?
Yeah, I think that we should have like common sense border reform to expedite the legal systems to reduce undocumented migration into our country, right? Alongside manageable caps insofar as processing people at a reasonable rate, and that's what Kamala Harris aimed to achieve with the bipartisan border bill 2 years ago in the House and the Senate. With Trump then calling the Republicans, telling them to vote against it because it would make the Democrats look too good. Donald Trump is pro open borders.
Pro open borders, Donald Trump.
Yeah, he shot down, or I mean, why else would he have shot down the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago?
I'm unfamiliar with that. I'm just going to give that to you. I'm not going to make something up. But I think just Kamala's background, especially in California, is just makes her extremely unqualified for presidency.
Okay. Without saying the names of drugs, name one thing that makes her extremely unqualified.
Are you familiar with the 3 strikes law?
No.
Okay, so that was something that was. I'm from California.
Her name's Kamala.
Okay, dude, I'm not gonna. That's not the point.
Yeah,
so there's.
I think that like mispronouncing like black women's names is a microaggression against black women.
Well, you mispronounced the Mexican guy's name, and I didn't care. So, anyways, the 3 strikes
did I
law
mispronounce?
was actually something. Mine, dude. Whatever.
Okay, well then that's when you correct me on your pronunciation. I didn't come out of the gate swinging, telling you that you're being microaggressive to black people. I've corrected you on your pronunciation. I only bring this up after you learn and you deny education.
Okay, Kamala was, as California Attorney General, was actually.
Alex, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for cooking the guest. Thank you for the love, Alex. W's for Alex down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20. You were great. W's for Alex. Take it away.
This is something that we actually experienced. I'm from California, and it was something that a lot of us saw firsthand. The 3 strikes law basically puts prisoners in prisons for like an extremely long time, even for nonviolent crimes. So let's say you were convicted of the same crime 3 times. You'd be put in prison for like a lot longer than a usual person, if that makes sense.
Yeah, why would we blame Kamala Harris for this? She didn't write the laws; she enforced them.
She quite literally did. She was
Skylar, thank you for the $20 on Venmo to make the maggots cry. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, Skylar. And Norma with the $20 on Venmo saying gracias, Dean. Thank you so much, Norma and Skylar. W's for Norma and Skylar in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Norma and Skylar. I really do appreciate you guys for the love. W's for Norma and Skylar with the $20 each. You guys are phenomenal. So the 3 strikes law was implemented in California in the 90s. She was not DA in the 90s. A second point, if this is a qualification that makes her unfit to lead, I have a question. Why doesn't grape religious persecution or attempting to overthrow our government and rig the outcome of a federal election not sufficient reason not to say Trump's unqualified?
Because a lot of them are just accusations, obviously. If there was like actual proof for every single one.
No. Saying that he's a rapist is not an accusation. This was proven in a court of law. Saying that he's a religious persecutor and wanted to shut down all new Muslims coming into the country is not an accusation. That's something that Donald Trump called for himself on stage.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
And then saying that he attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government and rig an election is not an accusation. It's a confession that him and his lawyers made in the January 6 indictments and to the Supreme Court because they're seeking criminal immunity for it.
Okay, do you think the 2020 election was rigged?
No, do you?
No, actually I don't. What about the 2018?
Midterm, I don't follow midterms that closely. So I'm just once again, can you please clarify here if like the 3 strikes law that was written before Kamala Harris was in office was sufficient reason to say that she's unqualified? Like why specifically would you say that like grape attempting to overthrow our government or attempting to religiously persecute all new Muslims from entering into our country isn't sufficient reason?
I mean, I'm also unfamiliar with that, so I'm not going to make something up.
Dude, it's just like your threshold for saying that Kamala Harris is unqualified to lead is legislation that was written before she was in a position of leadership, and then your threshold for saying that Donald Trump's unqualified to lead just literally doesn't exist.
Okay, well, I mean, you asked for one reason, and I gave one.
Would you ever vote for someone that was held liable for violently sexually abusing a woman?
Would you ever vote for someone who slept way up the political ladder in California?
Okay, I'll allow you to pivot to this. How many, first of all, insane pivot, could you please buy me a neck brace?
Yeah. I'll send it over.
Jesus Christ, boo, misogyny, okay. So how many votes did Kamala Harris get in her run for AG and DA?
I don't have the numbers on me, dude.
Don't worry, I do, Pookie. 4.5 million. We have civil and electoral processes that ensure individuals in leadership positions, rather it be on the local, state, or federal level, are elected into said positions via the vote of the majority. She got 4.5 million votes to get from a regular citizen to an AG to DA, then another 8.9 million votes to be a U.S. senator. How many of those 12.5 million people did she have to sleep with to get in those positions?
Okay, how many of those 12.5 million actually knew what they were like voting for?
Every single one of them, and that was fucking Kamala Harris. How many Trump supporters know what they're voting for? A rapist, a fraudster, a sexist, a misogynist, a racist?
Okay, I mean, you could like, for literally every single political position, you can't say that every single one of the millions knew what they're exactly voting for.
Emily,
like,
thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying seriously, lol. So I just want to clarify, how many of those people did you have to sleep with to get there, sir?
A few, because it's not of
Dory, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying please kick Pookie. I appreciate you for the $10, Dory. How many? You said a few, that's not a number.
She's not sleeping with citizens to get their votes. She's sleeping with higher position political people. I mean, there's like literally a ton of stuff on the internet, like show.
Thank you for the $10 on PayPal for the 4.5 million, baby. Let's go, like. So who did she sleep with to get into her position of power? Who, Andres?
I don't know, but I mean, like,
I don't know. She's a woman, so she couldn't have possibly achieved that because she's better than me. Here's your problem. You compare yourself to her. She's doing better than you are, and she has more power than you are. And because of your misogyny, you will do anything to not attribute that to her wisdom, intellect, or intelligence. And it is gross. You are willing to go so far as to say that she had to sleep with so many people, but I can't name one to get there because she couldn't do it on her own because of what's in between her legs. And that is why I'm so happy that this woman happens to have phenomenal policy and phenomenal character, is because I cannot wait for you to be seething, coping, whining, and crying for 8 years when she is your president.
I think phenomenal character is a big stretch, dude. I think if you're gonna like be glorifying any political person like that, it's like just a little, little weird.
Says a person voting for a rapist. Shut the fuck up. Take the
I'm voting for him. That doesn't mean I'm glorifying for him.
So would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing or raping a woman?
Almost like Bill Clinton.
Okay, that's another pivot. And no, he was not held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing or raping a woman. Show me the
Was there not an entire court law for that?
No, there wasn't. Show me the jury verdict form. You can't show me it. Of course, because it doesn't exist because he wasn't. So now answer the damn fucking question without breaking my neck. Would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable for raping a woman?
Yes.
Okay. Would you ever vote for someone held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
What the hell is that from?
Okay. If Donald Trump was held civilly liable for raping a little girl, would you still vote for him come November? And Samantha, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the neck brace.
What, I mean, like, again, like, what kind of question is that?
It's a hypothetical question. It's conceptually relevant. Tori, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for the brain cells that I've lost debating. Andres, thank you for the $10. You're phenomenal. So answer it. Answer it.
No, I said no.
Okay, so why would you vote for Trump in one scenario but not the other? What's the relevant difference that makes one sufficiently bad for him not to have your vote, but the other not sufficiently bad for him to not have your vote?
Okay, dude, what are we talking about? So...
you heard me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm wrapping in conceptual thought and abstract thinking, and I'm bringing our debate from like blatant insults and false
raping little
claims. But I'm now bringing it to a new level of thought. So please answer my question. What makes you want to vote for Trump in one scenario but not the other? What's the relevant distinction?
One is a little kid.
Okay, one's a little kid and then one's an adult woman. So why is raping an adult woman not bad enough, but raping a little kid is?
I said yes just because we're not getting anywhere. So.
Okay,
like,
so you wouldn't vote for someone that's held liable for raping an adult woman? That seems to be what you're implying here.
Shit, I gotta go.
Oh no, don't run away. Don't run away. He's running. Riley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate all that you do. Riley, you're phenomenal. Thank you for the $10 donation. Unbelievable chat. Thank you for the $10. I mean it, Riley. Thank you so much for the love. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now. Goodbye, Pookie. We are going to move on to our next guest. If you guys want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are my bio. Dude, guys, we are at 741K. I want to be at 800K by the end of the week. I hope we can hit it. And Carrie with the $40 on PayPal saying that I am a brilliant young man. Carrie, you are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for the $40 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Carrie. I really do appreciate you. Massive W's for Carrie down below. And in fact, I would like you to show love to everybody that has been supporting us today, but massive W's for Carrie. Adam, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I do really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sophie. Okay. All right. We have been talking to men all day. We've been live for 3.5 hours. If you are a woman that is voting for Trump, let me know in the queue. I want to specifically bring up a woman. Let's see here. We got lower loading up in. Please, if you're a woman voting for Trump, let me know down below. Same me. And Courtney, thank you for the $15 on PayPal, saying thank you for the entertainment. Courtney, you are awesome. Thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate it. W's in the chat for Courtney. I thank you so much. Massive W's for Courtney down below. Hi, Zoe. Are you voting for Trump?
Hi. Yes.
Are you? Okay, how old are you?
I am 20.
20, phenomenal. Biden 2027. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you a woman?
Yeah. Diddy.
So why are you voting for Trump, Zoe?
I'm gonna be very straightforward that I'm not a very political person, but I really care about having a solid structure in the housing for just his policies. I agree with his policies.
Kai, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. What's one of his policies that you agree with?
I agree with mainly right now again, I'm not a very political person. I have a question I want to ask you, but
Haley, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love for my fake job. Let's go. Thank you for the love. I had someone in the chat tell me that she wasn't of age just by looking at her account. So we're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. We got Lydia loading up in. And for the 8.3 thousand friends we have hanging out with us in here right now, make sure you're double tapping. Let's try to get up to 4 million likes. Spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up. Quite frankly, let me know. Hello, you too. Are you guys voting for Trump?
Hello, you're a fucking digger.
Okay, I apologize for their use of this slur. Hello, are you voting for Trump? Cassette is not here. Go back to spamming MAGA down below in that chat if you want to come up and debate. We're going to go and see what our next guest has to say. Everybody just give us a minute. Catherine, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal, sending some pro-Dean, pro-Kamala. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, Catherine. W's for Catherine in the chat right now. I don't know why I was pronouncing your name like that. And Yolanda with the $10 on Venmo just because I rock. You are great. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for the $10, Yolanda, and the $25, Catherine. You are awesome. Okay, you said in the chat, why can't I talk? You
Yeah,
can talk.
man, I've been saying MAGA and just trying to get to talk to you for, a couple
Megan,
minutes.
thank you for the
Something
$10 on Venmo to contribute to the Neck Brace Fund. So maybe I haven't had you up because there's 8.5 thousand people in here.
quick. Oh, yeah, I'm well aware. Yeah, I'm just waiting in the queue.
Jonathan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So why are you voting for Trump?
His policies, and then
okay, which one of his
mostly
policies do you
because
like?
Not Kamala's.
So which one of his policies do you like?
No tax on overtime.
Okay.
No tax on tips.
Okay.
And increasing tariffs. Cool.
Oh, okay. So the first 2 points about no tax on overtime and no tax on tips. I don't think Trump's going to implement this because he has no plan how he's going to pay for it. Before he announced his no tax on overtime, tips, etc., his another 10 years of his tax cuts was estimated to cost $4 trillion. Now it's closer to $5 trillion. Where's that money going to come from? Because I think if you cannot tell me where that money is going to come from, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I've also got the same question for Kamala.
Wait. I'll tell you. I'll answer your question. You want to know where the money is going to come from
Yes.
for her tax cuts?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the Treasury estimates that her tax cuts are going to cost $2.4 trillion. She's announced that $1.3 trillion of that is going to come from a 7% increase in the corporate tax rate. The Treasury has estimated that will generate $1.3 trillion over 10 years. Then another $300 to $400 billion is going to come from granting Medicare a greater renegotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies to save government spending over the course of the next 10 years. So now we have about 1.4 to 1.5 trillion of that covered. For the remainder of the $900 billion, that's going to come from increasing the realized capital gains tax on centimillionaires. Savannah, thank you for the $5, as well as an introduction of the unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires as well. Not to mention that her name is pronounced Kamala, not Kamala or Kamala.
Okay, gotcha. So you said 1.3 trillion over 10 years, correct?
From a 7% increase in the corporate tax rate, and then the remainder, the 1.1 trillion, is coming from the other sources that I indicated.
Okay, so she's wanting to increase corporate taxes, correct?
Yeah.
So wouldn't that imply that big corporations are going to move all of their industries outside of the U.S.?
Nope.
And she doesn't want tariffs, so she's not going to increase taxes on importing said items. right?
So that will not cause individuals to move their industries out of America. We actually had more jobs here at home in America under Obama's term at the end than under Trump's term. And we had a 35% corporate tax rate. Historically speaking, we have also seen incredibly high corporate tax rates with some of the lowest unemployment in the last 100 years being in the 60s, 70s, and 80s when it was 45%. Ultimately
unemployment
speaking,
you said 45%?
No, the corporate tax rate. Ultimately speaking,
Oh, sorry.
corporations
Yeah.
won't move out of our country with a 7% increase in the corporate tax rate because we are the world's largest GDP and consumer base.
Okay. So within her tax cuts in 1.3 over 10 and so forth, does that include how she's going to give like the $6,000 tax credit per child?
Yep, it
as well.
includes,
Okay, it includes
it
that
includes
one.
it includes a $6,000 tax credit for newborns, $3,600 for anyone from the age of 1 to 5, and then $3,000 for anyone from the age of 5 to 17. It includes the first-time homebuyer subsidy, the business subsidy. It includes like the expansions to the ACA. So now that I've answered your question that you used to pivot away from mine, I'd like you to answer mine. And Bryce, thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
I want
appreciate you
to
for the love.
continue on the child tax credit portion of it.
Yeah, I mean, we could continue on this topic, but I do just want it to be incredibly known to you as well as to the 8.5 thousand people watching that I asked him how Donald Trump is going to pay for another 10 years of his tax plan, and then he just pivoted to Kamala Harris. And that's why we're here. We could continue to talk about it, though. Take it away.
Taxes, new businesses, everybody that works pays taxes. We get the unemployment rate down, which is currently up. It's actually expected to go up to upwards of 5% 2025.
By who?
Our unemployment rate. It's at 3.
Who's that expected by?
3 yes, just Google it. Look at any
No, who's that
image
expected by? Don't just say just Google it. That's so annoying.
Well, I mean, if you go and Google it and click on images, every single chart is showing a U, a curve upwards.
So then give me.
So
give me a
it's
source.
every single site you Google.
You just give me one.
Just say inflation rate 2024, and then put expected, and it's going to show a curvature up.
Inflation
it's expected to be unemployment rate is expected to go back up. Yes,
Okay.
it was like what 7% during COVID. It dropped down to about 3.
Just Google it. Okay, you have no source.
All the sources available, every single site.
Let's get some.
I can't just Google it right now on my phone. If I back out, it's going to pause.
Okay.
But anyways, I thought you closed on me. But anyways, if we get the
Adam, thank you for the $10 on PayPal
taxes,
from
correct?
Ireland. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Adam, for the $10. Yeah, so you're saying that Donald Trump is going to pay for $4 to $5 trillion in accrued debt through tax cuts by taxes. That's like me saying that I'm going to get a wife by breaking up with my girlfriend.
Could possibly get you a wife or another girlfriend, right? It could be a multitude of things.
I am going to fill
But
my
also-
stomach by fasting for a week. Kelly,
That's
thank you
usually
for the
how it works. Then
subscription. I
you'll
appreciate
eat.
you for the love.
That's what people do. They stop eating for, say, they skip breakfast and lunch, and then they eat a big dinner,
fill-
and all of a
you
sudden they're
fill
putting
your
on weight.
stomach,
They're like, how is this working?
You
But
fill
yes,
your
that does
stomach
happen.
by not eating food.
Yeah, breakfast, lunch, skip, eat dinner. You still gain weight. You're like, how is this possible?
Jesus
But anyway,
Christ, you are ridiculous.
$6,000 child tax credit, correct?
Yeah.
What does that imply? That implies that people are going to start having children again because since the last 10 years, the amount of people having children is going down. So what's that do? That makes everybody want to have kids. For an incentive, that means if they're doing it for $6,000, they couldn't afford to have children anyways. Why would she give that greater incentive? I'm actually
Because
about
it's
to have
going to
twins.
reduce childhood poverty.
I don't care about the money, but if you're wanting people,
Wait, 1 second. Yeah, like
Yes, but
increases in the child tax credit reduces childhood poverty.
it's an incentive for first-time children of 6,000. What do you mean poverty? It's wanting her.
She's not
it's
just
wanting
increasing the childhood.
people to have kids.
She's not
because
just increasing the child tax credit for newborns. She's increasing
across the
child
board, correct.
tax credit across the board. So increases in the child tax credit lead to a reduction in childhood poverty, right? And then also like $6,000 will probably not incentivize a sufficient amount of women to have children for it to be a problem. And Mallory,
what
thank
she
you
was
so
trying
much
to
for the $10 on PayPal. Mallory says I've sent like $50 on Venmo. Did I see it? Mallory, please make sure that you sent it to the right Venmo. There's people out there that have a similar name to me, but I appreciate you for the $50. I'll check for it right now, Mallory. I do apologize. So like women are going to go through 9 months of like pain, suffering, and trauma and then have a parental and child obligation for the next 18 years of their lives for $6,000?
Or put them in foster care. I mean, there's
Yeah, do
very
they get the
irresponsible
childhood
parents
tax
out there.
credit if they're in foster care?
I don't know. Do they?
No.
I don't know.
They're no
It's
longer.
who you claim on your
have
taxes.
You have, yeah. You can't claim a child that isn't yours on your taxes.
You can claim short-term disability as well. So now you're out for 3 months after, and then unemployment thereafter, and then you come across 1 year and there's 6,000.
What the fuck are you talking
That's either they're there.
Grayson, I appreciate you for the galaxy. I do really appreciate you for the love. I don't like, dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you and the rest of the Republicans are actual fucking villains. Like, you are so morally, no, shut up while I speak. You are so literally morally fucking bankrupt to say that we should not increase the child tax credit. We absolutely cannot reduce childhood poverty. That is so bad to do. Guys, listen. Reducing childhood poverty is so bad. And the fact that Kamala Harris wants to do that is a terrible thing. We cannot vote for her. The horror.
Why are you implying that I'm talking about the added that I just told you I was uninformed about? I said the 6,000 for first-time kid, not the 3,500 or whatever they raised it from, 2,000, 2,500. I really don't care about it. I'm talking about the incentive to have a child, just like to buy a home. You're increasing it by $25,000. I mean, not even increasing it; it was zero. But a first-time home buyer gets $25,000. What does that do? That inflates the market. If my house is currently worth $50,000, right? I'm in a very small town. But if they're going to give somebody an incentive to buy my house, isn't that going to cause fraud?
Actually,
Like,
no.
people are gonna
So this only applies to newly developed properties. I'm guessing your house is already built, so this will not apply to your house. And yeah, it will marginally increase the prices of new houses being built. But the goal of the credit is to have the $25,000 outweigh the less or more marginal increase in the price of the house. So there's more incentivization for people to buy, and there's more incentivization for people to build.
Yeah, good luck getting approved for a brand new home nowadays. 25,000 incentives is just going to cover the taxes on it. But speaking of 25,000, also small businesses, or not even small businesses. Is it all businesses? They get like a $5,000 tax incentive.
Yeah, it's actually $50,000.
Yeah, it went from 5 to 50,000. She's increasing it 100x. She wants to give them
Wait! I thought that you
$50,000.
liked. Wait, earlier you were saying that you like tariffs because we need more U.S. production of goods. What do you think?
She's giving an incentive.
One moment. What do you think giving a $50,000 tax rebate for the first year of a business's life would do for U.S. goods and U.S. production and U.S.-owned businesses?
It's going to probably increase the government debt because of all the fraud claims on it. Just like during COVID,
well, I mean, if your
which is
issue is
getting
government,
5,000.
if your issue is government debt, you should vote for Harris. So, like, not only will her tax plan not increase the deficit over a 10-year lifespan, and she's announced exactly how that's the case. Donald Trump says it's going to cost $4 trillion, and he has no plan how he's going to pay for it. And then, second of all, Donald Trump signed $8.7 trillion of debt-related spending into law under his presidency. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only signed 4.6 into law. Then also the fact that you said $5,000 to $50,000 was 100x is MAGA math. Do you mind if I ask you a couple questions here?
Well, what's the math on it then? 5,000 turned into 50,000.
Buddy.
How many times does 5 go in to 50?
Oh, man. Really?
Oh, are we saying it's 1,000x? Oh my goodness, 1,000? I was tripping over 100. Look at that. Where are we going to get all this money from? This is crazy. A 6,000 new child.
You can't make this shit up.
Housing.
You can't make this shit up. You can't.
How is that not $10 trillion? All this money, where's this all coming from? This is incredible. It's hilarious.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Please explain to me. Hey, one second.
And then we want to do.
Hey, just
Oh, you're meeting me? Yeah, what's up?
Explain to me your thought process that led you to the conclusion that an increase from from $5,000 to $50,000 is a factor of 1,000. He's using his calculator right now to do it. Come back. Show your work. I want to see your work.
Yeah,
What is your
I was
work
about to
there?
divide it out.
What is your work there?
You're
to
right.
demonstrate?
5,000 times 100% would be 10,000 of 5,000.
No. 5,000 times 100% would be 5,000.
Went up 100%.
5,000 times 100% is 5,000.
No, if 5,000 went up, if it was went up 100%, it'd go up $5,000.
No. So
yes,
when
it'd
you
be 10,000. It would double. 100% profit.
Okay, so 100%.
That would double, so it'd be 10,000.
100% profit, all right, is a 200% increase.
Yes, so it'd be 10,000. It'd be $5,000 profit.
You said that 5,000 times 100% is 10,000.
You add them together, you now have 10,000.
Okay.
But anyways,
when 100% in like regular notation is 1. Okay, 100%
right, so
equals
$1.
1. So what it
$1 and say it
what
goes
is
up 100%.
What is 5,000 times 1?
5,000.
There you go.
There we
Samantha, thank you for the $3 on Venmo for a calculator. I appreciate you for the love, Samantha. Thank you for the love.
Can we, since we're talking about numbers, what about the unrealized gains?
Buddy, I don't know if I want to talk about numbers with you anymore. Do you fault me?
Well, here, follow me for a second.
Do you fault me for not wanting to talk about numbers with you anymore?
On big corporations, correct?
Yeah, on anyone.
What is it, over 100 million?
Yeah, and it's not big corporations, it's personal investment on personal assets.
Oh,
over
personal of me and you too?
No, because I'm guessing neither of us have a net worth of over $100 million.
Oh,
and Stephanie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love for giving MAGA math lessons. So real. Can we please stop talking about numbers? It's just not. It's not a. It's just
well, I want to say how this could work against us, though. Capital gains.
Okay,
unrealized. If it loses for the next 4 years, so it's supposed to.
If it loses, then they don't pay the tax. 1 second. Okay. If the stock market goes down,
yes,
they don't pay the unrealized gains tax because they had no unrealized gains.
It'd be unrealized losses that you can claim as a loss on your taxes because you now lost money.
Is it called the unrealized gains tax or the unrealized loss tax?
Have you looked into it to see if both are included?
It's an unrealized capital gains tax.
And I bet they get to claim a loss. Unrealized losses will be included in that.
I actually think that, yeah, a P&L statement can include company losses. I'm not, listen, I am not a fucking tax expert, so someone can correct me, but can, like, for a public company that's traded publicly, can that be traded, can that be like denoted on a PL sheet?
You know how detrimental that'd be if, say, the market...
Karina, I appreciate you for the $4 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Wait, what's detrimental? What are you talking about?
If the market trends down for her 4 years, it's not affecting big corporations at all. They're claiming losses. So they can just buy a Ferrari or build a new building, and everything they're doing, all this money spending, plus losing, so all their revenue is just getting wrote off.
Okay, sorry, dude. We're not going to talk about math, numbers, figures, or economics, like, because you're trying to nuance the conversation to an extent where you don't even understand what you're saying. It's just not good for you. So how about we talk about something else? Is that fair? I just want to help you. I want to help you. I want to save you the embarrassment. Colin, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. How about I ask you a question right now? So go ahead and unmute your mic. I want to ask you a question. We're going to talk about something else, right? Because you're embarrassing yourself. Right, just write it off. No clue what you're saying. Would you ever vote for someone, right, that is called all black people lazy, has raped a woman, and called for religious persecution of all Muslims?
I'd have to see their arrest record to see what they're actually charged with and how much time they did in prison.
Beverly, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Civil courts don't send people to prison. They determine financial responsibility. Would you ever vote for someone that has attempted to overthrow our government, rig an election, has been held civilly liable for rape, has called all black people lazy, and called for religious persecution?
If I don't see it on paper and they didn't do jail time and they're able to run for presidency, I'm going to say, oh, that's false. I got to see it.
Okay. So wait, if you're telling me,
I'm going to keep voting for him.
Wait. You're telling me if I literally showed you a piece of paper that, would show us that Donald Trump is a rapist, that you'd believe it?
Right, and how would he be able to run for presidency if that's the case?
So here's the jury verdict form from the civil court that held him liable for violently sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. This is coming from the United States District Court, Southern District Court. All right, and this was a civil court that was held over the course of about 3 years that ended in a unanimous jury decision from 9 of his peers. All right,
Okay, see how the top line said no? The next one said yes. Was it touching, verbal? Like, I don't know the context.
So in the state of New York at the time, grape was defined as the male member entering into the female member without consent. Right? He was held liable for inserting his fingers into a woman's vagina without consent. New York has since updated their state law to reflect what he did as grape, but we could just make this super duper simple. Would you agree with me when I say anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent is grape?
Heck yeah.
Okay, yeah, so Trump's a rapist.
Like I said, I don't know the context of it. It can go deep.
We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what Mario has to say. I don't know the context. Get the fuck out of here. Willful ignorance. Moving on to our next guest. I literally put the context behind him. Hi, are you voting for Trump, Mario?
I am.
Okay, your mic sucks. I'm sorry, man. We're going to move on to our next guest. Yeah, like what context justifies grape, dude? I can't. I just can't, man. Oh my God. Fucking hell. See, some days I get real tired out after a while of this. By the way, guys, we're only going to do about 4 hours today. I know that that's a bit shorter than typical, but like I said, I need to go to a birthday party for my nephew, and I need to get him a birthday present before. Joe, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Joe. Thank you so much, man. W's in the chat for Joe. I'm going to use that for the gift for the nephew. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Joe in the chat for the $20 on PayPal, quite frankly. If anybody wants to support getting good old nephew a massive, massive gift, the Venmo and the PayPal are in the bio. I kind of like using like the donations I receive on here in a very pragmatic sense. You know, I like announcing like this is where your donated money will go if you choose to donate. We've been able to actually do a lot with it. We were able to pay for my mother's house when it got flooded to get the people in there to cut out all the walls and start on the renovations. We were able to help pay for my grandparents' anniversary dinner. And now we're doing this too. It's phenomenal. I literally love it so much. Y'all are great. W's in the chat. Hey, user, you're voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
Just because I feel like Kamala lies a lot more than he does.
That dude, you're delusional. The biggest lie that Donald Trump's ever told was his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. What's the biggest lie that Kamala Harris has ever told?
That you know how she was she always just so she was on the Breakfast Club and she said she smoked weed or whatever.
Ah, God, you got to stray. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. Yo, Canadian Face Armor! Canadian Face Armor with a $100 on PayPal for the gift for the nephew. Yo, that's crazy. Canadian Face Armor. We'll just refer to them as Canadian in the chat. Massive W's for Canadian right now down below for the $100 donation for the nephew's birthday. I appreciate you for the love, Canadian. Let's get some massive W's for Canadian down below right now. And Neha with the $25 on PayPal as well for the nephew's birthday. I appreciate you, Canadian and Neha. Y'all are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you guys so much for the love. Massive W's down below. You guys are great, dude. I really appreciate y'all for the love. Massive W's down below right now. I do really appreciate you guys. Y'all are great. Massive W's, y'all. We're going to go and bring Scooter back up. I actually have a question for him. He was up earlier being insufferable. I hope he loads in this time. Someone in the chat asked if I'm currently in college. Yeah. So I go to CU Boulder. And Logan, thank you for the corgi. I appreciate you for the love. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here right now. Everybody, give us 1 minute. Do spam the likes. Do spam the shares. Hit that follow button too. I really want to hit 800,000 followers by the end of the week. Let's see what our next guest has to say. Everybody, just give us a minute. Give us a minute. Sco Buffs, let's go. Yeah, Scooter is not connecting. Unfortunate. I know. Let's go to our next guest. Caden has to say, y'all, everyone just give us a minute. What is my major right now? It is philosophy, but I'm thinking about switching to like political science. Autumn, thank you for the $15 on Venmo for the nephew's B-Day fund. You and him are birthday twins. Let's go, Autumn. I appreciate you so much for the $15, dude. Phenomenal. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. Carrie with the $10 on Venmo for the happy birthday to my nephew for the birthday fund. Thank you for the $10, Carrie. You are great. Thank you so much for the love, everybody. Y'all are awesome. Please go back to spamming MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. And for those saying that I should do political science, y'all, I'm probably like never going to work for someone else in my life. And I just really enjoy philosophy. I'm going for the education, not like the intention of using the degree to get a job. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why's that? Stefan with a $5 on Venmo from the DNC. Thank you so much for the love. Okay, all right, well, this
Everything
guy's
about
lost.
Kamala is a lie.
This guy's lost in the sauce. Hi, what's up, Mike? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Oh, dear God. Why the fuck would you do that? Sorry, I'm like working on like giving like a really like stigmatized response to people when they tell me that they're voting for Trump. I feel like we should like stigmatize that, right? You know what I mean? Like oh my God. Why would you know what I mean, guys? I don't know. Everybody, 8.8 thousand people start doing that. That'll be great. I actually think it scared him away. Look at that. It scared him away. We got our next guest loading in. Hey, welcome back, man.
What's up, brother? How are you?
Taylor, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for the nephew's birthday. I appreciate you for the love, Taylor. Thank you so much, Taylor W's, for Taylor in the chat for the $20 for the nephew's birthday. Okay, so you have come up on my stream like 3 times, and not once have I felt like we've had an actual good conversation.
I know. We did leave on a bad note, well, for you the other day.
For me? You were getting destroyed.
No, the Parker, remember the Parker thing about pregnant Parker? Yeah, come on. I know. I had to run the football.
Okay. No, all right, buddy. Your victory lap is over. Okay.
I know.
All
Hold
right.
on, but listen, real quick though, I have to say,
okay.
I hated your guts the other day. I did. I hated your guts the other day, but I absolutely love you now.
Oh God.
But I'm still going to debate the shit out of you.
Okay. Well, I mean,
but can I ask you real quick though? Do you mind if we can focus on just present day stuff? Like, actually, this is like kind of off topic, but do you know the Jussie Smollett case?
No.
You don't, remember, he's that singer dude that was like 2018, he staged that whole home invasion. And anyway, I'm sure if you looked him up, you could find him. I'm not going to tell you to Google it, but it's in his indictment and everything.
I'm going to give you my issue with this shit. You're saying, oh, present day stuff. Okay, well, yeah, this is just like you wanting to put a veil of ignorance over all of the moral atrocities that Donald Trump has done in his past. You don't have a way of like legitimately responding to them or coming to terms with the fact that you're voting for a guy that raped a woman or called all black people lazy. So you're instead just like, we should operate under this unfair veil of ignorance. Like, no, like we need to be well informed. We need to know exactly who we're voting for, which includes Donald Trump's past.
All right, real quick. Do you know what a natural respiratory pause is?
No. A natural respiratory pause.
It's actually exactly what it is. It's when your body naturally breathes and you come to like a natural respiratory pause point.
You're insane. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with politics?
But what happens is when you start losing composure, the first thing to go is your natural respiratory pause. So just chill for a minute and let's just have a conversation.
You're fucking hilarious. Right? You're fucking funny.
Hold on. Just listen. You can't control your physiology. You just can't. But anyway, listen.
You're funny. You're funny.
Right.
You're funny.
So real quick though, you did say earlier you were calling for Trump people to chime in before you muted me. So
Trump.
You can't say
President Trump.
But we can't say Kamala.
Yeah. So I could call President Chomp because he deserves to be disrespected. Kamala Harris does not deserve to be disrespected. Plus, most of all, like the predominant reason why people like intentionally mispronounce her name is either because she's a woman or she's black. And I intentionally mispronounced Trump's name because he's like a rapist, pedophile, and shit.
All right. So I'm going to get there because I know you have a good point on that. But so if you were behind somebody that supported for deportation and marched along Jussie Smollett, the one that staged that whole home invasion and all that stuff, would you be behind somebody that was like tight and close with somebody like that? Like your personal view? Because you ask all of us.
God, I'm gonna be honest, man. Listen, here's my. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I think when you get into like a certain position of power, it's just inevitable that you're gonna have people around you that are bad. But I mean, if you want to talk about willingly surrounding yourself with bad people, how about we talk about, I don't know, Diddy. Let's talk about Trump and how much he loves Diddy.
Hold on.
Let's talk about
Hey,
Jeffrey
now I need the neck
Epstein,
brace.
or
Now I need the neck brace.
or that one senator,
Guys,
that one
Venmo me,
governor
please,
that
for a
was a
neck brace.
self-proclaimed
Hold on.
Nazi.
Hold on. So you have Kamala was.
I don't know who you're talking about. This guy that you're talking about, I have no clue who he is.
Jussie Smollett? Yes, you do. You
Who
know
the
exactly
fuck
who
is
he
Jussie
is.
Smollett? I don't.
Dude, you follow him on your accounts. I've already looked at it.
Who is
know
Jussie
exactly
Smollett?
who he is. He's an R&B singer, dude. He staged a whole big giant home invasion. Anyways, point is
I don't follow Jussie Smollett.
No, Smollett. Anyway, listen.
Even I'm mispronouncing his last name because I don't know who he is.
She was marching with him in a fight for deportation protest in 2018. So how do you say anything good about that? That's just my question on that specific thing really quick.
Yeah.
For Kamala.
Okay. I'm just going to give you like the blanket response. I don't know who he is or what he's done. If he's like a bad person and she was like marching alongside him, well, I'm going to say that this is a lesser of two evils when we'd compare Trump to marching alongside Diddy or Jeffrey Epstein.
You're a Virgo, aren't you? I guarantee you're a Virgo.
Jeez, I am. But you know that because it was my birthday a couple weeks ago. Not because you're an
Was it?
intuitive.
I haven't seen you since 3 days ago. It's the first time I've ever heard of you.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah, so now can I have the Venmos and the PayPals for the neck brace because you just broke my fucking neck?
Well, no, you said a nice conversation. I said I was going to be nice today. I nudged you 3 times. I'm not being mean.
God.
Wait.
Oh my
so
God.
let me ask you this. If I told you, hey, wait.
What does astrology have to do with this?
Women too emotional. You said that, why are women too emotional, right? Something like they can't run the country.
No, women are not too emotional. In fact, they're less emotional than men.
Okay, that's right. Whatever it was, meaning why can't a woman be of power, or what? People were against it or something earlier, right? So what was the question you asked people? You were asking something.
buddy, listen. You cannot sit here and talk. You cannot sit here and talk about astrology and then turn around and engage in like sexism. Okay,
buddy, this is what you do on your thing. I'm trying to get a nice conversation with you.
Okay.
Women can't be in special forces for a reason.
Okay, which is?
Right? You said men aren't emotional.
But I know what the reason is because of misogyny.
No. Listen.
So what is it?
Listen, bro, I'm going to tell you, as a married man with 4 children, I'm going to tell you right now, because men have an instinct to want to protect women. That is.
Then why do they grape them? Why do they kill them? Why do they sexually abuse them? Why do they like sell kids to be raped by adults? Bro, what? Hello? Excuse me? Then why is the biggest threat to a woman's life the men around her? Why does a woman feel unsafe walking outside at night alone because of the men around her? Why are 95% of violent crimes committed by men? Why are DV rates significantly higher of men towards women? Hello? Excuse me? Jesus Christ. Men want to protect women. No, you want to feel like you're good for women. You're not. You're so good for women that you never vote for one because of what's in between her legs, even though she's more deserving, better accomplished, and a better person than who she's running against. You're so good for women and they just don't realize it. Is that your argument? Because you can't contend the fact that they'd choose the bear every time.
That was my feeling on it. Because men are natural protectors, so they are more emotional.
Men are natural protectors.
100% men.
Then why would the world be safer without men? If men are natural protectors, like analytically, statistically speaking, the world would be safer without men. Okay.
Then why isn't there any women in the fighting forces of our military? What's the ratio?
Oh my God! Because of misogyny, man.
Oh, stop it!
If you're arguing like socialism, no, I can explain to you because of misogyny and socialization. Like I'd say that like we're like socialized.
They play a part.
Shut up.
Fair enough.
Like,
listen,
like individuals are like serving in the forces is just like something that's more socialized into being a quote unquote man's job because of traditionalism,
never been
which is
that.
the system. One moment, which is the system that men set up. Right? Like, what do you say? Because we've only had one black president compared to 45 white presidents, that means that white people are better at leading than black people? No. Right? The actual reason would be systemic racism, a lack of societal opportunity, and oppression via white people. Not that black people are less fit to serve. Right? Just because something is the case doesn't mean it should be the case. So when you attempt to justify, right, a lack of ability on behalf of a woman because of a disproportionate domination by men, right, that's just a logical fallacy. Okay? Like, we could also denote the fact that there's a disproportionate amount of men who are surgeons, yet we know that women surgeons outperform men surgeons via a study done on 6 continents over 10 years on nearly 2 million patients by the AMA.
Not Dr. Ben Carson, though. I'll tell you right now, nobody's outperforming that man. So
Jesus. Who the fuck is Ben Carson? Is that another one of these like neo-right, like fucking insane like
are you
misogynists
serious?
that
You don't
look
know
up
who
to?
Ben Carson is? Dean, I'm going to pretend you didn't say that on your podcast.
Kiana, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Andrew with the $61 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Andrew right now. I appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Andrew down below for the $61. That is literally insane. Thank you so much. And Maze with a $50. Maze, first it's just good to see you. I haven't talked to you in forever. W's for Andrew and W's for Maze in that chat right now. And Sari with a $10 and Kiana with a $10 as well. Thank you guys so much for the love. W's for Kiana, Sari, Wendy, Maze, and Andrew. Let's go. And John with a $25 on PayPal. Yo, John, bro, let's go. Thank you for the $25, dude. W's for John in the chat. Thank you so much.
That was pretty good, actually. All right, so anyway, back to what we were talking about. So President Trump, he's a rapist.
Yes.
Okay, so you're hanging your head on a civil suit, which is actually, how many times have they charged anybody with that statute? Do you know?
No.
In the history of our land, 0.
Okay, well, what's the statute that they haven't charged anyone is? Because they've definitely charged people for sexual abuse in the state of New York through civil cases. And in fact, I know this because the reason that the statute of limitations was increased specifically for this case was because adult
second-degree rape. Go ahead.
Adult survivors of pre-setted rape them when they were young advocated for it so they could sue their rapists in the state of New York. So that was false. But I'd just like to clarify about the civil court that I'm liable. I actually think that the evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to prove to the jury that Donald Trump raped her proved that it had occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, the same standard of evidence used in criminal courts. If you would dispute this, please tell me the reasonable doubt to her evidence.
Because Donald Trump is worth $1 bazillion is why she went civil and not criminal, because the state has the burden of proof. Regardless if she wants to pursue it or not, the state has the burden of proof to charge for grape. She can't say, oh no, I'd rather take 90 million and walk away. So that right there, that shatters that entire thing. So let's move on to something else.
Okay, so you think the fact that Donald Trump's a billionaire means he can't rape women. So all billionaires can't rape women?
That's absolutely not what I said. Absolutely not what I said.
That is what
I said was no.
Naomi, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. 1 billion W's in the chat for Naomi. Thank you for the love. Naomi, sorry.
You know, and I really do. I got to tell you, I hated your guts the other day. I told my wife earlier, I was like, I love this kid. I can't wait to get back on. But anyway. So civil suits. Why didn't the state then go criminally? They have the burden of proof, or is that a cover up?
Yeah, so they didn't take it to a criminal court of law because the statute of limitations had expired.
Doesn't matter. State still has a burden to, if there is absolute evidence of the case, to reopen it. The state has a burden to charge. Period. Just like a drunk driving accident.
They have a burden. They have a burden to charge if it would fall within the statute of limitations.
Negative. You just got that fed to you. That's wrong too.
Do I need to get a lawyer up in here?
You can if you like.
You cannot pursue criminal charges, right, if the statute of limitations had passed. No, you first have to change the statute of limitations, and then you can pursue charges.
That's also incorrect. But
No, it's not. Wait, indicate to me a source. Give me a source that what you're saying is true. I want a source.
Let's all go to the 34. And you're much faster on a computer than I am, dude. I'm like old school. So
Gabby, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for dealing with a grape apologist.
So
no, because what you're saying is wrong.
Okay, well, if you think it's wrong, that's all right, but it's not.
No, wait. What purpose does the statute of limitations serve?
For people to come forward at any given time in their life on a sex assault is one of the few that has no statute of limitations.
It does. So grape actually has a statute of limitations of 20 years in the state of New York.
It does for second degree.
Thank you so much for the live pro badge. I appreciate you for the live.
Second degree grape, yes, you're correct. But any first degree crime has zero statute of limitations.
No, that is false.
Okay. Well, we can agree to disagree on that one. I mean, it is New York.
Dude, come on, you suck.
Yeah, why? I'm moving on. I got plenty of other things to argue about.
Because what you're saying is incorrect.
So, have you ever heard of Abortion 2020?
Motherfucker, what?
That's where Project 2025 came from. It's to correct Abortion 2020.
What the fuck is Abortion 2020? Alice, thank you for the anarts. I appreciate it.
Your party's plan.
Why the fuck have I never heard of it?
Because, dumbass, I'm making it up as we go right here. It's not.
You're making it up as we go? Yeah,
that's how shitty your party is, dude.
Hey, you called me a dumbass.
2020 is.
Hey, you called me a dumbass.
Last 3.5 years is an abortion.
Maria, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo voting for this election because of you. Let's go, Maria. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for the love. How many continents are there?
9.
Who's the dumbass?
Me.
Yes.
Devin, little boy. Listen.
Yeah, I know you would have started calling me a little boy because you just got dunked on.
Bro, I heard you yesterday. I didn't know this. I heard you yesterday say it, and I thought it was pretty
crazy.
Good. And you did, hold on, the baby one earlier, when the dude you go, is he still on the line with the baby crying? I nearly pissed my pants in my living room.
Okay.
Bro, when you had, I was on an airplane.
Listen, thank you.
I was in an airplane looking for you.
This guy, what the fuck is he saying? This guy's dude. Honestly, you'd be a good character in like a TV show. Dib, I appreciate you for the galaxy, and Alyssa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you guys so much. Alyssa, seriously, thank you for the $5. Alyssa just asked a real question. She said, "What is this guest?" I don't know. He's interesting. He's interesting. He seems like a character. He seems like, and of course, you just hop right back into the queue. Hey, Karen, how you doing? Karen, Karen, please unmute your mic. Karen? Karen? Oh no, Karen, you have your mic muted? Okay, I'll walk you through this. There we go, you're unmuted. You can speak now. You muted it again! No! Karen, come back! Karen, please! Karen J. Humphreys from Salt Lake City, Utah. You crazy lady with a huge soft side. I'm gonna need you to take that mic off of mute, Karen. You're off of mute. Hi. Karen Humphreys, you can talk now. Oh no, Karen Humphreys left. No, it's okay. She was late for her Mormon church service. We're gonna go and get our next guest, Vane, up in here. No, Karen, come back. No, Karen. Oh man, dude, I have so much fun with these lives. I'm delusional. I've rotted my own brain. I'm susceptible to brain rot. I have a mind virus. Steve-O, come the fuck up here. You know I want you, baby. Steve-O, hop in that queue, baby. You know I want you. Steve-O, you better get that. You better get your ass up here, boy. Come on, Steve-O. For those curious who Steve-O is, he comes into my live every single day and he comments Dean P's sitting down. And he's been doing that for like 6 months straight. Hey, what's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello, I'm 18. I just turned 18.
You sound like you're about to cry. You do not need to deal with these social pressures from being in front of 10,000 people. I will not do that to you. I refuse. You sound like a decent dude. I'm just not even going to do it. I'm just not even going to do it, man. Yes, we're just going to move on. Let's go and get Blue Collar Bastard up in the queue. All right, let's go and see what our next guest, Jason Logs, has to say. Why are they crying? It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna leave them be. Dean is so feminine. Hop up here. I'll alpha male you. I could get real manly real quick. Let's talk about how much armpit hair we have. All right, I'm losing my mind. So have you kind of like, guys, have you realized from my perspective how I just talk to myself sitting in front of my phone for 4 hours a day? I've lost it. Maria, I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. You are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo, Maria. Thank you so much.
What's
and
up,
Nicole,
Dean?
thank you for the $20 on Venmo as well. W's for Maria and Nicole in the chat right now. I appreciate y'all for the love. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh man, I'm a MAGA dude who eats his own boogers, man.
Yeah, you're not voting for Trump. Moving on to our next guest. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up, and please make sure that you're already in the queue if you are spamming, just because I can't invite you up if you're not already in the queue. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go and get Blaine Stewart up in the box. Everyone do be patient. All right. Everyone's kind of goofy today. If you guys want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. We have about another 40 minutes on stream. Yeah. Well, actually, it's already 4:30. We have another 30 minutes on stream. Hey, man, are you voting for Trump? No! Hello?
Oh my god, I am not voting for Trump. You can actually like unadd me from.
W. Let's get some W's in the chat. Okay, I'm being so selective with who I'm bringing up. I'm being so selective. I just want I want to talk to a Trump supporter. I need a conservative. Hi, are you voting for Trump? Are you voting for Trump? Is anyone voting for Trump?
Yo, hello.
Hi, are you voting for Trump, Alex?
Yes, I am.
God damn. Fuck. Why would you do that?
Okay, so, a few years ago, I won the lottery, life-changing money. Was able to retire my parents. Get some. You good?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm listening. Naomi, thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
But yeah, so basically, I've been benefiting a whole bunch from the current tax code, and
Okay, I know that you're lying about winning the lottery, because if you won the lottery, you would have already paid taxes on that income. So, like, any future change or progression in the tax code wouldn't matter.
well, why did the chicken cross the road?
Okay, so see what I mean? I'm too smart.
I appreciate what you do, man. Love you.
I appreciate you, Alex. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Let's go to get Texas Cowboy 64 in India. Thank you for the rock star. Someone in the chat said Parker Raid. Is Parker live, guys? We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. Please just let me know in the chat if you want to come up and debate. Spam me. Is Parker live? What is going on? I don't know. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
Okay, wait. First, can we like both say that both candidates aren't like the best, right?
I think that Kamala Harris is pretty damn good.
Pretty good. Okay. All right. But I want to say like the Biden-Harris inflation rates, right, compared to the Trump inflation rates, right?
Oh, shit. So I didn't have a girlfriend while Trump was president, but I did while Biden and Harris. So if we statistically, analytically, and empirically, right, look at like Dean's relationship status under Trump and then like Biden and Harris's Dean relationship status, it was so much better under Biden and Harris. They are the cupids of love. That's why we should all vote for them. So Dean keeps his girlfriend.
Okay, man. All right. So you keep your girlfriend, sure, bro. But
so like just because something happens in the country doesn't mean that the president caused it. Biden and Harris didn't cause inflation. COVID did.
All right, that's fair. But all right, like from the debate, the recent debate that happened, right? Can you explain why Kamala was like smiling at World War III and the threat of it, right?
So she wasn't smiling at the threat of World War III. She was smiling at Donald Trump saying that there is a threat of World War III. Blue collar, come back.
Yeah, Donald Trump does be saying stuff. I see what you mean.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. Blue collar.
I'm here. I was kidding. Can we get a...
Okay, I can't hear you. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Can we get a justice for Marcellus Williams in the chat real quick? Kamala 2024, by the way.
Dead ass, man. Appreciate you for coming up. Dude, that shit, it's so... Let's talk about that for a second while we're trying to get our next guest up here. It's so disheartening. It makes me feel like what I'm doing like doesn't matter because we still literally see like black people getting systemically lynched. Okay. But on the other side of the coin, it demonstrates to me the necessity of what I do. Hey guys, are y'all voting for Trump?
No, my bad. I just joined.
All right, peace out, bro. Guys, please hop out of the queue if you're not voting for Trump. We've been sitting here for like 10 minutes looking for someone, and people are coming up here that aren't voting for Trump. I do appreciate you guys, and I actually think that we're hanging on to a lot of people nice in the stream. And but I want some debates. Yo, Vlad, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Saying Ukrainian here. Hope you're well, man. Thank you for the $5. Hey, Willies, are you voting for Trump?
I'm from Sweden.
Yeah, see what I mean? Like, guys, I'm just looking for Trump voters. Avery, thank you for the $15 on Venmo for What I'm Doing Matters. I appreciate you for the love, Avery. W's for Avery in the chat. Thank you for the $15. Hi, Thomas. You're voting for Trump. You're British.
Can you hear me?
Are you British?
No, I'm not British.
You look British.
I'm not. Are you?
Eden, thank you for the $40 on Venmo. Please read, Eden. I will read that after my debate here with Thomas, but I will take a mental note. Let's get some massive W's for Eden in the chat. That is EDEN right now down below. Thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. It means the world to me. Thank you. So anyways, are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump, yeah.
Why?
Yeah, well, no, I want to hear first what you think about Kamala and her flip-flopping. And, like, I don't know who I'm voting for. I'm probably voting for Trump, but...
Yeah. So I was a Republican 4 years ago. I'm a Democrat now. I'm a flip-flopper. Regina, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying hello from PayPal.
Hey, you're a flip-flopper, but that's okay, and that's fine.
Okay, so no, flip-flopping is not like having 5 years to update your beliefs, given access to new information. I'd say that is just how any rational individual would act in a cohesive society. So when we see Kamala Harris saying that she doesn't support fracking or that we need to ban all AR-15s, and then 4 or 5 years later she has switched those views because her time working with Congress has moderated them, that's not indicative of anything bad. It's actually indicative of growth, and it's indicative of good leadership qualities because you're able to work with people that disagree with you, and I call that a good quality of Kamala Harris's.
Okay, yeah, no, I wasn't trying to go against her for it. I just, because some of it's quick, like the whole rally thing with, I don't know, most of my information I get is from TikTok, as per a lot of people. I know a lot of people don't do their own research. Everything they see on social media affects who they're going to vote for. That's why everything's so messed up right now. But, like, give me other points you have for Kamala, so try to change my mind.
Yeah, sure. So there's two main categorical reasons why I'm voting for Harris over Trump. The first category is character. The second category is policy. So in character, she's not a 34-count felon. She isn't sexually liberal.
Character, I agree with you. So what was the other one?
Okay, well, I mean, if you agree with me on character, then you wouldn't be voting for Trump. We need to keep the rapist, fraudster, felon, election denier, racist out of office. Courtney, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
I wouldn't go that far. I don't know. Character is an issue, but it's like he just needs to shut his mouth. And as far as policies, I like his policies a lot better than Kamala. I feel like everything she's saying.
Yeah. Which one of Trump's policy that you really like?
Taxes. Like, I don't know about how much you make, but I mean, I'm not.
Yeah. So Trump's tax code, it's built for rich people.
Taxes. What is that?
So Trump's tax code is built disproportionately to benefit rich people more than the average American, and it actually disadvantages the average American because he wants to impose tariffs to pay for his tax plan, and that's regressive and disproportionately harms poor people. Kamala Harris's tax plan is built strictly for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. Why do you like his policy better than Harris's when his is built for the rich and hers is built for the average American?
You just answered your own question. Why would I want? Because I'll be negatively affected by her taxes, and his will benefit me.
Gene, I thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Gene. So, are you worth over $100 million?
Pretty close.
Okay, so you're lying. Garrett, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love, Garrett. And Michelle, thank you for the naughty. If you were worth over $100 million, then you wouldn't be asking some random guy on TikTok to tell you how to vote.
It's not random. Actually, every time I go on live, you're one of the pages I see.
You're not worth $100 million.
No, I didn't say I was.
You're not close to that either.
Okay.
Wait, if you're pretty close, right? You should Venmo me $1,000 right now.
I'll Venmo you $10,000 right now.
Do it. Do it.
What's your Venmo?
It is DEANWITHRS.
Hold on.
Yo, let's go. We're about to get rich, y'all. DEANWITHRS. I'm going to repeat it. Thomas, keep in mind I can't hear you when you're off the app. It is DEANWITHRS. ANWITHRS. I'm once again going to repeat. I cannot hear you when you are on pause. Nay, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. What do y'all think he's gonna say? Oh, I sent it to the wrong Venmo. That's yeah. I'm gonna make it clear. So you don't send the $10,000 to the. And he left. No, I really genuinely thought that some random person on the internet was gonna donate me $10,000. I'm destroyed. Someone just requested $10,000. That's funny. We're gonna go and get our next guest up in the box. Karen, you're back. Karen,
Hello.
Hi, Karen. Are you voting for Trump?
Of course.
Yeah, I have a question. In Salt Lake City, how?
Yo.
Nope. Hey, 1 second. In Salt Lake City, Karen, how are the road names structured? If you're from Salt Lake City, you will know the answer to my question.
Well, I don't really drive, so I don't really know.
Okay. Josh, you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir. Ew.
You are? Okay. So would you ever vote for someone that's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government and rig an election?
Well, I feel like I don't know everything about if the election was legal or not, but I feel like after the aftermath, the way things look with that situation, it's hard to not believe it because so many people dislike Joe Biden and so many people would rather Trump. So if there's more favor within Trump, from what I see, there could be a chance that it was rigged. And what was your other point?
As a kid, bro. All right, we're probably gonna move on to our last guest of the night. I'm thinking of cooking up some fire shit on Twitter before I hop off for the day. Hey, what's up, user? You voting for Trump?
Hell yeah.
Okay, why?
Because I want to buy a house. That's my number one priority right now is buying a house.
Okay. You want to buy a house? Well, then you should be voting for Harris. She actually wants to offer you a $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy, right? And this specifically will take $25,000 off of your down payment as long as you're buying a new home, right? So you're actually going to be more inclined and more able to buy a house given a Harris presidency compared to a Trump presidency.
See, but that's the literal definition of inflation. You're literally inflating a market at that point. House prices are going to quadruple if that happens.
Nope. So what's projected to occur is this $25,000 subsidy will kind of inflate the price of new homes. However, the inflation occurred on the price of a new home will be less than the $25,000 subsidy. And the reason we know this was because if it inflated more, well, there'd be no incentivization for people to buy houses with the $25,000 subsidy. And there'd be no incentivization for developers to build houses if they did not have the increase in demand caused by the increase in price.
Well, that's the issue, is that they're not building single-family houses anymore. So as soon as everybody's given an extra $25,000, the real estate market is going to explode, and homes they're not affordable right now, let alone after everybody gets another $25,000.
No, this is literally only for new houses. And that is the issue that you pointed out, that no one is building new houses right now. That's what this aims to address. It's projected via economists that we will have 3 million new houses built because of this by increasing the incentivization of new houses to be built, given the $25,000 subsidy for people to increase the amount of people that would be interested in buying a new house. Just very simple economics.
Okay, then how should you lower the price of material to build these said houses? Because that's also a big factor in driving up prices.
Yeah, sure. I feel like lowering the price of material to build houses is just going to be tangential to a reduction in the rate of inflation. We could say that her policies have more disinflationary pressures compared to Trump's because it's less costly, and he wants to implement tariffs that will literally drive up the prices of materials to buy the house. The Canadian lumber, okay, right? The imports from Mexico. I mean, it's all going to go up. Emma, thank you for the $1 on PayPal.
We can't buy American materials?
Jennifer, thank you for the $25,000 on $25,000. $25 on PayPal, saying that what I do absolutely matters. Thank you for the $25, Jennifer. You are absolutely so great. Thank you so much for the $25. W's for Jennifer in the chat. I also wanted to read Eden's message out. Please read to someone with a bachelor's degree in biology and currently getting a master's in physician assistant studies. Thank you for advocating for women's healthcare and using science to defend your position. Eden, you're phenomenal. Thank you for the love. And AJ, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. So yeah, what we'd say here is that tariffs are inflationary because A, they just reduce the overall supply of a good, which given a consistent demand will increase price, as well as that consumers passed off to the consumer. I agree with the idea of American manufacturing. However, we need to incentivize that through investment, not through government regulations such as tariffs.
All right, all fair points, but then why do majority of contractors, like small business contractors building houses, why are for the most part they're Trump people?
Emma, I appreciate you for the $1. Yeah, because I don't think just because you work as a contractor means that you are like not like politically ignorant. Like, dude, like I'd say that, like a lot of like scientists are like theists, which is completely contradictory to their career. Yet I don't think that really means anything. I think that you could be smart in one area but bad in another. Yo, SHT, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for SHT in the chat literally right now. Thank you so much for the love. That means the world. That really means the world to me. Thank you so much for the love, SHT. And Brittany, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Almost at 1 million followers, Dean. I know. I'm hoping that we get at 1 million followers in the next month. That'd be nice. Like, I mean, I could also say here that like there's a lot of women that stand with Trump. That is completely contradictory to their interests. There's a lot of members of the LGBTQ plus community that stand with Trump. That's completely contradictory to their interests. I think that people can be smart in one area and dumb in others.
So what you said before about how generally men do not respect women, right? You said that?
Yeah, of course.
Then why would we want to elect a woman to a world that for the most part is run by men? Like, do you think Putin respects women?
No, absolutely not.
So why would you want to put her on that stage?
Because they're going to be forced to respect her because she's standing in front of the world's largest military, $700 billion invested to it per year, larger than the second runner by $400 billion, standing in front of the world's largest consumer base, the world's largest GDP, the world's most active and best economy. She's going to be standing in front of it all, buddy. So they're going to be forced to respect
so you're saying
her because
she's
of what
got
she's
to
standing
fall,
in front of.
She's going to have to fall back. She's going to have to fall back to violence to stand on a world stage.
No, but if any other
you want a leader that's only respected because of her military force? Really?
Well, I mean, do you want a leader that has no respect, point blank, period? And then also, I think that women leaders can and are respected on the global stage. We could talk about Queen Elizabeth. We could talk about the chancellor or president or whatever they call it from Germany.
Oh, yeah, because the queen was a real position, yeah. Yep.
Okay, so do you mind if you let me finish talking without interrupting me? I understand that you're a man, baby. Do I need to forcefully put the binky in your mouth?
You can speak now, Dean.
That's what I thought. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I don't think that you can discount her qualifications because of what's in between her legs and turn around and vote for the rapist. I think that this is misogyny 101. And you know, like the sad thing is Kamala Harris isn't going to hear this misogyny, but what about your mother, your grandmother, your sisters, or your kids? Like that's who's going to hear it. What you're telling every single woman in this chat right now is that they should not ever be able to be in a high-ranking position of power because of what's in between their legs. And would you have made the same argument for Obama? There's plenty of world leaders that are racist against black people. Would you say that a good reason not to vote for Obama in 2008 or 2012 was because of the color of his skin?
First off, I want to say that me personally, I have a lot of respect for women and people of all races. And I was saying that you said that men generally do not respect
Catherine, thank
women.
you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Love from Australia. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Catherine in the chat with the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Please answer my question. Would a good reason not to vote for Obama in 08 and 12 been the fact that he's black? Because there is world leaders that are racist against black people and do not respect people because of the color of their skin.
No, and I don't think it's a good reason to not vote for Kamala either. I was playing devil's advocate as to what you said.
Her name's Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
There you go. Pronounce it right, buddy. So can you give me one good reason to vote for Trump?
His border policy, immigration.
Oh, you're pro open border?
Am I pro open border? No, I'm not.
He is. He torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago because he's pro open border. Why else would he have done it? Thank you for the anarts. And Frank, thank you for the fireworks. I appreciate you for the love.
If that's true, then why haven't you said it was 2 years ago? Why have they not come up with anything since then?
Well, they have. They passed an executive order that decreased crossings by 60%. Try again.
They're eating the cats and dogs, man.
Okay, so now you've reduced down to conspiracy theory that J.D. Vance has announced and told news anchors that he made up, and he's currently getting sued for it by the city of Springfield. Try again.
Oh wait, okay, but that's a stupid point to make. But not for nothing, cat meat is a delicacy in Haiti. What would make you think they would come here, see a stray cat, and not take the thing?
Okay, so yeah, you're fucking gross. Your aunt, thank you so much for the live pro badge.
How is that gross? Like, dude, not like how?
Wait. Do you think that it's like prejudice and xenophobic and racist to say that Chinese people eat dogs? Like, and they're eating all of our dogs here at home in America?
It depends. Is it a Chinese person that's been here for generations, or is it somebody fresh from China?
Okay, so yeah, so what reason do we have to believe that cat meat is a delicacy in Haiti?
It's pretty. Look it up.
Can you give me a source?
If I looked it up real quick, but I don't want to leave the app.
This person's a fucking racist. You're a joke.
Dude, look it up. Look it up.
Hey man, is cow meat a delicacy here at home in America?
Yes, it is.
So do we see like American citizens going on ranches and killing the cows and eating them?
In some places of the country, yes, it happens.
Give me one case.
All right, you cannot tell me that some hillbilly somewhere has not seen a cow and killed it and ate it.
So the point here would be is that no, we don't see an epidemic of American citizens breaking into people's ranches, killing their cows and eating them where they stand, even though cow meat is a delicacy here at home in America.
Okay,
so
but you see,
that even if cat meat was a delicacy in Haiti, sorry, well, no, JD Vance moment, Haiti, that does not mean that they are going to come over here and eat dogs and cats. Like, once again, I do just want to like make it clear, JD Vance has said that this is a fabricated story, and Springfield has said that they have no evidence for these claims. Like, you are literally just perpetuating prejudice.
The issue with your argument, though, is like these people are not culturally adjusted. Like, yes, cows are delicacy.
These people are not culturally adjusted.
Not adjusted.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wait, I have a question. Do you think that America's a white country?
No.
Oh, okay. So what culture do they have to adjust to?
The American culture, you know.
What's the American culture?
Watching baseball, playing football.
Okay, I don't watch baseball. I don't play football. I've never hosted a barbecue. Am I not culturally adjusted?
When you're not online, what are you into?
I'm chronically online.
Okay, like the meme culture, today's TikTok, it's all part of the American culture, you know, being a normal person in society.
Okay, so you're saying because if you're from Haiti, you're not a normal person?
If you're not culturally adjusted to America, I mean, look at how they live over there. Look at the streets.
So you're telling? Okay. So they come from an incredibly disadvantaged country in the context of socioeconomic standings. So would you say the same thing to individuals from like particular parts of our country that come from places with low socioeconomic standings? Would you say that like because the average socioeconomic standings of the average Black American is lower than that of the average white American due to slavery and its aftermath, that white people are more culturally adjusted than Black people?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so just because Haiti has a lower socioeconomic standing than our country doesn't mean that this means them to be not culturally adjusted.
Yes, because in Haiti, it's culturally normal to eat cats. Here, it's not culturally normal to eat cats.
Okay, well, so once again, I don't think that this is true.
Are you trying to say that Black people in the hood are eating cats?
What the fuck? Oh wait, can you please give me a source that it's culturally normal to eat cats in Haiti?
I would.
I think it's a lie.
Next time I come on, I'll have one for you. I'll come back.
No, go give it to me right now. Why are you running?
If I leave the app, am I going to be kicked?
No, go and pause. Find it.
Okay, hang on.
Fucking hell, dude. Swear to God, I do so many hours of research every day just to come on here and talk to these fucking assholes. It's terrible. Yeah, literally make up claims as you go. That's what they do, dude. It's terrible. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here. By the way, y'all, this is gonna be our last guest of the night. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. And I have a plan of action for every single one of y'all that I would love for you to do once I end my live. I will inform you on that as soon as I finish out my conversation with this guest. And we will probably spend about another 10 minutes on here. But we're going to bring up another guest in the meantime while this guy's looking for a source for his ridiculous, honestly, disrespectful and shameful claim. And for the 11.1 thousand people hanging out with us, if this button right there where my finger is pointing is red, make sure to hit the follow button. I go live on TikTok and I do these debates every single day. More recently, I have blown up because of my Jubilee episode, and we've been getting literally like 11,000 people in every single live. I'm very thankful for having you all here. This is quite literally the opportunity of a lifetime, and I'm so incredibly thankful for each and every single one of you guys. But I will be back on live later. I am getting off for about an hour or two to go to my nephew's birthday party. And before I go to the birthday party, Christian, thank you so much for the sage. I will be stopping and getting him some gifts. Y'all have donated a couple $100. He's really big into technology. I think I'm gonna get him like a nice piece of technology. I'm gonna go by Best Buy. Give me a couple ideas. He's 8 years old. He loves technology. Let's see. We're gonna go to get an iPad. I actually got him an iPad a couple months back. I really care about the kid, man. My grandparents are raising him. Long story short, my grandparents are raising him, and when they're unable to raise him, I think I'm gonna take over. So I'll probably be a dad in the next couple of years. A Switch? I actually got him a Switch too. I don't care. Don't do too much for this guy. Hey, what's up? Did you get a source?
Yeah, I got a source.
Okay, sure, give it to me.
If I drop the link in the comment section, will you see it?
No, you name the publisher and the title of the article. A drone. Ooh, a drone would be fun. Or like a new VR headset. Hell yeah. PS5? Fuck yeah. You guys are on it. Maybe I do just go overboard and get him some nice shit.
Okay.
Okay, give me the name of the source. I can't hear you when you're on pause.
Okay, it was HaitianReport.com.
Okay.
And the article was, Do Haitians Eat Cats?
Leave.
Why?
You're embarrassing. You're not worth my time. Skedaddle. Jessica, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Your 5 minutes of fame are over, buddy. Your 5 minutes of fame are over?
Are you going to look it up or not?
You just... Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's look at your source. You said Haitian Report?
Yeah.
God, this is ridiculous. Haitian Report, do Haitians eat cats? This is just ridiculous. Haitian Report isn't a website. You just made it. That's not even a fucking website. Okay. Ronald, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. As a vet and a U.S. citizen, I do not claim this.
It's HaitianReport.com. It's a website.
HaitianReport.com is not a website. Haitian Report is not a website. Anyone could try to type it in right now. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? 1 second. Oh, shit. 1 second, guys. Oh, did he leave? He left. He left. He left alive. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Okay, I'm gonna go to handheld for the rest of the stream here. Because this shit, it's a website. Okay. Oh yeah, when I clicked on it, okay, it is a website. So it gave me that pop-up saying like this is not a safe website. You know, like the pop-up that Google gives you when you're going on a website that doesn't have an SSL certificate for all my nerd friends in here. It gave me that pop-up, so I just thought that it wasn't a website. Yeah, it doesn't have HTTPS. It gave me that pop-up. Phenomenal. Yeah. It's a joke website? Yeah. All right. Phenomenal. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to go ahead and end the stream here for the day. But I have something for all 11,000 of you guys to do. Do not leave the stream yet. I want to tell y'all a little bit about this feud that I have going on Twitter. So Andrew Tate responded to a clip of me saying that this is why white men are being replaced in their own nations. They deserve it. Okay. That's Andrew Tate. So then I respond to Andrew Tate and I say, Andrew Tate posted this about me. Andrew, you're a little bitch. Debate me like a real man or sit the fuck down. And that tweet currently has 1 million views and 27,000 likes. And what did he do? Not a thing. He didn't respond to it. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to tweet out at Andrew Tate, debate me, stop running. Stop running. Who's the alpha male now? I like that. That's it. That's it. That one's good. That one's good. There we go. Okay. And I want all of you guys to go like it and repost it. So I'm actually going to post it right now. What's my Twitter? It's the same as my TikTok. My Twitter is the same as the TikTok. In fact, Effie, if you would put it down there and pin it for me while I'm figuring this out. I'm going to go ahead and tweet that right now. So at Andrew Tate. Give me a second. Debate me. Stop running. Who's the alpha male now? There we go. Give me a second, guys. All right, it's live. It's live, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone, go to the Twitter. This is your call for action. This is your call for action, ladies and gentlemen. Go to Twitter right now. Also, if you guys think that I'd be giving a platform and legitimizing Tate by debating him, why haven't you said that about any guests that I've had on my stream all day? Go to my Twitter. It's already at 500 likes. That's insane. Go, 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 go. For everyone hanging out with me in here today, go to the Twitter. It's already at 700 likes. Holy shit. Go to the Twitter. Like the tweet. It says, at Andrew Tate, debate me, stop running. Who's the alpha male now? And also follow while you're at it. Everyone go over there and do it. That is phenomenal. Like it. Comment, repost, do it all. This is beautiful. Everyone head over there right now. Ah, this is great. This is so great. This is so great. And Effie, if you'd help me out by just continuing to repin that, we're honestly just gonna hang out in here. We're gonna watch the likes run up. For everyone coming in, head over to my Twitter, like my recent. I called out Andrew Tate to a debate after a little bit of a feud back and forth. Also, like once again, for everyone saying that this is me like legitimizing Andrew Tate, dude. Do I legitimize everybody I debate? I will debate anyone and everyone. And I really want to debate the worst, okay? Including Andrew Tate. I want to show the world Andrew Tate who he is. Dude, we're already at 1.4 thousand likes. That's just insane. What's my Twitter? It's pinned right there. It's the same as my TikTok. Also, someone said me using misogynistic terms. Oh, alpha male? Oh, of course. I said, who's the alpha male now is a complete direct response to the fact that that is what he prides and brands himself on being. All right. You know, the same way Parker debated Charlie Kirk using his same rhetoric. Oh, I will debate. I will out alpha Andrew Tate if we debate. That is true. Anyways, for the remainder of the 8.8 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, head over to my Twitter account. I just tweeted at Andrew Tate. Right now, it's sitting at 1.7 likes. I need every single one of y'all to do a call to action and go like that post. Everybody right now, a call to action. Go like that post, ladies and gentlemen. Go like it, go like it, go like it, go like it, and repost it. Everyone repost it to your own account. Go like it and repost it. This is a very beautiful thing that we all need to do. Everyone head over, go like it, go like it, go like it. It's at 1.8 thousand likes. Oh, that is beautiful. Also, yeah, while you're over there, you should also just follow. I'm at 75.5 thousand followers. That's crazy. I was at like 15K 2 days ago. Everyone continue to go. Continue to go. We're about at 2,000 likes. We're about at 2,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen. We're about at 2,000 likes. Beautiful. For the remainder of the 8.5 thousand people in here, you're great. This is great. Honestly, I'll probably end this when we get up to 2,000 likes. That's insane. So this was posted, what? 3 minutes ago. It's already at 2,000 likes. That is absurd. You liked it? Beautiful. You don't have Twitter anymore? Oh, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Yeah, everybody head over there, repost it, do it all, repost it. Let's go. I'm not doing it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, here we go. By the way, for those that don't know Andrew Tate, he is the worst. He is literally the worst. He is literally the worst. It is gross and disgusting. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to go ahead and end this stream. When I end the stream, for everyone that hasn't already, head over to my Twitter account. It is the same @ that I have here on my TikTok. You will see a tweet from 4 minutes ago that says, "Debate me, stop running. Who's the alpha male now?" I need you all to go like that. Then also, maybe if you want to, follow my Instagram. It's connected through my link tree. I will see you all over on Twitter. I'm going to hang out over there for a bit. Have a good night, everybody. I'll be back on later with some more debates with Parker. Peace out, y'all.